Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah, salatu wassalam wa rasulullah. Welcome, brothers and sisters, and welcome, Brother Adnan, and welcome, Brother Hashim. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing?
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, how are you guys doing?
Very good, very good. So, we're going to get straight into the show today again because I want to make sure everybody's time is used well. We are all, to some extent, just a quick warning for everyone, we are all, to some extent, for some reason, experiencing network issues. So if we do cut out, if there is a delay, please be patient. Please give us the time to come back online. And it's not, we're not sort of running away or anything. We're genuinely having network problems here today. So, Brother Adnan, you are abroad at the moment, I believe. So again, you're not in home country at the moment. We can't hear you. Nope. No. No. Okay. Hashim, can we hear you?
Yeah, it's okay. So while Adnan's fixing his... Can you hear me, Mohammed?
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So while Ustad Adnan fixes his mic, the topic for today, very quickly, is really about colonialism and the milieu in which this particular movement, this cult of Ahmadiyya or Qadianism, arose. And so today we're going to be very, very particular about setting a historical context and then understanding how in that historical context it gave rise to a very specific kind of deviance, which today is manifested with, as you know, with the universal opinion of all ulama of Islam, saying that this particular sect is not within the fold of Islam. So, Brother Adnan, are you back? Can we hear you?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, alhamdulillah.
Brilliant. Alhamdulillah. Okay.
Okay, so I've just done a quick introduction. We're going to have a historical session today, a bit of an intro, and then we're going to open it for Q&A. So we're just going to set the stage. Over to you, Brother Adnan. The stage is yours. Where would you like to start?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين وقال سبحانه وتعالى أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ما كان محمد أبا أحد من رجالكم ولكن رسول الله وخاتم النبيين وقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا نبي بعدي لا نبي بعدي لا نبي بعدي. Respected brothers and sisters in Islam and brothers and sisters in humanity listening otherwise, may Allah bless you, may Allah guide you all. This stream is dedicated to the Ahmadi community, our lost brothers and sisters within the Ahmadi community, those who want to listen to us, those who want to hear our perspective, most welcome. And those Ahmadi missionaries or Qadiani missionaries who are also joining the stream, most welcome to have a conversation with us on this very important topic. Today's topic, specifically speaking, is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's relationship with the colonial government of India, the British Raj, or the East India Company rule. Okay, what was the relationship of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani and his family with the colonial rule of India? Firstly, let us introduce what is the colonial rule of India. All historians, all, when I say all, I'm a historian myself, alhamdulillah, and I specialize in the history of the Indian subcontinent, in particular the history of Islam in the Indian subcontinent. I know for a fact all historians are unanimous that colonialism in India was an evil enterprise. It was an oppressive, racist, xenophobic, unjust, genocidal enterprise. And all of these words, all of these terms I have just used to describe the colonial rule in India, or the British East India Company colonial rule in India, has been described, as I did, by academics. Academics, authors, researchers, historians have used these terms to describe the British colonial rule in India. Okay, the British rule in India, which started, if you want to really use dates and you want to be exact about the dates, then 1757 is the date when the Battle of Plassey took place in the mid 18th century, 1757, whereby the British defeated an army of the Mughal governor of Bengal, Nawab Sirajuddaulah, and from thenceforth, the British East India Company, which was a merchant enterprise, which was a business running factories in India, it became the ruler. A company, a British company, a trading company became the ruler of India. This was caused by the Mughal decline. As we all know, historically speaking, Aurangzeb Alamgir, the most powerful Mughal emperor, or one of the most powerful Mughal emperors, died in the year 1707. And after his death, basically, the Mughals could not hold on to power. Within 50 years, more than 10 emperors sat on the Mughal throne. While in the last 150 years, before the death of Aurangzeb Alamgir, about 5 Mughal emperors sat on the throne. For example, Babur, Humayun, Akbar, and then Jahangir and Shah Jahan, and then Aurangzeb Alamgir. Okay. So after Babur, the founder of the dynasty, about 5 emperors sat on the Mughal throne. Okay, from Akbar to Aurangzeb. Okay, actually 4 rather, 4 emperors. Okay, including Babur, it was 5. So these emperors ruled the Mughal Empire with relative success, and after the death of Aurangzeb, the Mughal princes, they fought each other for power, and the long story short, they could not hold on to power for much longer. Within 50 years of Aurangzeb's death, the Mughal Empire was in turmoil, and land grabbing enterprise was in full swing. Every single local and foreign power was trying to get hold of as much land as possible. And then was born, from the ashes of the Mughal Empire, the Maratha Empire, the Sikh Empire, and whatever remained of the small entity called the Mughal Empire around Delhi, the city of Delhi, and the British East India Empire, which was a foreign empire. The Marathas were Indian, the Sikhs were Indian, okay, and the Mughals were also Indian, okay. They had become Indian by this time, and the British were outsiders. They were traders. They had no interest in the well-being of the people of India. They were there to make money, and when they saw the opportunity to take land, because there was no centralized power protecting the people and the interests, so British East India Company, like any scavenger power or any opportunistic power, started to take land, and they defeated the Mughal governor of Bengal and occupied 3 Mughal princes, namely Bengal, Odisha, and Bihar. These were the most fertile Mughal provinces in India after the Punjab. Okay, this was the Mughal breadbasket, basically. This is where the revenue was coming from, and the British East India Company took this land. And then followed a period of systematic oppression, systematic injustice, and the people of Bengal in particular, and the rest of India in general, suffered as a result of the rise of the East India Company, because from 1757 up to the year 1800, one after another, okay, the East India Company forces defeated all major Indian powers, okay, including the Marathas. By 1803, the Marathas were defeated. Okay, Tipu Sultan, the ruler of Mysore, was defeated in 1799, killed in battle, fighting hand to hand with British soldiers. And this is a very long story. I don't want to indulge in the history of colonialism in India, if you want to read a particular book on the devastating effects of the British East India Company colonialism, then you must read this book authored by an English historian called, Scottish British historian called William Dalrymple. William Dalrymple is an excellent historian. He has authored a book specifically on the rise of the East India Company, and that is a better storytelling or history telling than I will today. Okay, the book is titled The Anarchy. The Anarchy is that book. You can Google it, and it is authored by William Dalrymple, and it will tell a better history than I will. Okay, so you can go and study it, inshallah, and you can see the background of the rise of the British East India Company, which later on became direct rule of Britain over India after the mutiny of 1857. So, so the British took all this land and they imposed taxes, unfair taxes. They killed hundreds of millions of people in the 200 odd years they ruled India, from 1757 to 1947. Approximately 190 years to be exact, almost 200 years, the British ruled India as a colonial power. And as a result of this rule, hundreds of millions of Indians died. Okay, India was one of the richest countries in the world upon the death of Aurangzeb Alamgir in 1707. India had 24% of global GDP. Okay, and when the British left India in 1947, they had completely drained the wealth of India. Okay, a lot of valuables were already shifted to Britain. Okay, and India was systematically looted. And when the British left in 1947, India basically had a GDP of 4% of global wealth. Okay,
so let me just come into because there's the context there. The UK at that time, or what was the rule of Queen Victoria, they had a global GDP of only 2%. But let's contextualize this. Okay. When they set out on their colonial road of power, the British Empire's contribution to global GDP was only 2%.
Right.
And within a space of a few hundred years after they pillaged and completely undermined one of the largest economies in the world, they left them with 4% contribution. And that was only by luck. They would have taken that if they could.
Absolutely. And Britain as a country and as an imperial power became a completely different monster after India was captured or India was taken. Okay, and land grabbing enterprise continued for at least 100 years. Okay, yes. The British East India Company continued taking land in India for almost 100 years. To be exact, from 1757 to 1857. 1757, when the Battle of Plassey took place. As a result of this battle, the East India Company took 3 Mughal provinces. Okay, the details are far too many for me to discuss here, because there was a treaty in 1765, which is called the Treaty of Allahabad. According to this treaty, or by this treaty, the Mughals were given the rights to raise taxes by the then Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. Again, these are technical academic details. We don't want to go into that and bore the people with detail.
Well, okay? I mean, it raises the question, brother. So what is it that made them so bold? What made them so bold was that in the second half of the 18th century, as we know, this is history, Europe, and by Europe I mean the French forces, the Italian forces, the Portuguese forces, they invaded most of Africa and most of sort of the southern hemisphere. And this gave rise to a general sense of superiority, that they felt they could go anywhere and take anything from anybody.
Basically,
and so in this, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, colonialism is a separate topic that we can discuss in a separate stream, because we want to stick to the topic we have today, which is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's relationship with the colonial government of India. But to answer your question very quickly, all of this started after the European maritime activity, okay,
Right.
which basically began in the 15th century. This is when the Portuguese, the Dutch, the British, the French, and the Spanish came out. Okay, Muslims declined in Spain. Okay, the last Muslim stronghold in Spain fell to the Catholics in 1492. This is when the Catholics and the rest of Europeans became very bold. And if it wasn't for the Ottomans within the Mediterranean, this colonialism or this enterprise of taking land and brutalizing the natives of these lands would have been much more intense if it wasn't for the Ottomans and other Muslim powers stopping this.
So in this historical context, now that folks have got a basic idea of how active this colonial effort was, this movement that was initiated by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad started. What was the inception of this?
Okay.
And what caused this individual to do this? Because, I mean, let me just set the context. Islamically, we know any Muslim to claim they are a prophet or to claim that they have a new revelation is immediately will put you into the camp of kufr. So why would somebody do this knowing Islam the way they did?
Prophets usually came to challenge the oppressor. Prophets were usually sent by Allah to confront some of the most cruel powers in human history. For example, Moses confronting the Pharaoh. Okay, just because Pharaoh was brutalizing the Israelites, Moses came to free his people and to preach to them and to fix their Aqidah, to fix their belief, right? Because they had lost their belief because of slavery, and they were in slavery for nearly 400 years. Okay, likewise, we have Isa alayhi salam, who came during the Roman period and even confronted his own temple authorities according to the best records we have of his life. Whether they are trustworthy or not is another topic altogether, right? Then we have the examples of Ibrahim alayhi salam, okay, confronting his king. Okay, Yusuf alayhi salam was an exception because this king was a moral king. Okay, he was a good king. Yusuf alayhi salam was as a prophet serving his government. And when people claim that that king was not a Muslim, they have no evidence for that. We don't know whether that king was a Muslim or not. Okay, even if he was a disbeliever, he must have been a just king for a prophet to work with him, right? But we have no other examples in human history or even in the history of prophethood where a prophet of Allah joined hands with an oppressor, with the Pharaoh, with the Nimrod, or let's say with all other oppressive entities mentioned in the Quran and human history. Okay, we have no example of any prophet siding with the oppressor, okay, with the mass murderer, with the genocidal maniacs, okay, or with the racist, bigoted, xenophobic entity. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is a false prophet purely on this basis. If we were to ignore his, writings, all the other shenanigans we have been discussing in the past 2 months, okay, if we put them all aside, his false prophecies, his false attributions to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his forging of reports from thin air, all of this, if we put all this aside, just one fact alone on his profile is enough to reject him as an imposter, as a liar, as an immoral man. And that is siding with the British colonial enterprise or serving it wholeheartedly, or even declaring his love and his admiration for such an entity for the reasons we have already described briefly. Okay, to cut the long story short, I just want to save people's time. What are we discussing? What is this monster called the East India Company colonial enterprise in India, and later on the British colonial enterprise in India? Because after the mutiny of 1857, just to give you some context very quickly, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was born in 1839 or 1840, according to most Qadiani records. Okay, although this is a question which is highly controversial even for the Qadianis, as we have discussed in previous streams. Okay, in the very first stream, we raised this question about his date of birth. and why it is a problem for the Qadiani Jammat. Okay, we're not going to get into that. Let's say Mirza was born in 1839 and 1840, right? In 1857, there was a mutiny, India-wide mutiny, whereby native Indians, Muslims, and Hindus took up arms against the oppressive, the racist East India Company government. Okay, and they fought against this government. Of course, they committed a lot of atrocities. Indian forces that rose against the British, they were committing atrocities too. Their methods of warring or their methods of fighting were not exactly moral in every single case. There were legitimate struggles, no doubt. There were legitimate struggles conducted with due concern for law and moral values, because not everyone committed atrocities when they were fighting against the British colonial rule. So during this mutiny, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's family completely sided with the British against all of India or against the Indian people. There were no Indians in India other than those who were paid by the British or who had something to gain from the British. No Indians were in favor of the British colonial rule over India. So after 1857, after this huge mutiny or the War of Independence, the British government in Britain decided that they will take control of rule over India from the East India Company. So previously, a board of directors from the East India Company were ruling India, a board of directors from London. Okay.
As you would expect for a business, as you would expect for any business.
Exactly. But from 1857 onwards, the British government in Britain took direct control of India. So India became an empire.
Queen Victoria directly took it over? Queen Victoria directly became the owner.
She became the Empress of India after 1857.
Exactly.
Before 1857, she wasn't necessarily ruling India directly. The East India Company, as a trading enterprise, was ruling India. Okay, as a trading prospect. Okay,
bizarre.
Yeah, but after 1857, India became part of the British Empire officially. Right. This is when Mirza and his family became active slaves or active servants of the British Empire. Okay. Now, again, without indulging too much in the history of the British Empire, I will highly recommend books authored by Shashi Tharoor. Shashi Tharoor is an Indian politician as well as a historian. He has authored excellent books on the British Empire in India. Okay, one of the books is titled Inglorious Empire. Inglorious Empire by Shashi Tharoor, who is a politician as well as a historian. He's an Indian. Okay, and he is
from the Congress Party.
It's from the Congress Party. Yes, he's not from the BJP. He's from the Congress Party. Okay, and another book he has authored is titled An Era of Darkness: The British Empire in India. An Era of Darkness, the British Empire in India. Anyone interested in the atrocities of the British Empire and how evil this enterprise was, how oppressive, how destructive, how unjust, how racist, and how xenophobic this empire, or how tyrannical and oppressive it was, just read one of these two books, Inglorious Empire or An Era of Darkness. Okay, and then you will realize what we're dealing with, the monster we're dealing with. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the British Empire was one of the worst colonial experiences of human history. Arguably, it was one of the most devastating governments in human history. Am I making this up? Am I exaggerating? It was worse than Roman, Greek, Portuguese, Dutch, French colonialism put together. You may be thinking, is Adnan really gone mad? Is he gone crazy? Is he making these things up? Absolutely not. What I'm saying is academically sustained and substantiated. That's why you need to go and read these books I have referenced already. One by William Dalrymple, The Anarchy. Okay, the second by Shashi Tharoor, Inglorious Empire, or An Era of Darkness. When you read these books, you will realize exactly what I'm talking about, how British tax policies in India systematically wiped out populations in provinces like Bengal. Actually, there were many famines in Bengal in the 200 years the British ruled in India. Okay, hundreds of millions of people died as a result of these famines. Okay, in particular, the period when Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was lavishly praising the British Empire and paying tributes to them, writing panegyrics, writing books and pamphlets to praise the British Empire and how noble the British Empire was and how merciful and just it was. At that very time, the British Empire was committing the worst atrocities in its history in India. Okay, to be precise, okay, that's one of the books. That's one of the books, Shashi Tharoor, Inglorious Empire. To be precise, from the year 1880 to 1920, within these 40 years, from the year 1880 to 1920, this is the period when Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is the most active. He is most active within these 30 to 40 years because he died in 1908, right? So we can't add the decade of 1910 to 1920. But let's say from 1880 to 1910, these 3 decades, this is the period when the British Empire was committing the worst atrocities of its history in India. According to academic estimates, 100 million people. Are you listening, guys? Brother Mohammad, Hashim, are you listening? According to academic estimates, 100 million people died. 100 million people died within this period in India. Hashim, do you want to put up that article so that people know that we're not making this up? Go on Google, put 100 million deaths caused by British rule. Just Google this. 100 million deaths caused by the British rule. The first article that comes up is on Al Jazeera website, and it has been authored by 2 historians, okay? And they are both British historians or Western historians. Yeah, the article, this is it. How British colonialism killed 100 million Indians in 40 years. These 2 historians actually give the reasons how this happened. Okay.
And just to clarify here, just let me just so for those that are not familiar, when it says India here, at that time, the partition hadn't happened.
Yes.
So this was pre-partition.
Exactly.
Which means this includes Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh as we currently see it after post-partition.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Okay. So this means within the Indian subcontinent, 100 million people were killed as a result of direct British policies in India from 1880 to 1920. This is the period when Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is most active. He's writing his books, he's writing his pamphlets, he's writing his ishtihars. Ishtihar is basically advertisement or declarations, public declarations, and he is making public statements in favor of British colonialism. How is it possible that a prophet of God is siding with such an evil entity? Now, what the Qadiani missionaries deliberately do is they conflate modern Britain with colonial Britain. This is a very cunning, sly game these Qadiani missionaries play. So let us clarify from the get-go, right? We're not talking about Britain today, okay? You know what they start saying? What are you guys doing in Britain? Why are you living in London if Britain is so evil? But we're not living in colonial Britain, you fools. We're not living in colonial Britain. Okay, even if we were living in colonial Britain, that doesn't mean we are siding with it. That doesn't mean we are serving the colonial establishment. That doesn't mean we agree with the atrocities. That doesn't mean we start praising them as a blessing of God. Musa alayhi salam was living in the house of Fir'aun when Fir'aun was committing all those atrocities. Okay, he even came back to the rule of Pharaoh, and the Quran actually mentions it specifically that Musa was very nervous. Musa alayhi salam was, he wanted support from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He told Allah, Ya Allah, I am alone, give me a companion, right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him Harun alayhi salam, his brother, to accompany him, because Musa knew what he's dealing with. He's dealing with one of the most tyrannical, oppressive powers in the world, the establishment of Pharaoh, right? So imagine Musa alayhi salam going back to the territory of Pharaoh to argue with him, to preach to him, to tell him he's wrong, and then someone telling him, why are you in Egypt? What the hell are you doing here? Okay.
And unlike Musa alayhi salam, Mirza, Musa never said not to go against the Pharaoh, whereas Mirza said anyone who opposes the British rule, they are harami, they are waladul haram, and all those things.
Absolutely shocking. So not only that,
can I make 3 quick points? I want to make 3 quick points before we move off the topic, because I want to. So the first thing I want to really sort of clarify is, did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad come up in a vacuum? I.e., was it something that he dreamt of himself? The answer is no. So his father, Ghulam Murtaza, and his uncles, so his Ghulam Murtaza and his brothers, were actually part of the army that was the Sikh army that was actually fighting the Muslims way back before all of this. And during that time, they valiantly fought and were actually commended by the government for their contributions. And what was the reward? They were given land. So this habit of supporting the oppressors was already part of the family ethos, in which Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was growing up in. So he already understood and knew this from a very early age, that this is the way to earn a living.
Exactly. Treachery, it seems treachery was in the blood of this family. Okay, it was transmitted from father to son. Ghulam Murtaza, as you rightly pointed out, was part of the Sikh establishment first, okay, which Mirza was later on calling oppressive for some reason to appease the British, but they were part of it, right? And then they became part of the British establishment, having served the British in 1857. Mirza himself clearly states in one of his own writings that my father, during the mutiny of 1857, sent logistic supports to the government, to the British colonial government that was fighting Indians who were fighting for their freedom. So Indians, whether they're fighting rightly or wrongly is a completely separate question, but they were fighting for freedom. Their fight was justified because they were fighting a foreign, oppressive, tyrannical occupier, right? The British, who were basically a business enterprise. Their only interest was to make money. They were not there for the well-being of the people. And again, to clarify, we're not talking about modern Britain. Modern Britain is not a colonial enterprise anymore, right? There are British politicians, philosophers, intellectuals, scholars, academics who are writing books to expose the oppression, the tyranny of the British colonial rule in India in particular. People like William Dalrymple, I have mentioned already one of them. Dalrymple has written extensively on British colonial rule in India and in the region. Okay, so Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, in his writings, he writes basically, to very quickly, I will quote the exact words from Mirza. Okay, he states, and I quote, सन 57 के मफसदा में जबकि बेतमीज लोगों ने अपनी मोहसिन गवर्नमेंट का मुकाबला करके मुल्क में शोर डाल दिया. In 1857 mischief, when some mischievous people basically rebelled against their well-wishing government, he's calling the British government well-wishing government, okay, and they created havoc in the country. तब मेरे वालिद बुजुर्गवार ने 50 घोड़े अपनी गिरा से खरीद कर और 50 सवार बहम पहुंचाकर हुकूमत में खिदमत में पेश किए. Then my father bought 50 horses and gave 50 riders to the government, and he served the government in this way. और फिर एक दफा 14 सवार से खिदमत गुजारी की, and then again he sent 14 other cavaliers or riders to support the government during the War of Independence in 1857 when the Indians are fighting the British colonial rule. और इन्हें इसकी वजह से वो इस गवर्नमेंट में हर दिल अजीज हो गए, and because of this my father became a favorite of the government. Which government? The colonial British government in India. चुनाचे जनाब गवर्नर जनरल के दरबार में इज्जत के साथ इनको कुर्सी मिलती थी. Therefore, in the darbar or in the court of the Governor General of India, my father would get a specific chair for him to, basically he was honored in the darbar, in the court of Governor General. और हर यक दर्जा के हुकाम अंग्रेजी बड़ी इज्जत और दिलजोई से पेश आते थे, and all the English rulers or officials would treat him very kindly. इन्होंने मेरे भाई को सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट की खिदमत गुजारी के लिए बाज़ लड़ाइयों में भेजा. My father sent my brother to serve the government. He sent my brother to fight in many of these battles. और हर एक बाब में गवर्नमेंट की खुशनुदी हासिल की, and he appeased the government in every single available opportunity. और अपनी तमाम उम्र नेक नामी के साथ बसर करके इस नापायदार दुनिया से गुजर गया, and he spent all his life favorably or in a good way, and he passed away from this world. इसके इस आजिज का बड़ा भाई मिर्जा गुलाम कादिर जिस कदर मुद्दत तक जिंदा रहा, उसने भी अपने वालिद मरहूम कदम पर कदम मारा. So even the brother of myself, Mirza Ghulam Qadir, served this government so long as he lived. और गवर्नमेंट की मुखलिसाना खिदमत में बदिलो जान मसरूफ रहा, and he remained active in the service of this government as a sincere servant. इस मुसाफिर खाना से गुजर गया. मैं उम्मीद रखता हूं कि अब भी बहुत से हुकाम अंग्रेज बकायदे हयात होंगे. इन्होंने मेरे वालिद साहब को देखा, and I am hopeful that many British officers are still alive who might have seen my father, and they might have seen his sincere services. Okay, this is what Mirza said about the services of his father and his brother in particular for the British colonial government at a time when Indians were fighting for freedom against a foreign occupier who was very oppressive. And I'm not saying this, by the way. Am I making this up? And I'm a historian, by the way.
This is a matter of historical fact. I mean, there is no question here. No question.
Absolutely. It's such a fact that no historian has the guts or the courage to deny these things, that the British colonial rule in India across the board was racist, xenophobic, discriminatory, unjust, tyrannical, oppressive, and genocidal. Yes. No historian in the world, mark my words, these terms I just used, every single one of them can be qualified with thorough, solid evidence. Okay.
If I could make one quote here very quickly. Yeah. So on this point, yeah. So during this time, there was a general by the name of John Nicholson, yes. John Nicholson. This individual was one of the most evil, tyrannical individuals that is even recorded within the own army history. You can go look this up.
Yeah.
This individual was known for the kinds of evil, people would die on his whim. Yes. Without any kind of trial or so on. Exactly. Now, this individual issued a certificate to Mirza Ghulam Qadir, in which he certified exactly what brother Adnan just said, that in 1857, this Qadian family of Gurdaspur district had been the most loyal and the most obedient to the British government. Now, this was again quoted in Sirat Masih Marood, page 4, by Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud. So they are proud of this fact. Now listen to this. You know, when you have a history like this of an individual that is known for killing your fellow countrymen, who then gives one of you a certificate for being involved in this, this is the sort of thing that you say, look, it's shameful. We don't want to be part of this. No, they actually write this into their own history, and they actually celebrate this. So this is not. So we are not citing an individual situation in history. We're citing something that is celebrated within the cult that is now Qadianism.
Absolutely. And John Nicholson, Major John Nicholson, later on Major General John Nicholson, who died during the Battle of Delhi in 1857. He died during this.
34 years old, I think. He was a very young man, but he committed enormous atrocities in that short life.
Exactly. Absolutely. This was a very sadistic man. He used to take pleasure in the suffering of Indians who had been fighting the colonial government. And he was hailed as a hero in Britain at the time, of course, due to the propaganda. But academics are beyond propaganda. Those academics who have studied him, they do acknowledge that he was some kind of sadistic psychopath who took pleasure in causing suffering to Indians at the time. And he was extremely racist as well. He was very racist. There's evidence to suggest that he was also racist. Although there are some unfortunate apologists for colonialism who are not taken seriously by any academics or any scholars of repute. They try to paint him as some kind of pragmatic fighter in India who had to do things according to circumstances. But again, Britain was an occupying power in India that had no right to rule India, and it was ruling India against the will of the people. And to support an oppressive power like that, to say the least, is treachery. Absolutely. These are traitors. These are traitors, let alone a family of prophets and prophethood. So we want to quickly open the floor to Qadiani missionaries, if they want to come in, or anyone else for that matter who wants to discuss this topic. We have established our case. We have given our sources. We're not making this up. This is very, very clear that Mirza even made it part of his religion to serve the British colonial rule in India. And we have explained what this colonial rule is. That's John Nicholson, of course. Yes. So Mirza stated.
That's his letter of recommendation from him to the Mirza's family.
So Mirza stated in his book Ruhani Khazain, volume 6, page 380. He states that, so मेरा मजहब जिसको मैं बार बार जाहिर करता हूं यही है कि इस्लाम के दो हिस्से हैं. So my religion, which I express repeatedly again and again, has two parts. एक ये कि खुदा ताला की इताअत करें, one, that we obey God Almighty. दूसरे, इस सल्तनत की जिसने अमन कायम किया हो. This empire, second is to serve this empire that has established peace. जिसने जालिमों के हाथ से अपने साया में हमें पनाह दी हो. So वो सल्तनत हुकूमत बरतानिया है. The government that has freed us from the oppression, and that government is Britain. So Mirza basically is not only a servant of the colonial rule of India, he is also a propagandist for them. He's brainwashing his followers, telling them that this is a government that's not only not oppressive, but it's a savior against oppression. So it's like Musa alayhi salam going to Banu Israel, telling them that Pharaoh is not your oppressor, rather he is protecting you. While, and you know, when is this being written? When Mirza is writing this? Mirza is writing this when British government, the colonial government in India, is killing 100 million people. 100 million people. And I'm sure Mirza wasn't himself aware of this. He wasn't even aware of the extent of these atrocities. So Mirza is saying, my religion has two parts. My religion has two parts. One is to obey God, Allah, and the second is to obey the British colonial government. How does that make sense? What kind of a prophet is this? So I call him the colonial prophet. I don't call him a prophet of God. He was a prophet of colonialism. He was a colonial prophet. And there is evidence to suggest that he was actually planted. He himself acknowledges that we have been planted by you, the government. I want to read this very quickly. His own quote, so that people don't think I'm making this up. Ruhani Khazain, the collection of Mirza's writing. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Rouhani Khazain, volume 13, page 350. Note the reference. Rouhani Khazain, volume 13, page 350. Mirza writes.
Brother Adnan, we lost you.
It's okay. It's the network, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's
Right.
So while it's coming back, so we will be opening up the lines shortly, inshallah. We will be asking, obviously, again, Brother Hashim, do you want to say who will be given priority, who will be joining?
Yeah. In the meantime, we just want to remind the people to make dua for the people in Palestine, particularly the people in Gaza. They're going through a hard time now, so please remember them all in your duas. It's an extremely testing time for them and all the Muslim women as well.
Absolutely. Imagine someone comes from Gaza and says, I'm a prophet of God, and please, the state of Israel, what it's doing is a blessing of God. Imagine someone said that. Okay, this is exactly what Mirza was doing in the 19th century and early 20th century with the Indians. He was supposed to be a prophet for the Indians as well as for the world, right? He came as a prophet specifically for the Indians as well, because he claimed to be an avatar of Christian. Okay, he said, I am an avatar. I am basically like a re-emergence, right, of Christian. Christian has re-emerged, has manifested in my form. I am also Christian. He not only claimed to be Jesus, not only claimed to be Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he claimed to be Christian also for the Indians. And this is the Christian the Indians were supposed to receive, who came to serve the British colonial rule. Okay, so Mirza writes in Rouhani Khazain, volume 13, page 350. He writes that सिर्फ ये इल्तमास है कि सरकार दौलत मदार ऐसे खानदान की निस्बत जिसको 50 बरस की मुतवातिर तजर्बा से एक वफादार जानिसार खानदान साबित कर चुकी है, that this family of mine has served the government for 50 years, okay, diligently, और जिसकी निस्बत गवर्नमेंट आलिया के मुअज़्ज़िज़ हुकाम ने हमेशा मुस्तहकम राय से अपनी चिट्ठियात में ये गवाही दी है. And about this family, the government has repeatedly testified to this effect in their dispatches. कि वो कदीम से सरकार अंग्रेजी के पक्के खैरख्वाह और खिदमत गुजार हैं. That this family is from the old days, is a well-wisher of the British colonial government and their sincere servants. इस खुद काश्ता पौधे की निस्बत नहायत हज़म और एहतियात और तहकीक और तवज्जो से काम ले. So he's advising the government that this self-planted seed, this, mark the words, note the words Mirza himself is writing in his own books. He's saying that this plant has been planted by the British colonial government. What plant is he talking about, guys? What plant? He's talking about his family. He's talking about his own family that has been serving the British colonial rule for the last 50 years. So he's saying, इस खुद काश्ता पौधे की निस्बत नहायत हज़म और एहतियात और तहकीक और तवज्जो से काम ले. In other words, this plant, the family of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, his father, himself, and later on his children, have been planted by the British colonial government. और अपने महतहत हुकाम को इशारा फरमाए कि वो भी इस खानदान की साबित शुदा वफादारी और इखलास का लिहाज रख के मुझ पर और मेरी जमात पर एक खास इनायत और मेहरबानी की नजर देखें. So because this plant has been planted by the British colonial rule, you must look upon me, my family, and my followers favorably. This is exactly what he's saying to the British colonial government. And when is he doing this? Again, to repeat the point, when the worst atrocities in the history of not only India, in the history of the world are being committed. Okay? Hitler is evil. Hitler is bad. Hitler is one of the worst dictators and tyrants in human history, who killed 6 million Jewish people. Correct, guys? Yes?
Yes.
But what about this colonial rule that killed 100 million people within 40 years, from 1880 to 1920? Anyone who sided with Hitler today is seen as what?
Nazi sympathizer.
As a sympathizer, as a collaborator, as a supporter of injustice, as a supporter of genocide, as a supporter or sympathizer of the Holocaust and all those things, right? And such people wouldn't see the light of day, right? In any decent setting in the world today, if you were to find out someone is a Nazi sympathizer, you would not allow them to come and lecture in a university or.
Well, they are still being done for war crimes. I mean, they're still being taken to court for war crimes. So to this day.
So Mirza, why was Mirza different? Why was Mirza different? He was praising an oppressive, tyrannical power in India. So guys, let's open the floor, inshallah. Let's these missionaries come in and let's see what they have to say. This was an extensive introduction to this topic because we had to contextualize the history. Now that we have done so, hopefully, and we have given our sources, bring it on. Let's open the floor, inshallah, and see what we have. What waffling comes through. Let's see. Okay. Great.
So we have put the link out. It's already pinned. As usual, we want the Ahmadis to come forward first, and then we'll invite the Muslims. So the Muslims, please do not join yet until we invite you, inshallah.
So let's just clarify the question. So let me just summarize what So what we said is prophets historically have been known to be chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at times of oppressive regimes to take people out of oppression and to free them with the light of Islam. This has been the sunnah of Allah. The question we have is, if this individual claims to be a prophet, then he has done absolutely the opposite. He actually sided with the oppressing force. He killed the very people that were under oppression and then proceeded to celebrate this by actually becoming quite wealthy from the very state that was carrying out the oppression. So the question we have is just that alone, that evidence alone is enough to disqualify this individual, not just as a prophet, but as a decent human being. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, forget prophet, as a decent human being, he's already disqualified. End of story. And all these facts that Brother Adnan has mentioned are not facts that we are making up. This is colonial Western history that can be found in any major library anywhere in the Western world. So you go read those books, they're there. This is a matter of historical fact. So the question is how can this be the individual that you appeal to as your spiritual leader, as your spiritual guide to the hereafter? Because this is exactly what you're saying. We don't see any evidence for that. So this is the question.
I just want to say assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to Dr. Izhar Khan.
Okay.
I think Dr. Saab wanted to add something to Adnan's.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Khan. Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam, and thank you very much for. I just wanted to make, and firstly, Adnan, that was a fantastic summary. You've covered so many things in such a short time. I've got 2 points to make. One is that in the general commentary, I don't see many Ahmadis today, and I can see why. This issue was one of the main reasons why I and at least one other member of our family left this Jamaat. But I think one of the things, and
Dr. Khan, you're breaking up. We've lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We can hear you now. Yes, you're back. Yeah. Please repeat the last 10 seconds please repeat it.
Yeah. So one of the things that I think Adnan Bhai might not have covered is that Mirza Sahab, in one of his Majmua Ishtiharat, or announcements, a collection of announcements, clearly states and volunteers to spy for the British on Jummah.
Yes.
Jummeh ke din ta'til hoti hai, aur usme jo main, in Urdu, basically I'll translate the gist of it, is that for the attention of the government, we are willing to give you the names of those Muslims who want to agitate against British rule. And he doesn't not just do that. These are the days before the computer. On the next page, he puts in a chart, like a spreadsheet, name, address, what the activities were. This guy, Mirza Sahab, was actively involved in sabotaging all the movements, freedom movement And one last thing I would say, because I have to leave, I will join later, inshallah, was that the myth of the two people who were killed in Afghanistan, it was primarily because these two people were telling the Emir of Afghanistan, his name was Abdul Latif, I think, who are touted as great martyrs of Ahmadiyyah. They said to the Emir that they should not fight the British. Remember that there were a number of Anglo-Afghan wars in which almost always Afghanistan, mashallah, is one country which can be invaded but not occupied. In the end, all the occupiers of Afghanistan, alhamdulillah, have had to run with their tails between their legs. And we've seen that only last year. And you mentioned Dalrymple's podcast, Empire, is worth listening to, and
Absolutely.
currently he's doing the Russians. So in summary, I have zero doubt that Mirza Sahib volunteered definitely to spy for the British. Is documented. And the very last thing is that the first original bayt that he took, and very few Ahmadi friends know that, the fourth condition was loyalty to the British. And I think I will rest my case there and invite my Ahmadi friends and brothers and sisters to kindly reflect on what Adnan Bhai has told you, and to consider whether this man, who was clearly in the hands of the British, was worthy of the claims that he made. Thank you very much. Jazakallah.
Barakallah feek. Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan. Allah bless you. Thank you so much for the additions.
And
Wa
please
alaikum
pray
salam.
for the Palestinian brothers. They have broken the myth of invincibility of Israel. They will pay with their lives. They will sacrifice with their lives, our Gazan brothers and sisters. But they have broken the myth of invincibility of Israel, and that hurts more than anything else to the Zionists.
We pray that Allah save lives. We don't want any innocent people to die. And we really pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala finds a resolution to this problem and helps the brothers and sisters in Palestine. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect our brothers and sisters. Jazakallah khairan. Yes. Thank you so much. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And this was absolutely very important. What Dr. Izhar mentioned, of course, I've got all the evidence in front of me, whereby Mirza said the initial oath or pledge of allegiance with Mirza contained, the fourth article was basically to pledge your allegiance to the British colonial government. So it is part of the religion. He made it part of the religion to side with
it
the
is
oppressor.
A point of Aqidah. They made it a point of Aqidah.
Exactly. You know, so it's like saying your Shahada or giving the pledge of allegiance to the Prophet ﷺ. What was the pledge of allegiance for the Prophet ﷺ? It's in Bukhari, Sahih Bukhari. When people came to the Prophet ﷺ, what did he make them say? What are they pledging allegiance with or to? Okay, Allah tushrik billahi shayya. Okay, that you will not worship anyone other than Allah. Wala taznu, that you will not commit adultery. Wala tasriku. Okay, you will not steal. Okay, wala taqtulu awladakum, you will not kill your children. Okay, and you will not accuse a chaste person of unchastity. These are the noble teachings of the Prophet ﷺ that they were taking pledge. Mirza Sahib, he takes a pledge on what? Among other things, that you will be loyal to your oppressor. You will serve your tyrannical, genocidal oppressor. How does that make sense? The Ahmadi community, we are asking you, how is that even possible that even like a decent human being wouldn't do this, let alone a prophet appointed by God? Guys, wake up. Wake up. Time to wake up. Where are all the missionaries today? For some reason, they have boycotted this stream as well. Okay? And they know which stream to boycott and which stream to join. Okay? Where they think the discussion is going to prolong, we're going to be waffling and waffling and waffling, and we will have things to say, they will join the stream. And where they think that they have no defense, they have no response, they will disappear. Where are they today? Any sign of them? Any of the missionaries? They've completely disappeared. Huh? Hashim bhai?
No, they are here. They are here.
Okay, let's let them in then. Alhamdulillah.
Just while you let them in, so one quote that comes to mind that I remember reading, and I don't remember where I read this, but he says, in Mirza Ghulam's own words, he said something along the lines of, my greatest contribution to the British government was that I published, 50,000 books and pamphlets, that essentially in favor of the British government, saying they were a benefactor for the Muslims,
in service,
not a detriment, right?
Yeah.
And look, so this is how brazen this traitor was. While your fellow brothers and sisters are starving, are dying in the streets, so let me tell you what was happening. So the consequence of this was that the British, and again, this is some history that I'm familiar with, because the British laid down railway lines. They laid down railway lines just before partition, and they used those railway lines to pillage India. Now, post-partition, what happened is they left in such a rush that on people that were arriving, loaded trains from both sides, the Sikhs, the Hindus, the Muslims who were going to either Pakistan or Bangladesh, and then India in the middle, of course, these trains were ransacked and everybody on board killed. And during this time, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was eating well, or his family was eating well and living the high life while people were being murdered on the streets. So I am asking you, my own family was involved in some of this. My own family fell to some, they were killed as part of this process. I'm one of those families that was impacted by this. I'm asking, how could somebody, just a normal human being even, sit by and eat well at the table of the oppressor while your fellow brothers and sisters are being killed and murdered on the streets? What sort of human being does that?
Absolutely.
Get the first Ahmadiyyan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wassalamu ala man ittaba al-huda. Ahmad, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. How are you? How was your Umrah?
Alhamdulillah.
How did you feel? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
There's
no experience like it.
No doubt.
May Allah accept your Umrah, Adnan.
Ameen. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you so much.
I was there in June as well, alhamdulillah.
Okay.
So, yes, alhamdulillah.
Are you guys allowed to go?
Yes, we're allowed to go. Yes, from the UK.
Well,
alhamdulillah.
and on the British passport, they won't write the religion, would they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No
problem.
Okay. So, first of all, let's not make claims of no one's here, this and that, big things. You are a historian, you're a scholar, you claim to be. I want you to educate us today, because we come on the streams and we, answer your questions and all of these things. You call it waffling. I have a simple question. And that question is, can you tell the listeners actually, whether India at the time of the promised Messiah, والسلام, Darul Islam, or was it Darul Kufr? Was it? I'm making this very clear. Let me repeat again. Was at the time of the promised Messiah, والسلام, when he appeared, was India Darul Islam or was it Darul Kufr? This is my first question to you. And then
actually, the question is Darul Harb. Okay, the official statement is Darul Harb, not Darul Harb. Okay, be careful with your terminology, please. Thank you.
Yes, Darul Harb. Yes.
Darul Harb. Right.
It was Darul Harb according to Shah Abdul Aziz. Shah Abdul Aziz was the greatest authority in the Indian subcontinent when it comes to Islamic scholarship. He was respected by all denominations of Islam in India, including the Shia. So he was asked this question specifically, and in his fatwa, he gave a fatwa, and no one else's opinion matters after he has given a fatwa on a political matter in India. And he openly declared that after the British colonial or the East India Company defeated the Marathas in the Battle of Aligarh in 1803, after that battle, the British took Delhi, the city of Delhi. Then Shah Abdul Aziz declared that India is now officially Darul Harb. Now that's the answer to your question. Your direct question, direct answer. No
thank you.
No going around.
Second question.
But I have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up
so,
question.
Ahmed, was there a reason for you asking that question?
Yeah, he's coming to that.
We know where it's going. Just a second. I know where it's going.
I
want to know from him.
You've spoken for an hour and 4 minutes. Just relax. Let me tell you why I asked that question, because it's very simple and it's very open. Because that question now leads to anyone who then called it Darul Islam.
Let us explain what it means, by the way. The audience doesn't know what Darul Harb is. Darul Harb is an abode of war. a hostile territory. This is what it means in Islamic terms. What is Darul Harb? A hostile territory, a territory occupied by the enemy. This is what it's called. So it India means, for example, for Ukrainians, Russians, the territory Russians have occupied from Ukraine is to Ukrainians Darul Harb. It's an abode of war. Okay, the war is going on there. They have to liberate that territory. This is what it means. So Darul Harb means the territory that needs to be liberated from the enemy.
So that means jihad is incumbent upon Muslims when it's Darul Harb. Is that true?
That's a very different question. That's a very different question. And by the way, we are not addressing that question at this point. You want to address jihad in India and the history of the jihad movement in India? Very good, beautiful, great question. We can address that. Today the topic is, there are two issues at hand. Number one issue is the British colonial rule in India. Oppressive, racist, genocidal, xenophobic, unjust, or just, merciful, and beneficial. There are two options we have. All academics, I'm saying all means all, without exceptions, are for the opinion expressed in the first part, the former. They agree with the former, that they are genocidal, oppressive.
I've heard you for an hour. Okay, I've heard you. Understand it. So can I reply now? And
now, that's the first question. Do you agree with that?
Not being interrupted. I want to reply now. Director, now.
Okay, let's you have 1 minute. We'll do 1 minute, 1 minute.
Let's do 2 minutes. It's easier. 2 minutes is easier.
Okay, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Let's just put it. So when we're talking about the context of India in the time that the Promised Messiah ﷺ came, Adnan Sahib has just said that it was Darul Harb, and he's mentioned one scholar who's called it that Darul Harb. Now I'm going to bring him fatwas from Makkah.
You're changing the topic now.
I'm not.
Let me talk. I said we are not discussing.
We're not discussing jihad. We're not discussing jihad
India,
today.
Islamically speaking, we are discussing basic facts. Academic. Let's go to academics. Let's go and ask them if the British colonial rule in India. Let's discuss that topic directly.
I want to discuss people that lived in that time in India.
We can.
They understood the context in which they lived better than you and I. So calm down and let me take my 2 minutes, and then you can say this is a false analogy. You can say this is false equivalence. You can say whatever you want. But let me make my points what I'm trying to make.
What's going to happen? Don't interrupt. I'll explain why this is not a good idea. I'll tell you why. Because you're going to raise multiple irrelevant points, and then what's going to happen is if we don't address those points, then we look like as if we are avoiding the topic, which we are not. What we want to stick to is the record, of colonial rule in India according to academics, according to all scholars who have dealt with the colonial rule in India. No one else's opinion matters. When you want heart surgery, you go to heart surgeons. When you want kidney
let us speak, man. You've given a lecture for an hour and a half.
Ahmed, 1 minute. Look, I don't mind you coming on, but don't tell us we waffled for an hour. It's our program. We set the stage for an hour. We didn't waffle for an hour. So let's be clear on facts.
When you take the guests and let them speak, that's what I'm saying. When you take the guests, let them speak. Don't interrupt every 30 seconds.
Listen to me.
Yeah, go on.
If you don't listen to me, I'm going to eject you from the program. I have no allegiance to keep you on here.
We don't want to do that.
So listen to me.
No problem.
I don't want to do that. So here's the thing.
No problem for me.
This program today has very, very clear borderlines, and the borderlines are colonialism and Ghulam Mirza Ahmad. So the question is, my question is, do you disagree with any of the historical facts that we've stated in the first hour of the program? Any of the historical facts that we've stated? Do you disagree?
Now give me my 2 minutes and go on a mute. Don't disturb.
Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me. You tell me what to do. I'm going to kick you. Don't tell me what to do.
Is that your akhlaq? Come on, man.
No, listen. Don't tell me what to do.
I'm saying if you're asking me a question, bro, I'm not here for a quiz, bro. Yes or no? I'm not here for a quiz.
It is a Q&A. It's a Q&A, Ahmad, in case you didn't realize. It's not a debate.
Brother Hashim, we usually
I'm not debating.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I know, but it's not a debate. It's a Q&A. So look, Ahmad, it's a very simple scenario, which Adnan already mentioned. in the
Okay.
Quran, you know, did Allah tell you to support the oppressors or to resist the oppressors?
I'm going to answer all of this. I'm going to
That's
address
a
Musa
simple
No,
alayhi
just
question.
answer
salam.
the simple question
Bro-
before you
gonna
get
address
into
Isa
it.
alayhi
Yeah,
salam.
brother Hashim, Quran.
Because they always say they go according to the Quran and Sunnah.
I'll tell you what
So
Quran
it's a
says.
very
Yeah.
simple question. In
I'll
the
give you an answer.
Quran, Allah did not say at any point to support any oppressors. Okay?
Allah,
Like the way
Allah,
Mirza did in
Okay,
the
let me tell
case
you.
of the colonial Raj, you know, the British Raj.
Allah the
He
Almighty,
clearly
I'll answer.
mentioned, and he
I'll
got
answer.
recommendations by them.
Allah
Okay?
the Almighty did not also say in the Quran to do bagawat against the ruler. Now, the example that this guy gave,
Which
Adnan
ruler?
Sahib, about Musa
Which
alayhi
ruler?
salatu wasalam.
Are you talking about a Muslim ruler or a non-Muslim ruler?
Okay, so are you saying that for a Muslim ruler, there's one
Come
rule, for
on,
a
man. You
non-Muslim
guys,
one rule?
you guys think we were born yesterday?
No, the point is, you
No
asked a
one,
question,
look,
let me
no
reply.
one in their right mind, even from the
wait.
non-Muslims, would tell you to go and support
Hashim
the
bhai,
oppressor
wait.
unless
Let
they
me
were
answer the
passive.
question. You've asked a
Hashim bhai,
question.
wait.
Let me
Step
answer
by
the
step.
question.
Wait, Ahmad, step by step. Okay, let's keep it calm and decent and
Yeah.
make it a conversation so people can enjoy and learn from
Yes,
our conversation.
Yes,
No,
go on.
I'm really sick of these hostile exchanges and people being thrown out. So try to cooperate with us. What are we discussing here? We're not discussing. Hashim bhai
And
mentioned
please,
something, and
no condescending remarks, because that really doesn't help the situation.
It doesn't help. I mean, we are all educated people.
I haven't made any
Ahmad,
remark. Let's be very clear. I haven't made
Well,
any remark.
you told him to
Ahmad,
put you mute, you know, like you wasted. Sorry, you were on about 1 hour. All those things are
That's not
condescending.
condescending.
In case
All
you
I
don't
said, you
realize.
spoke for an hour and a half or hour 11
Yeah,
minutes.
we have the right to
You-
speak for an hour and a
I
half. That's how
know,
we planned it.
I know, but now you've taken a guest in, then let him answer the question. That's the point.
Yeah, but the guest has to be decent enough to answer our questions. What is the question? The question is a very direct question. We're not discussing Quran's perspective on rebellions. We're not discussing. We're not even discussing rebellion. We're not even.
Why did you mention it?
Wait.
In your muqaddimah, why did you mention Musa alayhi salam, Isa alayhi salam? You went from here to there. Don't establish a principle and usul which you can't stand on. When we come to reply, you want to run away now.
No,
so when you mention Musa alayhi salam and you mention Isa alayhi salatu wassalam and other prophets of God, then you have to stick by it. Don't tell us when we come that you can't address that. That's the point I'm making.
Let me explain. There are two issues. One is rebelling against an oppressive power. The other is supporting the oppressive power. There are two issues, okay? Keep in mind, be very clear on our question. One is rebelling against an oppressive power. There is no dispute between us, I'm assuming this, that the British colonial rule was oppressive, tyrannical, genocidal, racist, xenophobic, and unjust. I'm choosing my terms very carefully, Brother Ahmad. Try to understand where I'm coming from. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm choosing my terms very, very carefully in a calculated way. I am an academic. Okay, I know how academics work. Okay, I'm a published academic, alhamdulillah. And I'm not saying this to boast. I'm not saying this to boast. I'm only saying this for you to understand that I understand how academics work and how they write. Okay, so I'm using these terms very carefully. Okay, now these terms have been used by academics, historians who have studied the British colonial rule in India specifically. Okay, and they are the ones who've used these terms, including people like William Dalrymple, who himself is British. Okay, now
Man, I've heard you for an hour, bro. I know what you're saying. Now let me speak, bro.
Yes,
you talk too much.
Ahmad,
let other people speak. And I understand your culture. Completely understand it.
I'm finishing right now.
Yeah, please.
So it is clear that the British colonial rule was oppressive. Number one, that's clear. There's no dispute there. Okay, there's no dispute. Now, 2 points that we want to address, or you want to address.
Yeah.
Rebelling against such an oppressive power, okay, and supporting it logistically and otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, through propaganda, through writings, and being a well-wisher or being a servant of such an enterprise. Okay, we're not discussing the first. We're not discussing rebellion at the moment. We are discussing supporting, being a supporter of such a power that's racist, xenophobic, oppressive, tyrannical, genocidal. You write books to support such an enterprise or such an endeavor, and not only that, you physically, logistically support them. This is the point we are addressing. Now, Mirza Sahib and his family have been guilty of the latter, not the former. We're not discussing the former. So please come to the latter. Address the point directly. Why was Mirza Sahib supporting an oppressive, tyrannical, racist, genocidal, xenophobic, psychopathic colonial enterprise in India? This is my direct question. Let's talk about that.
Good. The Promised Messiah ﷺ did not support in a sense that you're implying. What the Promised Messiah ﷺ wrote in his books is very clear. He addressed the British and praised only the freedom of conscience and freedom of religion that they provided after the Sikh rule. This is a big, your intellectual dishonesty as an academic that you say, that you take out the entire Sikh rule when the mosques, Badshahi Masjid were turned into a stable and all of these mosques, what was happening to that? A person who called out the Adhan was killed for calling out the Adhan. So when the Promised Messiah ﷺ is praising, he's only praising that element of freedom of religion. You have to be very clear. Now, the second point is when you praise one element of a person, let's say I say Adnan looks very good today, or one element of that, don't mean I agree with everything else that the person has done. Let's be very clear on that. The Promised Messiah ﷺ was a religious ruler. Now, in his time, you're not living in his time. You're coming 120 or 30 odd years later, and you're analyzing what's been done after. Now, all of these people that lived at the time, from the Ahl Hadith, from the Deobandis, from the Barelvis, from Makkah, I've got the Fatawa from Makkah right here, okay? From the Maliki, from the Shafi'i, from also the Hanafi, right? The Hanafi Muftis of Makkah, who said exactly against what you said, that India was not Darul Harb, it was Darul Islam. And why they said that is they said as long as even some of the
you're changing the topic again.
Let me finish.
We're not discussing that point.
Okay, let me just finish this, and then you can say it's irrelevant. As long as even some of the peculiar observances of Islam prevail in it, it is Darul Islam. So it goes directly against what you said. That one scholar said this.
Your 2 minutes are up.
I didn't say anything about it.
You did.
No, you asked me a question.
Yeah, and you answered it.
Yeah. I answered it, and I told you that's not the question we're addressing. We're not discussing the question of the status of India in light of Islamic scholarly writings in the 19th century. We're not discussing that point. That's a very huge topic. Wait. That's a very big topic, Ahmad. We're not addressing that point.
Why
Ahmad,
not? Why not? That's part of history. That's like leaving an element of history, which makes no sense.
I'll tell you why.
Not talking about the Sikh rule is an intellectual dishonesty.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go on.
None of the Muslim scholars, and this is the important part, none of the Muslim scholars alive in India during the colonial rule were fully aware of the true extent of the atrocities of the British. I will repeat this. And please listen very carefully again if you didn't hear it the first time. None of the Muslim scholars, I'm making this very bold claim, none of the Muslim scholars alive in India in the 19th century during the British colonial rule knew the true extent of the British atrocities. These atrocities only came to light later on after the independence of India from Britain or British rule, and scholars went into archives, they studied the records of deaths and policies and taxation, or policies on taxation, and they realized that within those 40 years, when Mirza himself was active, okay, or let's say 3 decades, 30 years, 100 million people died as a result of British colonial policies in India. No one can deny this. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Okay. So your attempt to use Muslim scholars to debunk what I'm claiming here is completely irrelevant, completely misplaced, and those Muslim scholars cannot be used to debunk what academics are writing based on historic evidence, archives that were completely not available to Muslim scholars of India. So wait, before you
understand.
Wait, let me finish.
I've understood.
The Mufti of Makkah had no clue what the hell the British colonial rule was doing in India. Number one.
Why was he giving a fatwa then?
Wait. Because he was giving fatwa. Okay, you know what fatwa is?
I know.
You give fatwa according to your knowledge. Okay.
Yeah.
You give fatwa according to your knowledge, and fatwa can be wrong. It can be false. It
So
can
he misguided.
Be
he misguided. He misguided the people in Makkah.
And when we find evidence,
and also in the Muslim world,
when we find evidence to the contrary, the fatwa can be thrown on the wall. And this is exactly how we are free as Muslims. Okay, we're not bound by any fatwa. We don't worship fatwas or muftis. Okay, you have a very different situation. Okay, I'll tell you why. None of these muftis, Nawab Sadiq Hasan Khan, Muhammad Hussain Batalawi, Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlawi, and the list goes on and on and on, Shah Ismail Shaheed, and Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, and Shah Abdul Aziz, and Shah Waliullah, none of these people received revelation from Allah. They were not prophets. They can be all wrong. They can be all wrong on a given
can be
matter.
Or they were.
Wait,
Can be or they were. Be careful with your words.
Okay.
They were all
wrong. Those who said those, I'm saying those specifically, and they are a very small, tiny minority that you magnify, your Jamaat magnifies. They were a very small, tiny minority that your Jamaat chooses to magnify at the expense of the overwhelming majority of Muslim scholars in India who were entirely against the British colonial rule. Okay, and I will bring, fatwas upon fatwas, fatwas upon fatwas, and you will be buried under those fatwas. So don't even go into fatwas. That's why, why I don't want to go into this topic. Why? Because I know what's going to happen is we're going to go away from the main topic. Main topic is, what do those experts, those scientists, those archivists, those historians, those experts on the British colonial rule, what do they have to say? They are the ones we have to listen to.
Let me answer you directly.
Okay,
Let me answer you directly.
Yeah. So don't go into fatwas. Don't go into fatwas.
Okay. Let me respond to you.
Don't go
directly.
into those opinions. I've made it very clear
what
they are, what the value is.
Understand. So the only way that you can accuse the promised Messiah alayhi salatu wasalam of
collaboration.
Of collaboration, the word that you use,
or treachery.
No, you have to be quiet now. Be quiet now. You have to be quiet because
I mean because
then all of these guys are treacherous. All of the Ahl Hadith, all of the movement, they're treacherous. That's what you said.
Okay.
They were all
show me one of them. Okay. Show me one of them. Me one of them who wrote as a prophet, who wrote that part of my religion. Part of my religion is to serve this government. Number one. Okay. Look, it is one thing coming from a fallible scholar who doesn't have ilmul ghaib, who doesn't have wahi. That's one thing. But information coming from a prophet, which is coming from Allah. Religion comes from Allah. Allah is now telling Mirza to make it part of his religion to what? To serve the colonial government. Serve, khidmat. The word Mirza uses himself, khidmat. Khidmat or khidma in Arabic means service. You're a servant.
I'm answering.
So wait. If Allah is revealing to Mirza to serve the British colonial rule in India, okay, is this a true prophet of Allah?
Yes, he's a true prophet of Allah because he is going exactly in line with what the Quran and Hadith say with regards to it.
Okay. This is Mirza's revelation.
I'm telling you.
Quran.
Okay, let's establish.
Quran doesn't talk about the British.
Okay, you've spoken enough. I know it doesn't. It gives you a general concept of ulul amr. Okay, now be quiet.
We have Mirza speaking from revelation, right or wrong?
Okay. So are you saying to be part of a non-Muslim? Be careful what I'm asking you. Are you saying being part of a non-Muslim government and to do their khidmat in any way whatsoever is un-Islamic?
A prophet of Allah receiving...
Answer the question.
I'm answering the question. A prophet of Allah receiving revelation from Allah, making it religion to serve a racist, tyrannical, oppressive, xenophobic, genocidal, psychopathic government is not a prophet of Allah.
Okay.
A prophet of Allah who speaks from revelation, telling his followers, making it a point of religion, a tenet of religion, okay, that you have to serve this tyrannical, oppressive power, okay, as your religion, as part of your religion. It's like Pharaoh telling the Banu Israel, you must serve the establishment of Pharaoh. You must serve, otherwise you're not true Muslims. No, because Pharaoh did not allow them to worship and pray and also
worship their Lord and follow their religion. There's a categorical difference.
The British did not.
So this is what I wanted to ask you. Can you find? So are you saying there, historically and academically, you're trying to establish that the British did not allow religious freedom to the Sikhs, to the Muslims, to the Arya Samaj, to the Christians, to all of those people that were living at the time in India? You're saying that it did not allow them religious freedom. Are you saying that?
Good question. I am saying the British did not even let people live to have the freedom. This is what I'm saying. Listen. What am I saying? 100 million people killed from 1880 to 1920. Okay. 100 million people killed from 1880 to 1920. What the hell does freedom mean to them?
Killed or died? There's a difference.
Killed.
There could be policies. Okay. Listen.
Hashim,
I'm not.
Hashim,
listen.
wait,
let me explain.
No.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay,
there could be forced policies by governments, right? There could be forced policies by government.
Do you know what 100 million means?
Let me explain. Yes, this is not to justify what the British did or what not did.
Sounds like you're justifying it.
I'm only here now. You listen to what I'm saying, please, completely. I'm only here to defend what you're saying against the Prophet Muhammad. When the Prophet Muhammad in his books have written about the British and support and supporting them and not rising and not rising them. Yes, service is. I'll tell you what service is to be obedient to that, and that's exactly what the Ahl Hadith and all of them did. Now the hypocrisy here is...
No, don't say that.
I'll tell you what the hypocrisy here is. Let me complete.
Okay, let's say all the Deobandis and Ahl Hadiths become servants of the British colonial rule. Does that make them right? Absolutely not. We will tell you categorically, there were a bunch of collaborators, there were a bunch of munafiqs, there were a bunch of traitors.
According to them, you were dal. According to them, you were misguided.
Let me explain.
And you were the beast. According to Muhammad Hussain Batalvi, who you love to quote, according to Muhammad Hussain Batalvi,
I don't love to quote him. I've never quoted
your elders, he says, were beasts who didn't have an iota of idea what Islam is.
Who first of all...
So I know where it hurts. I know why you... Okay, now tell me this. Why is it the case?
Bring up the article again, please.
Why is it the case? In the Homeward Mill of 1907, I'm going to read something out to you. A great meeting of educated Mohammedans was held, where at Lahore residence of Maulvi Muharram Ali Chishti and many others, it says, after a great deal of discussion and argument, it was unanimously agreed by all the Maulvis present that according to the Hanafi school of law, and any kind of usury was forbidden in India. Second, as this country could not be considered Darul Harb, they base its fatwa on the fact that Mohammedans enjoyed full religious liberty under the British government. And then it says, and were never forced to abstain from obeying their religious commands. Consequently, they declared India not to be Darul Harb, which was in no way inferior to Darul Islam. So you're telling me all of these scholars that lived at the time of the Prophet Islam, Nazir Dehlavi, Muhammad Hussain Batalvi, all of these scholars were wrong. And now Adnan Rashid comes 120 and 30 years later and tells us that everybody should have stood up and waged war against the Britain. So, you tell me this. Okay, let me finish. I'm quickly finishing this. You made a point. Adnan made a point.
Let him finish.
Adnan made a point. What was the reference for that quote?
Okay, yes. The Homeward Mill, October 1907. This is right here.
Homeward Mill, okay. And who wrote it? Who's the author?
Who's the author? What do you mean author? It's a newspaper.
Who wrote the article?
They're reporting back. Muslims and usury.
Yeah, but who's the reporter?
Look it up.
Who's the reporter?
Look it up. Look it up.
Is he not there?
Look it up. Put it up. No, it's not.
Because I just have one statement. So who calls Muslims Mohammedans?
Exactly.
It was a term.
Who calls Muslims?
What do you mean?
Read the article again. Read that article again. Who calls Muslims Mohammedans?
Are you saying it's a false information?
Yes.
Can you read it again, please? Just read it again.
You're saying this is a false information.
Wait.
Can you read it again, please?
Ahmad. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, it's clear. It's clear. You just read from a propaganda source. Number one, because
this is part of my research article. Go back and read my research article.
Also, not the Muslim Mohammedans.
Brother Ahmad. With due respect,
that was the language they used at the time. Muhammad. Go back and read.
It is not. No, it's not.
It was. Go back and read.
Only by Oriental. Oh, look, I've read them. Only by Orientalists and those that oppose Islam. No
Yes.
Muslim calls another Muslim a Muhammadan.
It's not going to
Never.
be Muslim reporting it. It's a homeward mail. I didn't say a Muslim
Then-
reported it. Did I say
then
that?
Why should I accept
I didn't
it?
say
Why
the
should I
Muslim
accept it?
reported it. You don't want to
Why should I
accept it.
accept it?
You
Okay.
don't accept
Why
it.
should
Okay.
I? Why
Okay,
should I
okay,
accept
okay.
it?
Wait.
Do you want to
Look,
accept
look,
the Meccan Jews? You don't want to accept them.
No. We
No, you
won't.
don't want to accept
I'll
them.
tell you
Okay.
why.
Okay.
I'll tell
You
you
don't
why.
want to accept the Ahl Hadith. You don't want to accept them.
Listen.
You don't want to accept the Barelvis, the Deobandis who lived at that
Ahmad,
time.
why
But
are
we
you
want to
so-
accept you who's sitting
why
here.
are you so agitated? Why are
I'm
you
not-
so
I'm not at all.
agitated? So calm down. Calm down. Bring up the article again,
I'll
please.
tell you why I'm agitated.
My response to all this bakwas is this. Bring up the article.
The biggest
Bring up-
bakwas is what you've done for the last 1 hour. I'll tell you why.
Look.
Because your
We're going off
scholars,
topic. We're going off topic.
Your scholars-
The topic is we're
your
going off topic.
scholars-
Hashim, put up the
Top-
article.
let me
please.
ask. We're going off topic.
Article.
We're going
your
off topic.
scholars,
Why-
Ahl
why
Hadith scholars,
Wait,
your Ahl
Ahmad,
Hadith
why are
scholars
you
were
so
reporting to the
scared of
government.
this article? Let's address
know.
the article. Let's
Address
address
it.
the article. Okay,
Yeah.
there's the article. Okay, all of those things you just read and put up, and all the fatwas and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Look at this, Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
Okay, how British colonialism killed. You said not killed. You said died. Yeah. Earlier you were saying died. I'm not writing this, by the way. Yeah. This is written by authorities, two authorities, white Western academics, not Muslims, not anti-Ahmadi activists, not mullahs or Maulvis or murabbis
I know.
or missionaries. This is written by these, I don't know what their background is, but they are clearly not Muslim, right? How British colonialism killed 100 million Indians in 40 years. When you magnify the subtitle, which is what? Can you magnify, please? Can you magnify, Hashim, the subtitle? Okay, what does it say? Between 1880 to 1920, British colonial policies in India claimed more lives than all famines in the Soviet Union, Maoist China, and North Korea combined. Okay,
Yeah.
so stop this shenanigans.
That doesn't mean.
Stop.
That
Wait,
does not mean.
Ahmad,
I tell
let me
you.
finish. Ahmad,
I
when I'm
tell you.
speaking,
I know it. I've read
these-
it. I've read this. I have read this. I've already read this.
Ahmad,
That does not mean what you're trying to imply. That does not mean that all of these 100 million people were killed for their religious, for them being a Muslim, for them being a Muslim, they were killed.
Ahmad,
That's what you're trying to imply.
Behave yourself like you do on your own streams. Behave yourself.
I
I don't know.
yeah.
For some reason, you come naked to our streams. In your streams, you are very well dressed, very well behaved.
I'm well dressed.
When you come to our streams, you bring your I don't know what happens to you guys.
Get to the point. Get to the point.
No. For some reason, something happens to you guys.
Bro,
Just
get to the
calm
point.
down.
The
Just
issue
calm
is.
down. Let's have a calm conversation. All of those Maulvis and fatwas and Maliki jurists from Makkah and from Morocco and from Bangladesh and from China, from Indonesia, wherever you quote them from, I will, in response, quote 10 times more fatwas against the British colonial rule and the fatwa of jihad and the fatwa of fighting against them and documenting their oppression where they are not allowing religious freedom. For example, I posted on Twitter the very document that put my ancestor on trial. The reason why I didn't want to mention it earlier is because you're going to start claiming that this is something personal. Okay, I don't want to mention it because it's not personal. I'm giving evidence to the points I'm making, right? My own ancestor was put on trial. Okay, his name was Sheikh Minhajuddin. By the way, my genealogy goes as follows: Adnan Rashid bin Abdul Rashid bin Ahmad bin Muhammad Idris bin Muhammad Ismail bin Minhajuddin. I am a direct descendant of this man I'm talking about. The document is in my personal library. It's in my possession. Okay, and it's like a badge of honor for me and my entire progeny. You know, for us to look up to it and be proud of our ancestors. You know why? Because they did not become collaborators. They did not become supporters or propagandists for a foreign occupying racist, oppressive, genocidal power. Rather, they chose to fight them. And you know what was the crime of my ancestor Minhajuddin? In 1859, he was put on trial by Major General Becher. You know what his crime was? His crime was he was telling the Muslims that tum sab Musliman ho, apne deen par qaim raho. This is the charge in the Urdu language in that document that I posted on Twitter. This was the religious freedom they were allowing. What was the crime? He was telling the Muslims that you are Muslims, remain steadfast upon your religion.
And
Remain steadfast.
they put him on a trial for that.
Hold on. There goes your religious freedom.
You're clearly missing something.
To hell with.
You're clearly missing something.
All those people. Okay. Let me
Ahmad, hold on. So, do you find the death of his relative funny? Is it a joke?
Not at all.
Then why are you laughing?
Not at all. Who's laughing?
You just laughed.
No one's laughing.
You did.
No one's laughing. What I'm saying here is. What I'm saying here is. What I'm saying here is. What I'm saying here is.
Okay, wait.
What I'm saying here is.
Don't stop.
You made a point.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Wait. Okay. So stop playing.
Let me speak to Adnan. Tell him to not get involved. Yeah.
Okay, please.
Let me speak to Adnan.
No, this is their stream.
No, because
my stream.
This is the stream.
It's my stream. It's my stream.
Come on, Ahmed. Okay.
It's my stream. Okay.
Okay, bring him back. Sorry.
Yeah, they keep gaslighting. Can you guys stop doing that?
Yeah.
Can we get to the crux of the matter? Can we discuss the issue?
Let's make it fruitful for the audience. Okay. Let's go straight to the point. I've already clarified. I've answered your question that all of these people, of these fringe elements, these are fringe elements. Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan, in his book, what he said and what Batalvi said. Firstly, let me explain something to you. Okay, let's be honest and direct. Batalvi has no status in the scholarly world of India. Batalvi is not a known person. He has not produced any scholarly works to my knowledge.
Delvi is.
No. Yes, absolutely. You see, Mohammad, Nazir, Sayyid Nazir Hussain al-Dehlawi, okay? Sayyid Nazir Hussain al-Dehlawi was an authority. Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan was an authority. These two people, you quoting them out of context, this is why. Look, why do I not want to indulge in this topic? You know why?
Because it goes against you.
These topics require a lot of detail. We're going to go on for 3 hours explaining the context of their lives, what they went through, and why they gave these fatwas when they did. And none of them, not one of them said to support the British in their colonialism. Wait. What they said was, both of them, both these individuals who actually matter, who had an opinion.
Who names Nawab
Siddiq Hasan Khan and Nazir Hussain Delhi. Both of these people, what did they say? They said it is not advisable to fight the British in India today, and they gave the reasons. Okay, one of the reasons both of them gave was that it causes chaos and havoc in a peaceful situation. That's what they were saying. Let
me read it out.
Wait, Ahmed, please. Okay. Now,
can we have 2 minutes each so that is easier?
Them, Ahmed, against them, there are hundreds. And I'm being safe. There may be thousands, but I'm saying hundreds. Okay, to be fair, hundreds of scholars who gave a fatwa, direct fatwa, to fight against the British colonial, racist, genocidal, psychopathic, xenophobic rule. Hundreds. And what does your Jamaat do? What does your Jamaat do? You choose two people. What did they say? Don't fight the British at this moment, at this stage, because the circumstances are not correct. But to the contrary, why do you quote these people? Let me explain why. Because be quiet.
You've spoken enough, bro.
Ahmed, you're causing this to happen. You're not being direct.
Let's do 2 minutes each then.
Wait.
Let's do 2 minutes.
The reason why you bring these people
Adnan, let's do 2 minutes each.
This is not a debate. Let me
finish.
Okay.
Let me finish
your point quickly, please.
The reason why you bring these two people up is because you have no one else. India had thousands of scholars. Hello, wakey. Thousands of scholars. Out of those thousands, what do you guys do? You choose two who said what? That don't fight the British at this stage, at this time, because we don't have the power, okay? And we will cause havoc and we will cause deaths, unnecessary deaths.
Okay.
Others, hundreds of them, Deobandi, Sufi, and Ali Hadith, all of them unanimously are giving a fatwa that we all have to resist by any means necessary to throw out the British who were oppressive, racist, genocidal. Wait, I'm not finished. Now, why do you keep bringing these two people up to save Mirza? Because what did Mirza do? Mirza not only gave the fatwa, he said support them, give them spy for them, work for them, serve them, strengthen the government. You have to be loyal to them. Okay, so giving a fatwa of not fighting them and giving a fatwa by revelation from a prophet. Okay, if a scholar like what Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlavi and Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan said, absolutely incorrect. We don't agree with them because they were against hundreds of other scholars who gave fatwa to the contrary. So we don't have to follow Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlavi and Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan. They were not infallible. They were absolutely wrong. They were absolutely wrong. I'm saying it right now, because there were hundreds, there were hundreds of other scholars who gave fatwa contrary to the fatwa.
You're done now. Let me respond.
But Mirza is a prophet.
Let me respond to that.
Mirza was speaking from revelation, and he said, "So mera mazhab jisko main bar bar zahir karta hu." Ruhani Khazain, Volume 6, page 380. मेरा मजहब जिसको मैं बार बार जाहिर करता हूँ यही है कि इस्लाम के दो हिस्से हैं. My religion, which I express again and again, is that Islam has two parts. Mirza is saying this from revelation, from Allah. Allah is telling him to say this. एक ये कि खुदा ताला की इताअत करें. One is that to obey Allah. दूसरे इस सल्तनत की जिसने अमन कायम किया. Second, this government that established peace, जिसने जालिमों के हाथ से अपने साया में हमें पनाह दी. That has protected us from oppressors. This is what revelation is
which
telling
oppressors?
him.
Which oppressors? Which oppressors?
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Okay. Now the question is, Mirza is talking about the British government, British colonial government, correct?
Yeah.
Yes? Correct?
Can you finish? Can you finish?
Yes or no?
You're not finishing, bro.
Okay.
How long have you taken? I understand. Yes.
Oh, correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Continue.
So we put up the article again. Put up the article again, please.
Is this some sort of a show?
Yeah, wait.
It's not a show, bro. You
Put
made your
article.
point.
1 second.
Let me respond. Let me respond now.
Calm down, please. Let's a conversation. Let's have
It's not a conversation because you're giving a lecture.
No,
it's
not
a lecture.
Wallahi,
We're not at a mosque.
I'm coming to
We're
you.
not at a mosque. Let
I'm
us speak.
coming to you. To stick to the topic, Mirza is not saying to not fight against the British. Mirza is saying serve them. And Mirza is a prophet. Mirza is speaking from revelation. Scholars can be wrong. They can be misguided. They can be completely misguided, which they were. Wait. Shh. Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlavi and Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan were completely misguided in this when they said this.
They were misguided, yes.
Because the majority of the scholars in India were against them. Number one. Okay. So they were mistaken in this fatwa. Clearly. Because Ali Hadith scholars, Deobandi scholars, and Sufi scholars in India had given fatwa repeatedly to the contrary of what Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan and Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlavi said. Mirza was a prophet. Mirza was not just a scholar. He was a prophet to you. He was speaking from revelation. So put up the article again, please. One second. I just want you to see the article again.
I've seen it. I've seen it. So I don't need to see it.
No.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Look, Ahmad, please bear with me.
Adnan,
Hashim,
Adnan, listen. You're not letting people speak.
There?
You're not letting people speak.
Brother Mohammad, you have the article?
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm just finding it. 1 second.
Okay.
But Hashim, am I going to be able to speak or am I not going to be able to speak? Shall I just leave?
Keep the article there because it's very relevant.
Do you want me to leave?
Okay. No, Ahmad, why do you want to leave now? The article is coming up.
No, I've seen it, but let me speak.
Okay, wait.
Now, let me respond to it.
I'm asking you now.
Let me respond to it.
How British colonialism killed 100 million Indians in 40 years. Is this the government Mirza was saying for us to obey?
Okay, are you done? Okay, now
my question.
Now.
Can you answer my question?
I'll answer it. As I've said before, it just takes a one sentence to answer this. The Promised Messiah Salam has never said what you're implying. He has said, since they have provided us religious freedom, we cannot do khuruj against them. Second thing is,
he's not saying that.
What you're saying.
Don't lie. I'm going to read again. Ruhani Khazain, Volume 6, page 380. मेरा मजहब जिसको मैं बार बार जाहिर करता हूँ, my religion, which I express again and again, is Islam, and it has two parts. एक ये कि खुदा ताला की इताअत करें. Okay. One is to obey Allah. दूसरे इस सल्तनत की जिसने अमन कायम किया. Second is to obey the government that has established peace. This is the peace they established. Look at the article. The peace. I want you to see the peace when Mirza was alive.
Okay.
Mirza was active. Mirza was active from 1880 to 1908. Correct?
Are you done? Are you done?
This is exactly the period when Mirza himself was active, when 100 million people were killed. Now, is this the government Mirza is asking us to obey? I'm asking you a question.
Are you done? Okay, finish now.
My question,
what Adnan Rashid is saying basically is that these scholars were munafiqeen. Basically, they said that,
listen,
let me make my point. Let me make my point.
Us to again remove
let me make my point.
You're wasting
let me make
time.
my point. I'm not wasting your time.
Okay.
No, because
I have dealt with the scholars. I'm asking you, Mirza,
let me respond.
Is Mirza as a prophet?
You're saying something and running away from it. Let me read what they've said. Let me read what. Give me my 2 minutes. Give me my 2 minutes.
All scholars in India can be wrong. All can be wrong. It changes. It doesn't change anything in
You're
Islam.
wrong.
Mirza
You're wrong.
was
That's
a prophet. Mirza, Ahmad, try not to use scholars who are not prophets. Scholars are not prophets. They can make mistakes. They don't have revelation. Mirza had revelation from Allah.
They can't make such a...
He's claiming, Ahmad, he's claiming that Allah commanded him to tell
You're so difficult, bro. You don't let people speak.
Ahmad, you're not answering the question. He's claiming Allah has commanded him to tell his followers to obey this government. How British colonialism killed 100 million people. Indians in 40 years. The same period when Mirza is writing this. By the way, Mirza is writing from revelation when this is taking place. When 100 million people in India are being killed from 1880 to 1920, when Mirza is active. This is when Mirza is writing this, that my religion has two parts. One is to obey Allah. The second is to obey this government. This government?
Can you be silent now? Now don't disturb. Okay, you've done, You've clearly mentioned here.
Don't
I'm
go
answering a question.
Again.
As I said right at the beginning, you said British colonial policies in India claimed more lives than all.
Killed.
That's the read underneath it. Between 1880 to 1920.
What does the heading say?
The headline is killed.
Listen, relax, calm down.
This is hilarious, by the way.
More lives than all famines in whatever.
And it's not funny that 100 million people were killed. I'm not laughing at that.
It's not funny.
I'm just laughing at your behavior.
Your implication is so flawed. What you're trying to imply.
It's not implication. It's a direct calculation.
It's not. Okay. Yes, people. I'm not denying this. What you're saying here. Anyway, the promised Messiah ﷺ has supported dying of people. That's not what he said.
But he said,
can you be silent and listen? Can you be silent and listen? Let's see what he said.
He's supporting the very criminals.
Let's see what he said. What he said. He said, and I'll tell you what he said. I'm going to read it off, as you've read it out from the Prophet's writings. I'm going to read it from Sa'd, and he says, so be advised, O you who are uninformed, I do not indulge in any flattery of this government. Rather, in the light of the Holy Quran, it is prohibited to wage a religious war against a government which does not itself interfere in the religion of Islam or religious practices.
Where does the Quran say that?
I'll tell you, be quiet. Nor does it draw its sword against us in an attempt to promote its own religious beliefs. The reason for that is that this government is not waging any religious war. Now, when the Muslims migrated to Najashi, there was a reason they migrated to it. And when Rasulullah received, when they migrated to Medina after all the oppression, what was the verse Rasulullah received? أُذِنَ لِلَّذِينَ يُقَاتَلُونَ بِأَنَّهُمْ ظُلِمُوا. That the permission to fight is only granted بِأَنَّهُمْ ظُلِمُوا, because they have been wrong. وَإِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَى نَصْرِهِمْ لَقَدِيرٌ. The next part says they've been kicked out of their homes because of their beliefs. So don't try to bring these Nazir Delvi, who was a top scholar, and you've given lectures on it. Don't try to bring Nawab Sadiq Hasan Khan Sahib from Ahl Hadith, who says, Koi firqa hamari tahqiq mein ज़्यादातर खैर खा और तालिब अमन व अमान और आसाइश रियाया का और कदर शनास इस बंदोबस्त गवर्नमेंट का इस
Why are you quoting them again?
Because you said what you said was wrong. You just they said don't fight them because we don't have enough people. That's not what they said.
No,
you lied on the scholars.
No. I didn't mention.
Let me complete. Let me complete.
Read.
Okay. He said is
They are irrelevant to our discussion.
He says no sect in our research is more benevolent.
I'm not talking about Nazir. I'm not talking about Sayyid Nazir Hussain Delvi. I'm not talking about Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan. They're not prophets. They're not prophets. They're irrelevant to our discussion. We're discussing a prophet.
Yes.
We are discussing a prophet. And you said you said he did not flatter the government, which he himself wrote. He was a liar. Guess what? I will read now from his own writings and tell me if this is not flattery. Okay.
Let me explain
Rouhani Khazain, Rouhani Khazine.
Adnan, you've spoken
volume
enough. You got to let
15.
me speak. You got to let me
second.
speak.
What,
No, Adnan, listen.
Look at the
Let's
flattery.
relax. Let's
Look
relax.
at
Let's
the
relax.
flattery. Wait.
Let me speak for 1 minute, and then I'll be silent and then you speak.
Okay.
Let me speak for 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the entire context in which we're having this discussion, as I said, the Prophet ﷺ said, you cannot wage war against a government which does not prohibit you from practicing your religion. That was the case in India, and that was the only thing the Prophet ﷺ praised. When he writes to the Queen, inviting her to Islam and all of these things, it is in that context that he's doing. Now, the point that we're trying to establish here is, and that's one of historical fact he misses, is I'm claiming this here. Either Adnan Rashid is a munafiq or his scholars were munafiqeen, and I'll prove it why. His scholars at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and the very scholars that I'm quoting here, Ahl Hadith, they were reporting to the government that the Prophet ﷺ, in accordance with his claim of being the Mahdi, he has seditious nature. And that way he's going to raise an army against the people, against the government. And the Civil Military Gazette in Lahore, October 24, 1894, published an article titled A Dangerous Fanatic, where they describe the Prophet ﷺ having seditious natures because of his claim of being the Mahdi. Here are his scholars 120 years ago telling the government that this man has seditious natures. And here's 120 years later, Adnan Rashid, who's saying
your minute is up. Your minute is
not up. Let me finish. Let me finish my last point.
Go ahead.
Okay. So now it's either Adnan Rashid who is right, and for this reason they had employed people in Qadian who would write names down of the people that would come to meet him and everything. That's the very reason the Prophet ﷺ had to write all over in his books that we have been loyal to the government. And the repercussion, last sentence, the repercussion, as an historian you should know, you've given a lecture on Nawab Sadiq Hasan Khan, is that he was put under house arrest for his claim that when the Mahdi comes, even the British will be put under, chains and everything like that. So these were the repercussions that of these false reports that your ulama at the time, the ulama usu at the time, were given to the government. And now you come 120 years later, totally change the narrative. So you tell me whether they were munafiqeen or what you're saying is nifaq, meaning hypocrisy. Answer. Okay, brilliant. Okay, Adnan Rashid being a munafiq, Nawab Sadiq Hasan Khan being a munafiq, or Sayyid Nazir Hussain being a munafiq, A'udhu Billah, or all the scholars of India, let's say, put them all in one basket. Whether they were munafiqs or not is not the question that we are addressing. We're discussing a prophet. Scholars can all be munafiqs. They can all be munafiqs. But they are still not prophets. Okay, they can make mistakes. They can be wrong. And in many cases, they were wrong. Absolutely. Wait. We are not discussing scholars. Let me say clearly one thing.
Wait.
The promised Messiah was not wrong.
I was quiet.
Please.
I was silent.
Please, yes.
Wait.
1 minute, I'm going to use my phone.
Scholars can make mistakes, and you quoted two, and you stick to two, amazingly ignoring all other. For example, Sheikh Rahmatullah Kairanawi, okay, the very man who debated Fander in 1854 in the city of Agra, the author of Izharul Haq, who actually broke the cross. You know why the Indian mutiny took place? You were crying about British not forcing their religion upon the masses. You have no idea. Have you ever read a basic book on the history of Indian mutiny, 1857, or the War of Independence? Depending on which perspective you take, because from the British perspective, it was a mutiny, it was a rebellion. From the Indian perspective, it was a war of independence. Okay, have you ever read a book on it? Let me tell you what caused the rebellion. Forcing of the religion. Let me very quickly.
I love it. I love this. I love that discussion.
One second. You love this discussion because it's going off the topic.
No, it's going on the topic.
That's why
it's going on the topic.
I need to put the charger very quickly. Give me 1 second.
So can I take this 1 minute and then he comes back?
He needs to listen. He's not listening right now.
1 second, guys. I need to put the charger in so that my phone doesn't die while I'm live, because then some Ahmadis, they start claiming that the Holy Spirit is working. Yeah.
Nobody
claims that. Always.
There's no Holy Spirit here, only jinns.
No, there are some Holy Spirits helping the Qadiani.
Oh, there are. Okay.
My internet goes down, and something happens to my internet.
Well, that's because we don't pay the ISP bills. That's probably why.
So no problem. Now the charger is in. So okay. So
can you put the timer, please, Hashim bhai? It will be nice. It will be a good discussion. I'm not going to interrupt, and then you speak, and then I'll speak. I think it'll be nice. Okay. Let's put a timer for 2 minutes for Brother Adnan, and then I'll speak.
We'll keep it to 1 minute. I think that'll be cool.
1 minute.
1 minute is better. Okay.
Yeah, we're observing here. That's fine.
Yeah. So very quickly. Okay,
start, please.
Look. The question of scholarship is completely irrelevant. Don't keep bringing it up because I've already addressed it. I've made it very clear. Sheikh Rahmatullah Kiranavi was one of the scholars who gave fatwa for jihad against the British, and he had to leave India, move to Mecca, and he died in Mecca. Okay. So many other scholars. Why do you not mention them? Why do you not mention them? Why are you sticking to two scholars? For the Twitter is infested by your posts. You keep quoting from the books. You keep posting scans from the books because you have no one else. In all of India, you could find only two scholars to post from because all Indian scholars, Sufis, Ahle Hadith, and Deobandi were all against the British colonial rule, and they gave fatwa to fight against them. Okay, so it's very, very clear. So stop bringing this up again and again. Those two scholars are irrelevant. They are like salt in the sea. Okay, this fatwa, no one accepts it. Okay, stop using it against us because it doesn't work.
Time up.
They're
Time
scholars,
up.
they're not prophets. Okay?
Time up.
Yeah, 1
Time
minute.
up,
My 1 minute is over. Over to you.
MashaAllah. Okay, so Adnan slightly wanted to go towards them forcing religion, and one of the things I want to emphasize, and he would never mention as an academic, is what were the common interests of the church and state in India. That's the most important point. Yes, one thing was colonialism. The second thing was to spread Christianity. So few references I want to give him. The Sir Charles Wood, who was the Minister of State of India, he declared that the acceptance of the Christian faith was what? A bond of union with England and an additional source of strength for the empire. Yes, then Sir John Lawrence, something as a historian you want to hide. The Viceroy and Governor General of India attributed the mutiny of 1857 to their timidity as a Christian nation in matter of religion. Nothing more, he said, easily would conduce to the strength of the power in India than the spread of Christianity. Then Sir Herbert Edwards, Major General, what did he say? Caused not by the attempts to disseminate Christianity, but by keeping back Christianity from the people. That was their main goal of establishing Christianity. What did the promised Messiah ﷺ do? And what did the academics like Ron Gies, who's writing today, is that he clearly fought and clearly disproved the Christian doctrine, not just through arguments, but through heavenly signs. Let's come to that as well now.
Ahmad amazingly, start my 1 minute. Ahmad amazingly proved my point, okay, that they were forcing religion upon the Indians. That's why they rebelled, okay. The issue of cartridges, okay, Hindus were given the cartridge with cow fat to chew, and the Muslims were given cartridges with pig fat to chew. These were cartridges they had to chew in order to put the gunpowder in the muzzle because these were old matchlock guns. Okay, that's why they rebelled, because they didn't want to be Christian. Okay, so stop saying that they were not forcing religion. They were. And at this very time, Ghulam Murtaza, the father of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, sent 50 horsemen and with horses to the British to support them logistically, physically, in war against their own people, traitors. Okay. And then you talk about flattery. Mirza wrote panegyrics to Queen Victoria, okay? And you keep posting from one of my long lectures on British colonialism, which is actually dismantling colonialism, which is against colonialism. You keep posting one clip that I was praising Queen Victoria. I wasn't. I was saying she was a kind woman, which she was. She had no idea what was happening.
Time up.
Go.
Time up. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying as well. That the promised Messiah ﷺ did not support or had stated that this colonial rule or whatever was happening at the time, which you have yourself said that he was unaware before, he did not support that. Be honest with what he has mentioned. He has mentioned that the British rule that he's in, it grants them religious freedom, right? He has the very purpose of them to establish Christianity. Now, what you said, establish Christianity through force, that wasn't the case. They did it through medical schools. They did it through various ways, Christian missionary societies in various parts. Those very Christian missionary societies were reporting back to their Christian missions, and I've got references here. They were telling that this man, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, is the fiercest enemy of Christianity in India at that time.
Oh my God.
I'm going to give you references. Okay, you're saying no. Let me tell you. This is from the preface of Urdu translation of Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanvi, he said, in that period, British Lefroy gathered an army of missionaries and left England, promising that he would convert the entire whole of India Christianity, having collected an excessive amount of money from the people of England and assurances. And he says, but attack based on argument that Jesus was alive in heaven in physical body, while all of the prophets were
Time's up.
Were buried in the earth.
Mirza,
can I finish this reference? Let me finish this reference and then you can take more time. Let me finish this reference so you can address it as well. He said, but the attack based on argument that Jesus was alive in heaven in his physical body, while all the prophets were buried in the earth, was in his view proving to be effective upon the general public. At that juncture, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani stood up and addressed Lefroy and his group, saying, the Jesus you talk about is dead and buried like other mortals. And the Jesus is prophesied in myself, so you must accept me. And he says, by this means,
no problem.
He made things
you're
so
taking 2 minutes now. Come on, Ahmed.
So difficult for Lefroy. I'm finishing last 3 lines.
No, but you can't do that. I mean, you should stick to your time.
He could not.
You guys complain when we don't.
In this way, he said, last
complete it in your next round.
Last line.
By the way, I don't think this is helping, to be honest, because here we are saying this follows at this, this follows at this. The main elephant in the room is being ignored here. You know,
in this way,
the fact that you somehow sound like, just like Mirza, you know, you're supporting an oppressive ruler, an oppressive regime here, clearly. And by the way, you know, when you say about freedom of religion,
can I ask you a question?
No, Ahmed, wait a minute.
Okay,
when you talk about freedom of religion, does that include freedom to, you know, trade, for example, freedom to do your business? Because in Islam, all of this, you know, in the Sharia, all of this is part of Islam. For you, not just freedom of religion means not for you to go to your masjid and that's it, but for you to live your livelihood. You know what the British did? They actually completely demolished the Indian manufacturing, trade, and everything at all of it. What they used to do is they used to tax the Indians heavily. Then they used to use that tax money to buy their own products. Yes, that means they basically got it free. Then they would send this to Britain.
My point
and then buy that same product using the Indian money.
I'm saying this is what the colonialists do. This is what the colonialists do.
So it's not just killing human beings.
People
basically starving everyone to death, causing a famine in the country.
Yeah, I agree. What I'm saying is, this is what the colonialists do. Whoever takes over.
So don't support them.
People,
that's
what they do.
Don't support them. I haven't seen you say once you should actually be against the oppressors. I've not heard you say that.
Killing of a Muslim or a non-Muslim based on colonialism, it's condemnable. What the Prophet ﷺ praised, what was the freedom of religion that they provided, right? This nobody can deny. He's come out of nowhere. He's come out of nowhere to suggest that they didn't provide this.
Adnan wants to say something. Right, Adnan.
When we speak over each other, because when my headphones are off, I know my voice doesn't go through; it gets cut. Okay, so please be. I have questions. Hashim has raised some very good points. Okay, that we are missing the elephant in the room. You will discuss nitty-gritties with me. I will present this. I'll present that, and you will present this, and you will present that. Okay.
Yeah.
And these discussions require details. This is why we started the discussion with basic facts. Basic facts. Let's not get into, you know, like, for example, there's a dead body. You come to a dead body and you say, oh, you know what? The eyes are fine, the ears are fine, but the body is dead. Okay. The actual fact that we need to talk about is that the person is dead. Forget about the ear and the eye. Okay. If the British did not mutilate the eye, if they did not mutilate the ear or a finger, that doesn't mean the body was living. The body was dying. Okay. The British colonial rule was evil. It was racist. It was genocidal.
You want to ask me a question?
Wait. When I mention these things, for some reason you start fidgeting when I mention these things.
Because you mentioned it like 10,000 times.
Okay.
Like I've heard it.
Firstly. Okay, let's go step by step. Ahmed, I'm going to ask you a direct question. Was the British colonial rule evil? Number one. Yes or no?
Ask your question, then I'm going to answer in my time.
I've already answered.
I'm going to answer in my time.
No. I want to move step by step. Was the British colonial rule evil?
Yes, it was evil in the sense that the policies that they had made and what we know now. Yes.
I got the answer. Was it racist?
You could say elements of it racist.
No. As an establishment, I'm saying as an establishment, as policy, I will present. Okay. I will present evidence. Okay.
Then. Okay, one second. Then how's Queen Victoria a good woman?
Let's not.
There's a contradiction. Then how is Queen Victoria a good woman? Address this.
Ahmad, let's not prolong. Just let's go step by step.
I'm not going to listen, Adnan. I'm not going to give yes or no answers.
No.
This is what your scholar Ibn Hazm did yesterday. So I'm not going to do yes or no. You make your point. I'm going to make my point.
Okay.
But you want to build a picture on this.
Colonial rule. Okay, wait. Was the British colonial rule institutionally racist?
Make your point. I'm going to answer.
I'm asking a question.
I'm going to answer it.
Was the British colonial rule institutionally racist?
I'm going to answer it.
Yes or no? Just say no. Say no, then we can go into details.
No. I'm saying address your point, because I'm not doing yes or no with you.
I'm asking a very specific question.
There is a reason.
Was the British colonial rule institutionally racist?
Why did you call Queen Victoria a good woman then? It was institutionally
I
racist.
said institution, brother. You're not listening to my.
She's
question.
not part of the institution.
Queen Victoria.
She's not the head of the institution.
Victoria was not. She's
not the head of the
running
institution.
India. She was not aware of. I'm talking about India, not.
She was not.
She never stepped foot in India. Victoria never came to India. Okay, so stop there. Now I'm asking a question. Was the British colonial rule in India institutionally racist?
There would be elements of racism.
No,
I can't speak for
no.
every single.
I
cannot speak for every single. Listen to me. It's a very blatant, open statement. I cannot speak for every single province that person was appointed. He was a racist.
Okay.
That'll be a lie. That'll be a lie.
I'll give you.
That'll be a lie. So make your point. Make your point, and then let me make my point.
Indians were not allowed high ranks in the army. Number one, Indians were not allowed any high positions in the government. Okay. Indians were not allowed basically any important position in India.
Give the reason as well. Why?
Wait.
You're a historian. Give the reason.
As a policy, brother.
Because of the mutiny. Okay. Because that's what the scholars have written.
The British colonial rule. You're trying to save Mirza, and in order to save Mirza, you're trying to justify, or you're trying to not ask very basic, direct questions.
We were doing 1 minute. Let's just do that. Let's stick to that.
Okay. No. Wait. This is how it's going to be fruitful. Was the British colonial rule in India institutionally racist?
I've already answered it. I can't speak for every single individual. I can't.
I'm not asking.
He's asking institutionally.
The Promised Messiah wasn't part of the government.
Brother,
don't build a narrative. Make your point. Make your point and let me answer.
Institutional. I'm not asking about persons. I know there were many noble persons within the British establishment. I know of them. I've read their histories. There were many people who didn't agree with this bakwas.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm asking, the British colonial rule in India, was it institutionally racist?
I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe it was racist.
Say I don't know. That's a good answer.
No. The point is, I can't speak for every single. I can't speak for every single individual. I can't speak for every single individual.
Ahmad, if you don't know, you don't know. No problem.
Yeah.
I can't just say you don't know, Ahmad. That's
I can't. Are you saying every single person was a racist, or are you saying
no? Institutionally,
I think you understood the question. Institutionally racist is quite specific.
Yeah. Which bit of the word institutional?
Guys, wait.
Let's move ahead.
Ahmad,
yes, let's move ahead.
Wait. For some reason, Ahmad's mind has stopped working. He's an intelligent guy. I know for a fact Ahmad is very highly educated. He's an intelligent person. Okay. He's a very pleasant person to talk to as well. But for some reason, my question is not registering. Okay. Because he keeps bringing up persons.
Because you're building a narrative on yes or no. That's not what we want to do.
Institutionally, was the British colonial rule racist? Institutionally. Yes or no? Or say I don't know.
What's the reason for asking the question? What do you want to establish?
Don't worry about it.
Is there a reason? It's a statement of fact.
We need to worry about it.
Brother, let me answer the question. So my answer is colonialism by definition is racist. By definition. There is no argumentation here. There is not a single definition in the world that will colonialism by definition is racist. Therefore, any institution that works under a colonial regime of any kind, whether it's the Chinese occupying some country, whether it's the Italians or the Portuguese or the Dutch occupying it under some, it is by definition racist. Therefore, so for you to say somebody who is clearly well read, educated, and eloquent as you are, to say that you don't know whether this is racist, to me, is either willful ignorance.
My point is, what does he want to establish?
No,
what does he want to establish?
He's asking for.
Come to the Prophet Messiah alayhi salam. What is your allegation on him? And I want to answer that. I never condemned. I never said I support.
Let Muhammad finish. There's no need to talk over him.
So I think you get my point. Either you are clearly not educated, in which case this obvious point is missing completely of your head, or you're willfully ignorant. Which is it?
As I've said, the point is, make your point and let me make my point. You've asked a question: were they institutionally racist?
Colonialism institutionally racist? That's the question.
Not they.
Is colonialism institutionally racist?
No, wait.
Move forward.
Muhammad, my question is very specific.
Move forward.
Was the British rule? Was the British colonial rule in India institutionally racist? We're not discussing the US. We're not discussing
any of that. Right.
We're not discussing.
And by the way, Adnan, I wouldn't limit it to just India. They were racist everywhere they went.
100%, guys.
Of course, we know that, but we're asking specifically for this.
Yes, go on. Move forward.
With India. Okay.
Move forward.
Yes. I don't want to open other chapters. We can go on. Okay. India.
Move forward.
Because Mirza was in India. Mirza was serving the British colonial rule in India from revelation, from God's revelations coming to him, telling him to serve the genocidal, racist.
All he said was to be law-abiding citizens. All he said was to be law-abiding citizens.
Okay.
Why are you not? Listen.
No. It's not about abiding.
Is the British government
law-abiding? Wait.
Is the British government right now institutionally racist?
No.
They are not institutionally racist.
No.
Good point.
No.
Okay.
No.
Now
I've answered the question. No.
Yes.
Okay. Now.
Why not?
To history. Coming back.
Why not?
Why can you answer questions like the way Adnan does? Yes or no?
Yes. Absolutely. So coming back to coming back to history.
Yeah.
Coming back to history. Was the British colonial rule in India racist?
Let's move forward. Yes. Go on. Move forward.
Yes. Brilliant. Okay, we could have saved 15 minutes of our time, man.
No, because you're establishing something. I want to see where you go with it.
Was the British colonial rule in the 200 years rule of their period in India, was it genocidal?
What are you trying to establish again? I'm not. Listen. Yeah. Okay.
You can
move forward with it.
Save our 10 minutes, or we're going to go the long way.
Go continue. Yes, go on. Continue.
It was genocidal.
Continue.
You agreeing with me, right?
Their policies, as said in the article.
We're ticking all the boxes. The first was evil.
Yes.
You agreed. You agreed. The second was racist. You agreed. Okay. I'm asking the third point. Genocidal.
Yes.
I don't particularly know the details of every.
Okay, brilliant. Okay,
the numbers of 100 million that you mentioned, I don't know exactly to call it genocide.
No. 100 millions are only in 40 years, brother. 40 years. British came to power in 1757 from Bengal. In the 1770s, there were famines caused by the British East India Company, directly caused by them.
I want you to get to your point.
Brother Ahmad. In the 200 years rule of the East India Company combined with the British government later on, colonial government, okay, they killed hundreds of millions of people. Hundreds, okay, not 100, many hundreds of millions were killed in the 200 years rule of British colonial rule in India, okay? And you can see these details in books like Shashi Tharoor's, wait, brother.
I know.
Shashi Tharoor's Inglorious Empire, okay? So the third question, was the British colonial rule in India genocidal?
Anyone who's colonized, right? Anyone who's colonized.
Ahmad,
do you think they're gonna write? So Shashi Tharoor, he writes great about Muslims who came and took over India, or the Indians, what they're doing in India right now. The point is a pointless discussion. Everyone who colonizes a place, he colonizes it in a way
where thousands of people are
You're running, man. You're running away. I'm sorry, you're running away.
How am I running away?
You're running
I'm
away,
answering
man.
the question.
I'm saying
get to the point.
Okay, there's a reason.
Get to the point. There's no yes or no, because you don't do yes or no when we ask you questions.
I'm coming to you.
Yeah, get to the point,
The reason why Ahmad is finding it very difficult to answer these very basic questions is because Mirza is on the hook. Mirza is on the hook, brothers. Mirza is
That's your claim.
On trial.
That's your
Mirza is
claim.
on trial.
That's your claim.
Because once
That's
we
your claim.
complete, wait. Once we complete this list, okay, there will be two choices left. Either you accept that Mirza was commanded by God to support all of this, knowing why, because he's a prophet. Prophet has revelation. Prophet
He didn't support
knows.
all of this.
Wait.
He did not support all of this.
Ahmad,
I'm categorically saying it.
Ahmad.
For that, you need evidence. You need to bring evidence where Prophet says,
I will.
Exact these three things, and he says, I support it. You need to bring evidence.
Ahmad, I will.
You need to bring evidence.
Ahmad,
listen carefully.
I will bring the evidence. Ahmad, I will bring the evidence.
Where he has praised, where he has praised them for this genocide and all of these things that you've said. Yes.
I will
so get to the point. I'm not doing yes or no. Get to the point. I've got to explain what our understanding of the matter is, which is the Prophet only praised them for the religious freedom they provided, accepted by all of your scholars from Makkah to India, those that live there. You want to throw them under the bus. That's what you did. You want to throw everyone under the bus who doesn't agree with you. That's what's happening.
Ahmad, let me please save our time, okay?
No, do 1 minute. I'm not answering yes or no.
Okay.
I know what you're trying to establish.
Was the British colonial rule in India genocidal?
Do you know the answer to it?
Yes.
You know the answer to it.
It was, yes.
Yes, move forward.
Okay, good. You
move
agree.
Forward.
Good. Was it oppressive?
I'm not answering yes or no, bro. These are known facts. Yes, go on. Continue.
Oh, brilliant.
Continue.
We're making progress.
Continue.
Good.
Okay, if they're known facts, why did it take us 15 minutes to get here?
No, because there's no point of this. It looks stupid.
There is a big point.
It looks stupid. It looks stupid.
It's not stupid.
So when your scholar was asked yesterday, Ibn Hazm, a question, he said, I don't want to do yes or no.
I'm not
I don't want to do yes or no.
I
wasn't in the conversation. I wasn't in that conversation.
Yeah, you should have been then. You should have been. Hashim was there. He didn't want to answer. He didn't want to answer a question.
Ahmad,
when we asked him, does Allah hesitate? He said, bring me the reference. I can't do this. So the point is, I'm answering your questions. Let him do his 1 minute and let me respond, because the context is not being discussed. It's a two separate thing. Religious freedom.
No, the context. No, we already said
religious
the context earlier.
And religious freedom and accepting it is one thing. And listen, religious freedom and accepting it and praising it is another thing. And praising colonialism and the deaths of people is another thing. They're two separate things which he's trying to mingle. That's the jaliyat.
This is where you are wrong. This is where you are wrong. Okay, wait. I will explain why. When you try to bring it down simply to religious freedom, this is why Mirza was a fan of the colonial government of India. This is not the case, because Mirza himself is saying when this colonial government was fighting the Indians to stay in power, okay, it was a foreign occupier, okay, it was oppressive, it was evil, it was racist, it was genocidal. You have agreed to all these things already. Mirza's father sent 50 horsemen, followed by 14 other horsemen, to fight for this evil, racist, genocidal, oppressing power. So this is not about religious freedom. Mirza doesn't have to fight for them. Mirza and his family, Mirza's brother, Mirza's father, didn't have to do this. And then later on, Mirza didn't have to spy for them. This is not about religious freedom. This is to keep... Wait, brother, Ahmad. Brother Ahmad, please.
You make claims.
Please, brother
You make
Ahmad.
claims.
Brother,
you make sly comments. Don't do that.
Brother Ahmad, please.
You said he spied. He spied.
Brother, he
spied.
No. He said he will spy. He declared it publicly.
You said he spied.
He's what?
You said he spied.
He published a chart. Hello, you wanted to put it up on the screen. He
I know
published
about
the chart.
it.
How are we gonna provide information to the government?
I know about it.
Okay, brilliant.
I know about it.
Please don't waste
time. It was
time,
about.
please.
I'll tell you what it was. Let me tell you the context. Let me tell the people context.
Let me finish my point.
Let me tell the people context of it, because you made a point.
Let me finish my point.
I'll take 30 seconds.
Let me finish my point.
30 seconds.
You can come back in. Okay.
Make your point, please. 1 minute. Please.
So Mirza.
Enough waffling.
Mirza's father, Mirza's brother, and Mirza himself and Mirza's sons didn't have to side with the British colonial rule in keeping them in power, because obviously as a prophet, obviously you as a layman, not a prophet. Ahmad is not a prophet unless you claim to be Mirza's Buruz and Zil a couple of years later or something like that. Okay, you're not a prophet. You're not a prophet. Okay, Mirza was a prophet. So clearly Mirza was aware that this colonial. This
Assalamu
colonial...
alaikum, Brother Bashir. How are you doing?
Welcome, Brother Bashir.
Sorry to interrupt.
You've landed right in the thick of the battle, as they say, you know.
Should we just take a quick breather? Okay, let me just take a quick second out here. So, just to set the stage again, because we seem to be going all over the place. I think the question.
No. We're making good progress.
Yeah, we're
making
just
good
this
progress.
part, because Ahmed keeps wanting to deny certain things. Just to say, so what we're establishing right now is that Mirza Ghulam, his family, has a history of supporting the British government. Mirza Ghulam has continued that support. And what Brother Adnan is saying is, can you say that a prophet of Allah would actually do this? That's all he's saying. Not a human.
Let me respond.
Not a scholar. Not you or me.
Let me phrase my question.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not only about that. Mirza as a prophet must have known that this empire, because Ahmad knows this. So Mirza has more right to know this. Mirza is a prophet. He has wahi. Because why am I saying this? I'm saying this because Mirza himself wrote in Ruhani Khazain, volume 15, page 491. Mirza wrote, okay, and I quote, "So मुझसे पादरियों के मुकाबल पर जो कुछ वकू में आया, यही है कि हिकमत अमली से बाज वहशी मुसलमानों को खुश किया गया." Okay, so what I have done against the padris, the priests, the Christian priests, is basically done to appease the wild Muslims. I did what I did to appease the wild Muslims. Okay, और मैं दावे से कहता हूँ that I say it with claim. I'm claiming, publicly, कि मैं तमाम मुसलमानों में, that I am from among all the Muslims, अव्वल दर्जे का खैरख्वाह गवर्नमेंट अंग्रेजी का हूँ, that I am the topmost well-wisher of the British government of India, basically. Okay, क्योंकि मुझे तीन बातों ने खैर ख्वाही में अव्वल दर्जे पर बना दिया है. Because there are three factors that have made me the topmost well-wisher of this government. Number one, वालिद मरहूम के असर ने, my father's influence. Number one, my father's influence. Number two, is government आलिया के एहसानों ने, the favors of this government. Which government? The government we have already discussed. Okay. Number three, खुदा ताला के इल्हाम ने, Allah's revelation or inspiration. In Mirza's case, it's revelation, it's not inspiration, because the word ilham for Mirza means revelation, because he has made it very clear that it is revelation. So Mirza is saying, three things have made me loyal to the British colonial government. Three things. Number one, my father's influence, his treacherous actions against the Indian people. Okay, that's what he's referring to. Providing support, military support to a colonial, occupying, racist, evil, genocidal, oppressive power. Okay. Number two, the favors of that very government, because Mirza's father had provided that support, the government was favorable to his sons. Naturally, okay, you would like to take care of your slaves, the house Negro. You know, you would like to take care of the house Negro, as they say. Okay. Is this
the right page, Brother Adnan? I'm just checking.
Okay, this is Ruhani Khazain, volume 15.
Yeah, volume 15,
page 491.
491. Is that the right text?
I think you've made enough points.
Okay. Wait. I'm not finished. Okay.
You're never finished. You're never finished.
Brother,
finish your point. Let me respond.
Yeah,
let
that's
me come back, and then
that's the page. Go down.
And then we discuss forward.
It's just before the last paragraph. I'm reading the part. The first paragraph is a long paragraph. Obviously, it's the whole page pretty much. But I'm reading the last 4 lines. Do you see those numbers there? Number 1, number 2, and number 3.
1, 2, 3 there. Yeah.
Okay.
I see those.
Number 1 is Awwal Walid Marhum ke asar ne, my father's influence. Number 2 is government Aliya ke ehsanon ne, the favors of this government because of the services. Number 3, God's revelation. Tisre, Khuda Ta'ala ke ilham ne. It is there, black and white.
Yeah.
So Ahmad.
Am I denying it? Am I denying it?
You're not denying it. But what you're saying is, you're not denying it. Absolutely.
Yes.
But what you're saying is that this government was evil, racist, genocidal, oppressive, unjust, all of these things. And despite all of that, Mirza's father provided military support to this government to keep them in power. okay, knowing all these things, okay, or let's say Mirza's father was not a prophet, so he can be let off the hook that he didn't know better, you know, he was whatever, right? Mirza is a prophet. Mirza is receiving a revelation, okay, and none of the Batalavis and Sayyid Nasir Azam Dehlavis and Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khans will save him. You know why? Because none of them are prophets. They can be simply dismissed and completely rejected. Mirza is doing what he's doing from revelation, as he himself claims, and he is backing, supporting an oppressive, tyrannical, genocidal, racist power like this. Okay. And this is not only about religious freedom. This is about supporting this government logistically, militarily, and amazingly,
the Prophet Messiah did not support them militarily in his life. In his life. So be careful what you're saying.
He's praising his father.
Yes,
he's praising his father because of the military support. So he endorses it. He endorses it as a prophet. Now, when it comes to fighting the British, jihad against them is haram. But when it comes to fighting for them, jihad for them, it is virtuous. It is to be praised. Can you imagine a prophet doing this? Can you imagine fighting an evil, racist, genocidal, oppressive power is haram? Fighting for them is virtue. Virtue for which you need to be favored. Unbelievable. How can the Ahmadis, the Qadianis, how can you believe in such a person, in such a person? Over to you now. Over to you. Go ahead. Your time. And deal with my points directly. Revelation. His revelation is telling him to back an evil, oppressive, tyrannical, racist power. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much. So the point that you made, you're conflating two things, as I said from the very beginning. You're conflating two things. It never says support them in what they're doing, with regards to what you mentioned about the deaths and everything. It never states that. The entirety of Prophet Messiah's writing, the entirety of you got to be silent. You got to be silent. You got to be silent. So now the premise is this: that a government.
Ahmed,
listen.
Mirza said anyone who fights this government is a harami. He said this.
Yes, because I tell you,
you agree with that?
Many scholars wrote that.
No.
I'll give you a reference.
He's not a scholar. He's a prophet.
No. Show me one person who said they are haramis.
I'll tell you. Relax. Okay. So the Prophet Messiah.
The word harami.
You're interjecting. You're interjecting now. You got to be silent.
So he was not.
Let me finish. Okay, Ahmad.
You're not finishing. It's my turn. It's my finishing.
Go ahead.
It's my turn.
Go ahead.
Relax
Ahmad.
now.
Go ahead, Ahmad.
So the point is a government which provides you religious freedom to practice your religion, which was not the case in the case of the Sikh rule before, for which I do want to give you, certain context, which he didn't even mention it. Not even once he mentioned it.
Because it's not relevant.
It is relevant. Because, it is relevant. Because if it's not the British rule, there's no Muslim rule. It's not a Muslim rule. What other rule is there? If it's not the British rule, what other rule is there? It's the Sikh rule. If the Muslims, it is the issue of the Muslims that they had lost the power, right? Now comes in the rule. Yes, just as any colonial, any ruler, when he comes and takes over people, he does certain things. Now, the only reason by the Prophet Messiah and many others ulama of the time, the top ulama, that they mentioned that the reason why you cannot fight the British is the fact that they provide religious freedom. That's the point that you don't want to address. You don't want to address that point at all, because you're saying all of them are under the bus. You don't want to support them. But certain scholars, I don't even know who they were, that these scholars thought that, yes, even if you're provided, religious freedom, you have to go against it. That's because of your distorted understanding of Islam. Allah says, Hal jaza'ul ihsan illa al-ihsan. That if the religious freedom is provided, why was the Prophet allowed to debate the Christian missionaries, the Arya Samaj and all of these people? Why did he debunk the entire creed accepted by them in their time? Is the very fact that religious freedom existed.
Okay.
That's the point that you don't want to address. Now, last thing.
Yes.
No, your time is up, Ahmed.
Don't conflate. No, my time, I should be given 15 minutes after 2 hours.
When Adnan was interrupting you, I did pause. So your time is up now.
No, let me finish this point.
You finish in your next round, not now. You keep extending it.
Let me
put the timer up then. Put the timer up for 1 minute.
No, I don't need to put the timer up. I can time it from here.
Okay.
So too much hassle.
So
is it 1 minute? Is it 1 minute for Brother Adnan? Is it
1 minute? 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. So first of all, again, you're missing the point. Okay. It's not about religious freedom. It's about supporting an evil, racist, genocidal, oppressive power, logistically, militarily, okay? To stay away from them and enjoy the religious freedom, so-called. Firstly, there was no religious freedom. This is a lie. The British never allowed Muslims to rule by Sharia. Never. Even in the Muslim territories. Okay, so what religious freedom are you talking about? What is religious freedom? Why did Shah Abdul Aziz say India is Darul Harb? Muslims could pray, Muslims could do the Eid, Muslims could, because the law of Islam was completely removed from societies. Okay, that's why Shah Abdul Aziz said it is Darul Harb. And when that happens, a territory becomes Darul Harb. So that's why there was no religious freedom in India. You're lying through your teeth. Okay, so there was no freedom for Muslims to rule by Sharia. No freedom. Okay, Salah, Eid, okay, Zakat and Janazas. This is not the only part of Islam. This is only 5%. Okay, the rest of Islam is social laws of Islam. Okay, inheritance, forbiddance of riba. Okay, for example, British brought riba, interest with them. So what religious freedom are you talking about? Stop saying that. Okay, don't say it again.
Religious freedom is
okay. Please, it's my time. It's my
Let
time.
him finish. No, he hasn't.
Okay,
You have 2 minutes.
I'm talking about military support to an evil, racist, genocidal, oppressive power that committed one of the largest, one of the biggest genocides in human history, the British colonial rule, in particular when Mirza himself was alive from 1880 to 1920. This period was the worst because 100 million people were killed. I don't want to put up the article again. Okay, so clearly Mirza,
I think the
knowing this, we can't. Okay, I'm finishing right now. Mirza could not have not known this. Mirza could not have not known this if you claim he's a prophet, because he received revelation from Allah. That's the first thing Allah would have told him. These guys are killing 100 million people. Yo, Mirza, astaghfirullah. I don't mean to say, let's say if a prophet comes to Mirza.
So Ahmad's 2 minutes now.
An angel comes to Mirza and tells him, Mirza, 100 million people are dying. Okay,
you're done.
Mirza says, no. They let me pray. They let me do zakat. They let me do my wedding Islamically, So it's okay. Let her. So I'll still support them. I'll still praise them. I'll still make it a tenet of my religion to obey them. Okay. How does that make sense? Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So this point that he's mentioned last, I want to address this first. Now, when the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam instructed his believers to go to Negus, the king, right at that time, and they went to those people, is because they provided religious freedom to the Muslims at that time. Yes, but there's a history of those kings that they have done the same thing. That's what rulers do. When they take over another people, they plunder. And the Holy Prophet ﷺ was receiving wahi from Allah the Almighty, and the Muslims, the companions, fought in the war with Negus. The companions fought in the wars with the Najashi. This is an historical fact that you should have known about. So why did Rasulullah ﷺ allow this to happen? Now the point is, you have attacked Islam and Rasulullah ﷺ by doing this. Why? Is because when a nation or when a people, the very reason person migrated, and I mentioned the Quran, أُذِنَ لِلَّذِينَ يُقَاتَلُونَ بِأَنَّهُمْ ظُلِمُوا, was revealed on the Prophet the first time, that you're given the permission to fight based on the fact that dhulm is happening upon you. This dhulm was not happening upon the Muslims in India. You are lying on this. This was not the state of Muslims in India. Otherwise, all of these scholars who lived in that time were not lying. You're 120 years later saying something else. Policies resulting in people's death is another thing, right? Someone actively, what the Sikhs were doing with the Muslims for calling out the azans, they were killing the Muslims. They were turning mosques into stables. This is where the Prophet ﷺ said that jihad was allowed. He said, and Shah Ismail Shahid, he called him the Mujaddid before him, right? Why did he not fight the British? Answer this question is, why is it that Shah Ismail did not fight the British? This is a very important question. When he was asked, he said, why did he have to come all the way to the Punjab to fight the Sikhs? Why? It's an important question because, and all of these ulama, you're thrown all of them under the bus. They didn't understand Islam, but you understand it today. So my sympathies with you. If something happened within your, within your family, and
time is up.
Okay, let's not get personal.
But that's
no ad hominems. Okay, we don't want.
I'm saying my sympathies. Muhammad, please listen. Muhammad, brother. Muhammad,
time is up.
It's finished.
Ya Muhammad,
your time is finished.
Isma, Ya Muhammad. I'm not mocking him. Please be careful.
Okay, don't make ad hominems.
You're alluding something to me which I'm not doing. Don't do that.
You were. You were.
I'm not.
Okay, don't worry.
Ahmed, let me just clarify something quickly.
My sympathies are with Brother Adnan for what happened to his family. My sympathies are with him, right?
Okay.
If a one Muslim dies or 100 die, it's the same thing.
Yeah, you mentioned something about the policies which were responsible for the deaths. Which policy are you actually alluding to here?
For instance, the Bengal famine or whatever you may refer to in history.
So how was that caused? How do you think that was caused? The famine.
I mean, it's well aware. Taking them, not giving the resources.
Because you seem to say that. I don't know. Somehow it seemed like it was irrelevant or something.
No.
I'll tell you.
When you're talking about the death of 100 million people, okay, you don't just brush it under the carpet with, it's just policies which caused the death.
What the 100
this
million
was a
people
systematic.
Killed? Let me ask you something.
Okay, this was a systematic genocide of the people of India.
What I'm saying, were the 100 million people that were killed? I don't have the data in front of me to say, okay, 100.
No, I'm not asking you. You mentioned policy.
100 were shot dead. 100,000 happened this to them. Now that's understandable.
Ahmed,
now, that
you mentioned policy, so you must know what it is, and you even said it was that led to the famine.
Yeah.
So you see this when you talk about religious freedom, and somebody's at the same time, if somebody's led to starvation and death, then clearly there is something wrong. And if anybody doesn't see oppression there, I don't know what kind of heart they have.
Brother Hashim,
it's much harder than a rock, I would say.
If the Prophet ﷺ had written this, that to go and support these people because they're making these policies to kill these people, then you would be right. He did not say this. All he said,
he doesn't need to. It's common sense.
Can I have my 2 minutes?
The point is,
Ahmed, if somebody in your family was starved to death, do you need somebody to tell you to oppose that? Literally, you would oppose it by common sense.
Let people decide. Look. Let people decide. Let people decide.
He didn't support that either. People support that. Do we have a statement?
Did he oppose them? Did he oppose them?
Can I make one quick point? Can I make one quick point, please? So this is sort of a bit of a side issue, but I just want to mention it that here in the UK, we have current contemporary situation. Okay, we have an army, a British army, right? And when you go join the British army, one of the things they ask you to do is to pledge allegiance to the ruling monarch, right? At the moment, it's King Charles.
Yep.
Now, as a soldier in that army, when you first join, you are not at war typically. You're not fighting. But then when it does come to war, because you've pledged allegiance to that monarch, anything that government and that monarch now tells you to do is based on that allegiance that you gave him.
Yeah.
Or her, correct. Right? You pledged that pledge that you gave, which means if you disobeyed, you know what the punishment is? It's court-martial. You are court-martialed and you are sent to an army jail.
Yes.
And Brother Bashir will know this because he was in the US Army, who has a very similar policy.
Exactly.
So when you pledge allegiance to a empire, to a monarch, the moment you pledge that allegiance, you are then saying everything you do from now on, I agree. Whether it's now, yes, you do.
Okay,
so let me finish.
For a soldier is something, and for a layman is something else. You're conflating two things.
Ahmed, let me finish my statement.
Yeah, go on.
I'm talking about pledge of allegiance. The soldier was a side issue. When you pledge allegiance,
please.
Don't tell me what I can say. I can't say. Okay?
No, because the example is not relevant.
Stop telling me what I can say and can't say, Ahmed. Please.
Let him finish.
Go on.
Let me finish what I need to say. When you pledge an allegiance, the essence of a pledge is I now agree to whatever your terms and future behavior is to be. The only way to walk out of that allegiance, and we know this from our own history, is you have to rescind the pledge. You have to give it back. You have to give it, say, I am no longer under this pledge, which means I am now your enemy. If I maintain the pledge, I am not your enemy. So you have two options. One is, if there is no evidence that Mirza Ghulam ever rescinded that pledge, then it means he was under that pledge then and up to the moment of his death. And what's happened consequently is every inheritor of that pledge has continued that pledge. And so therefore, by definition, your entire dynasty there is responsible for all of the atrocities that was committed.
Okay, that means Muhammad is that us living in this country, or those living in the US, whoever living under this rule, when the US and the UK decided to let's go invade Iraq or Afghanistan and all of these places, Why were you sitting on your sofa having popcorns? Why didn't you go and support your brothers? Why didn't you do that?
As citizens,
why didn't you do that?
No.
You mentioned Palestine.
Wait. We don't have to support anyone.
You mentioned one second.
We don't have to. Wait. What if
the
if
same
you think I'm
point.
ignorant or something?
No,
You think
imagine,
why ask such a simplistic
No.
question for?
I have the reverse question. I have the reverse question. What if we went out there and started supporting the government policy and started saying, "Well done, Britain, invade Iraq, kill 3 million Muslims." Imagine if we did that. And you know why?
The Promised Messiah didn't do that. Then.
No,
That's
wait.
the point. The Promised Messiah did not do that.
Wait, Ahmad.
The Promised Messiah did not
how
say
would I
that.
justify it? How would I
Let
justify
him finish, Ahmed. Let him finish.
Ahmed, how would I justify it? In Britain, there are beautiful mosques, beautiful carpets. We do our Eids in the parks. We have the freedom. We have all of that. Therefore, what Britain is doing in Iraq, hooray or hurrah, okay, whatever, right? No, we wouldn't do that, okay?
Yeah.
Because we are not a bunch of oppressors, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has commanded us. Allah, amazingly now, in all of this discussion, we have ignored few very important things. The Quran says repeatedly that dhulm, for example, okay, dhulm cannot be supported. In fact, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, fight those who are oppressing men, women, and children. Who are oppressing men, women, and children. The Quran commands. This is a source of pride for us, the Muslims, that we cannot stand in the face of oppression and take it or tolerate it. Mirza not only
don't you fight?
Mirza not only tolerated it, he backed it. He backed it religiously through revelation.
What?
Wait,
backed
brother.
what?
Ahmad,
backed what?
Ahmad, what?
Answer.
What?
Backed what?
Backed the very establishment who had all these characteristics we have discussed.
By saying be loyal to them,
and responding to some of your points. Najashi, you came up with the Najashi escape route, Najashi escape route. Many people bring it up. Now, check this out. Guess what? Najashi was chosen by the Prophet through revelation. The messenger of Allah chose Najashi through revelation and sent his companions to Najashi. Therefore, whatever support they gave Najashi was completely justified from the revelation of Allah. And later events proved the Prophet right, because Najashi became a Muslim. He did not commit any genocide. He did not even hand over these oppressed fugitives to the Qurayshis. So all the things the Prophet said about Najashi, were proven right.
Does genocide only count when it's for Muslims?
Brother, come on.
Address this as well.
Can you be quiet?
One question. One question addresses. Does genocide only count when it's for Muslims or when it's for others as well?
Let me finish. Well. I'm not going to. No. I'm not going to let you raise another point and then go on a tangent. Okay.
Yeah.
So Najashi's case is completely irrelevant because Najashi did not commit the crimes the British colonial rule did. Mirza, on the other hand, from revelation, commanded his followers, landed them in this quagmire you are in right now, that you have to now appear to be defending directly or indirectly a rule that was extremely racist, oppressive, genocidal, unjust, and there was no religious freedom. I'm claiming there's no religious freedom. Mirza was a liar. Mirza was lying. Anyone who was
every scholars were liars.
They were
wrong.
Of
them was a liar.
They were absolutely wrong.
They were liars. They were misguided. Say they were liars.
If they
say they were liars.
Okay, wait.
Say they were liars.
Good question.
Say it.
Can I address it?
Say they were liars.
Okay, so Ahmad, you're not getting any sound bites from Adnan, okay? He's going to qualify statements.
I'll tell you why.
Don't just say these things.
Guys, can you please, one second. They are not liars. I'll tell you why. Because they were not receiving revelation. They were misinformed. They were completely mistaken. Mirza was a liar. You know why? Because he had revelation. And a prophet of God who claims authority from God and says things like this has to be a liar.
Things like what?
You know why?
Things like what?
That Britain
support the British, be loyal to the British.
No. Claims like that Britain is giving religious freedom, which was a lie, pack of lies. Which was a pack of lies. We have already discussed this, that Britain was not giving freedom of religion. This is a lie. This is an absolute lie. This is a lie peddled by the Qadianis and colonial what do you call it, sympathizers and propagators.
You know what it is?
Now wait, I'm not finished very quickly. Then you said this zulm of the British was not against the Muslims. 100 million Indians died. You know how many millions may have been Muslims?
What did I say? I didn't say this.
Wait.
Say that again. What did I say?
You said it. Zulm was not against Muslims. You said that. You
For
said
being
that.
Muslim.
I made a note here.
For
I'm
being
writing.
Muslims, for
I'm
practicing
writing.
Islam.
I'm writing.
If
Okay.
someone raised a sword and in 1857 came against the government to kill them, then there's going to be a reaction. There are two separate things.
Then instead,
not for living as a Muslim.
They were starved to death, Ahmad. How can you not get that, man? How can you not get that?
Okay, so I think
there are many ways to kill people. It's not just a sword.
We've had Ahmad enough. Let's move on to another.
No, but I want to ask him this.
Yes, please.
You said the Sikh.
Yeah, Bashir, you want to ask a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah, he's talking. Yeah.
Maulvi Rahil Saab, you said the Sikh government was so bad, but Mirza Ghulam Murtaza was in the Sikh military.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
For that reason, they were allowed to move back to Qadian. So how could they be so bad if Mirza's own family was kissing their toes, brother? Please answer.
Yes.
They weren't kissing their toes, bro. The point is this.
But did you know this? Wait.
Listen.
Did you know this?
Let me answer his point.
But did you know this?
Yes, I know this.
Yeah. So what was Mirza's father doing in
I know this. I tell you,
fighting against the Muslims. Fighting. So as if this family had a habit of fighting for the oppressor against the Muslims.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
No,
that's against
the point.
You can't say when you're talking about a rule, right? You can't say that every single person in that rule was
Mirza was condemning the Sikh rule, but his father was part of it. His father was oiling the machine. His father was there. And then after
father
the
father and brothers, by the way, his uncles were involved as well.
Absolutely.
It was a family affair.
And they were receiving, by the way, they were receiving stipends from the Sikh government. Yes. They were receiving money from the Sikh government. So Mirza, you know what? Mirza changed colors because the British were ruling to appease them, to praise them. He just completely disowned or threw the Sikh government under the bus with his father and brothers. Right? No, because they were part of the establishment.
Clear difference. Now, yes.
I feel sorry for you, man.
Even within the Sikh rule, right? Even within the Sikh rule, you can't say that everywhere this happened. Are you getting my point? That everywhere this happened. But when we're speaking about the British rule particularly, they did not do what the Sikhs do before, in the sense that they stopped Muslims from praying, giving out the azan and all of these things. Now, we have to be very clear what we're saying.
No, this is a lie.
They're two separate errors.
You keep two separate errors. Sikhs did not necessarily ban the adhan throughout their territory from Peshawar to Multan. Okay, this is a lie.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
So which
that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Sikh rule was not. Let me tell you something. Even though my own ancestors fought against Maharaja Ranjit Singh's armies in the Hazara region, my ancestor who was put on trial by the British, his father Sheikh Sirajuddin was fighting against the Sikh rule in Hazara region. Even though that is true, I will state categorically, Sikh rule was nowhere near as oppressive as the British colonial rule afterwards. Nowhere near. There is no comparison. Sikhs never committed a genocide against the Muslims. Never. Sikhs only fought those tribes that were fighting them. Okay, and those Muslim tribes were fighting them because they saw the Sikhs as foreign occupiers, or let's say, disbelievers, right? They were fighting them because they came into Muslim territory, they took their territory, so they had justifications. The point is, Sikh rule, when Mirza kept condemning Sikh rule against or vis-a-vis the British rule, there is no comparison. There is no historian on the planet that can bring evidence to the effect that Sikhs committed a genocide against any of the minorities. Or majorities, let's say.
Can I respond?
So there is no comparison. Come on, this is unbelievable that you
Adnan,
keep bringing up
what you're saying. What you're saying is at the time the Prophet ﷺ was living, and all these scholars that I mentioned living, who you've thrown under the bus.
Brother, these scholars are not going to save you. Stop using them.
It's fine.
They're not going to. This is history being recorded today. History is being recorded today. We don't want you to keep using these two scholars. There were hundreds.
There's many. Listen to this.
Bring them.
Listen, you bring them. You bring yours.
I
the
will,
references that you get.
I will name them.
Okay, guys, I think we have to bring somebody else in now. Ahmed, you have got one. You were given 1 hour.
Hashim.
Can I make one last point?
Note the names of the scholars. I'm giving.
Can I make one last point?
I'm gonna give.
You've spoken enough.
I'm gonna give at least 10 names of scholars who gave fatwas of jihad against the British.
You've spoken enough. They were all wrong.
Number
they
one.
were all wrong.
Okay, now they're all wrong.
According to
Why
what
did you
happened.
ask for the names then? If you
According
already
Don't ask me for the names. Don't ask
Nazir
me for the
Delvi,
names.
were they equal in rank with Nazir Delvi?
They were bigger.
They were bigger in
bigger.
rank.
Let
Okay.
me give you
Go
the
on.
names.
Go on.
Shah Abdul Aziz, bigger than Nazir Hussain Delvi. Nazir Hussain Delvi was nowhere near Shah Abdul Aziz. So what the hell are you talking about?
Continue.
Wait. Okay, Shah Ismail
Continue.
Shaheed. Shah Ismail Shaheed. By the way, you're wrong about him that he wasn't going to oppose the British after the Sikhs, because the Maulana Jafar Thanesri, the book you use, okay, to claim that point, you are completely jahil about history.
Did he do it?
Look, let me finish, Ahmad.
Did he do it?
The frustrating part is you don't
Did
listen.
he do it?
No,
Or did he die?
Let me
Did
finish.
he do it in his lifetime?
Brother, let me finish. I'm giving you the answer.
Finish.
I'm giving you the answer. Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, who was the leader of Shah Ismail Shaheed, who was Amirul Mu'mineen of the army that was killed in 1831 in Balakot by the Sikhs, an army led by Sher Singh, the son of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. You don't know you don't know half of it. Okay?
Continue.
Okay. Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed was writing letters to the king of Bukhara, clearly stating in them that after we are finished with the Sikhs, after we are finished with the Maharaja, we are going for the British. Shut up. Stop using this propaganda against these
Be respectful.
people.
Be respectful.
Wait. Okay,
be respectful.
Sorry, I apologize.
Be respectful.
I apologize. I got passionate there. Okay.
Yeah, you got better excited.
Maulana Jafar Thanesri was deliberately spinning facts. You are using his book, and where do I get these facts from? Go to a book titled Sirat Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, authored by Maulana Ghulam Rasul Maher, where he has given evidence upon evidence in an entire chapter to debunk Jafar Thanesri, who claimed that Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed and Shah Ismail Shaheed had no intentions to confront the British. This is a lie. This is a lie. Stop using it. I'm putting this on record. Wait, I'm not finished. I'm putting this on record so that no Qadiani ever brings this up again, because I've given the evidence. You don't believe me? Go and read the letters of Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, the leader of the army, who was writing the letters to the king of Bukhara, and he's categorically stated that after we are finished with the Sikhs, we are going for the Angrezan.
But good. You finished. Yes, okay. but why didn't he do it? Is that
okay, Ahmed? I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Saying something
before I bring somebody else in.
Yeah, saying something and not doing something is another thing.
Okay, good question.
If we had done it,
good question. I'm answering.
Let him have his 2 minutes.
Let me finish, and then you can make my points when I'm gone.
Why he didn't do it is because they weren't finished with the Sikhs. Sikhs killed them in 1831. Sikhs killed them. They couldn't do it.
He should have chosen the British.
So you don't know.
British were greater.
You don't even know the history.
You said, brother. Listen, it was my 2 minutes. And then when I'm gone, you can address it. You said
last
British,
2 minutes. Go ahead.
You said British were the greater colonizers. Then he should have addressed them first. Why did he go to the Sikhs? Clear contradiction in your thought. Why did he go to the Sikhs who were allowing all of this?
I can respond.
Why did he go to the British?
I can respond.
Have your apple first and then respond after. Okay. Now, so what he's done is, have your orange first. Yes, fine. So what he's done is,
it's apple and oranges with Qadianis. It's always apple and oranges with Qadianis.
I mentioned him from 1907. The names of all those scholars he threw under the bus. Nazir Delvi, you shouldn't mention his name again. Nawab Sadiq Hasan Khan, don't mention his name again.
It's not working.
The thing of Makkah, don't mention the name again.
It's not working.
The only thing that you're going to mention is scholars in their time. Now, all of the Muslim majority population did not take part in the mutiny of 1857. Majority did not take part in it. So the fact is that the majority did not believe in it.
Majority were not in the military. It was a military rebellion.
They could come out.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Could they not come out?
Your history.
Could they not come out? Could not the public come out?
Look, Ahmad, with due respect,
the public didn't come out. So you got to let me complete my point.
With due respect, I'm a historian. This is my field.
You got one more minute, Adnan. Let him.
This is my field.
Tell Adnan to be quiet, please. Yeah, tell Adnan to be quiet.
So last 1 minute. Go ahead.
No, but brother Hashim, let me make my points clearly in two minutes.
Yeah. I paused your time. Don't worry.
No, please put it in 2 minutes. He interjected twice.
No.
Let me make my two.
It's 1 minute and that's it. We gave you 1 hour, bro. Come on.
Okay. 1 hour in with interjections, of course. Okay.
No way. Come on. You can't say that now.
Okay. Let me complete what I'm saying. Yeah. Let me complete what I'm saying. Okay. So the only
we
point
started this stream over 3 hours ago, by the way.
Now you're interjecting again, bro.
No, I'm just
clarifying. Have patience for 1 minute.
We started.
Have patience for 1 minute. Okay. Can you reset the time?
No. You got a minute, and that's it.
Okay. Yes. So the entire point that this man has raised is he's conflating two things, and I've mentioned again. In the life of the Prophet ﷺ, not just him, but all of other scholars that lived in his time agreed on this fact that it is not in accordance with Islam to raise a sword against someone who does not oppress you based on your religion. That's the fact. And that is supported by the sunnah of Rasulullah ﷺ when he sent his companions to Najashi, who then fought in the army of Najashi, these companions. And the name of the Sahabi is Zubair bin al-Awam, who fought in the Negus army against the native rebellion. So the point is, if the Muslims or at that time, or whoever supported the British against the rebellion, they were doing it in accordance with the Islamic teaching. This is what you need to understand. Now what he has done, as he always does, is throws his scholars under the bus, as he's done before. So don't conflate two things. What happened in India because of policies is another thing. The stand of the Prophet ﷺ is another thing. You need to bring evidence for Prophet ﷺ where he said categorically that yes, what these guys are doing is correct and is in accordance with Islam.
By the way, are you implying that Najashi was oppressing someone?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Who? Oppressing somebody. Who was he oppressing?
Who was he oppressing?
At the time of Najashi,
who was he oppressing?
The previous, before even companions went there. They were.
No, we're talking about Najashi. You said the companions.
Let him answer.
Companions, like before the companions, right? After the companions, who was he oppressing?
Give me 2 minutes, I'll answer.
To save the British Empire.
No, just tell me whom was he oppressing. Is the name?
Give me 2 minutes.
Was it his people? Was it somebody else?
It was a native rebellion at the time. I don't have the names in front of me, but if you give
I don't think you know much about the details, so you shouldn't.
Give me 2 minutes.
It's like Adnan says, you're comparing apples and oranges now.
No, I'll
right, thank you, Ahmad, for your time.
Okay, last thing. Before
I have one question. So Najashi, which colonial project did Najashi undertake?
He doesn't know. Muhammad, he doesn't know.
Irrelevant. Look. The reason why Ahmad
don't compare apples and oranges and pineapples. Honestly,
it's not. Yeah, exactly.
It's a matter of usul. It's a matter of usul.
No, it's a matter of
usul. It is.
No, it's not that.
You picked the wrong example, which you haven't even.
It's comparing a pumpkin with an apple. Okay, this is
exactly
huge.
Yeah, you can say that.
One second. Okay, he said Mirza Sahib said don't raise sword against a power that doesn't oppress you, right? That's what he said. Okay, but this is exactly the point. The British were oppressing the Muslims specifically. Okay, I can give you this topic is my topic. Don't mess. I'm not, again, this is not arrogant speaking. This is a fact.
Religion, yeah.
Okay, no. This is my field is specifically history of Muslims in India.
Were they oppressing them for their religion?
Wait,
for their religious belief,
yes,
or being
absolutely, 100%.
There's no doubt about that. I'm surprised you don't know that.
If you don't believe me, the very time when Mirza himself was active in 1871, a book was published. The book's title is what? Are Indian Muslims are they bound by conscience to rebel against the Queen? Okay, this book was an official document. It was the Rand report of India in 1871. Wait.
Who wrote it? Was it William Hunter?
William Wilson Hunter, who was a colonial officer working for the British colonial establishment. He was part of the establishment. This was establishment's policy in that book. Anyone who has any doubt about Muslims having freedom and Muslims not being oppressed, just go and read that book. I
read that book. Okay. The Promised Messiah replied to that book. The British government and jihad is in reply to that book.
Okay.
You don't even know that.
Okay.
Go and read the British government and jihad. Go and read the British government and jihad.
The promise, very book. Your Promised Messiah.
These are from that very book.
Wait.
These fatwas are from that very book.
Wait, brother.
When he's telling the British government.
Your Promised Messiah. Listen to me. Your Promised Messiah. How did you respond to it? How did he reply to it? He replied to it by making it a tenet of his religion. I'll tell
you how I replied to it.
Okay, wait. Making it part of his religion. Look, it is one thing to say that don't fight the British. They are okay. You could not possibly have the information which Allah has. Clearly, Allah did not reveal that to Mirza. Okay, if Mirza had received that revelation, and having received that revelation that the British are busy killing 100 million people, still Mirza is praising the British and telling his followers to obey them. Okay, then clearly Mirza was not following Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These revelations were coming from somewhere else, clearly. Okay, these were not coming from Allah, clearly, right? But if Mirza knew All of this is happening. And then despite
Clearly
all
everyone
that,
was
wait,
wrong.
brother, despite all of that, okay, you have no legs to stand on. Wallahi.
Clearly,
the only reason we are still going on with this, so that the Ahmadis can see this.
Clearly, everyone was wrong in the time of the
Ahmadi brothers and sisters, we want them to see this.
Clearly, everyone was wrong, and Adnan Rashid is right.
No,
clearly, every one of the scholars.
No.
Adnan gave you the references.
And you're right.
Don't misrepresent. Don't misrepresent.
Don't misrepresent. You're saying everyone, don't lie to our faces. You have two guys.
What did they do?
Two scholars, two great scholars, okay?
Yes.
But they were clearly mistaken. They did not have the revelation Mirza had.
There was the entire Ahl Hadith movement, my friend. There wasn't two scholars. There wasn't two scholars. The reference I gave you, there wasn't two scholars.
Brother, be quiet.
Look,
Sayyid Nazir, be quiet. Sayyid Nazir Hussain Dehlavi did not have wahi or ilm al-ghaib, number one. Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan, despite all his learning, was not aware of all these genocidal facts that came to light later on. Okay, Mirza must have known these because he had revelation. You claim he's a prophet, and he himself said that Allah's revelation is telling me to be a well-wisher of this government. Okay,
so
being a well-wisher,
there are about 15 to 20 names. 15 to 20 names. Just in this report that I gave you. You're saying two scholars.
You're saying two scholars. Let me ask you a question. You're saying two scholars. Abu Bakr Baghdadi or the British colonialism? Which one is the worst entity? Abu Bakr Baghdadi or colonial establishment? Which one is worse? In crimes.
You answer it.
No. You tell me.
You answer it. You answer it. Was it a jihad? Was it a jihad?
No, it wasn't. Okay, absolutely no. They were Khawarij. They were Khawarij. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm asking.
So why are you asking that question?
Okay, both.
Why are you asking that question?
Okay, I'm asking you a question.
Why are you asking that question?
Which one was worse?
Why are you asking that question?
I'm asking you a question. Wait.
Can you answer one? If you're living, we need to establish.
Guys, we have to finish with Ahmad. Sorry, I think Ahmad has. Already,
one thing you need to establish.
He said
one thing. Okay. Yeah. I'm leaving now. Just last comment.
Let Bashir come in.
Last comment. I'm leaving. Last comment. One second. Hashim. 1 second. I want to leave. The last comment. Brother Bashir, just one comment. One comment.
You can go after me. Hold on. So
okay, please.
When you leave, brother, just Ahmadis believe Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed was the Mujaddid of the 13th century. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's father was in the army that killed him in Kashmir. Okay, and on top of that, he never prayed in his whole life. So
never prayed in his own life. What are you on about?
Let him finish, Ahmed. Don't interrupt.
Never prayed in his own life.
Mirza Ghulam Murtaza, look it up. It's in Sirat al-Mahdi. It's in other sources. He never
prayed in his own life.
In his whole life, brother. You need to look it up.
You make this stuff up, bro.
Bro, maybe you need to look it up. It's okay, brother. I got love and respect for you, but look those two things up, and then next time we see you, inshallah.
What was the first thing you said, Bashir?
That the first thing he said was that he was in the very army that fought Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed in Balakot and killed him and his army. And later on, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani claims that Sayyid Ahmad Shaheed, for fighting the Sikhs and other things, was a Mujaddid, was a reviver. And this Mujaddid was actually killed by his own father, Mirza's father, because he was part of the army. He was part of the Sikh army. He was there. Right. So he was basically pretty much fighting against the Mujahideen.
So they were killing
fighting
Muslims
against the Mujahideen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, Adnan, if you remember, during after the 1857 uprising, the British, they blamed the Muslims and they confiscated their lands and properties, and also made it illegal for them to inherit.
Yeah.
The inheritance was made illegal.
Yes.
Now, I wouldn't call that freedom of religion if I were you, Ahmed.
No, he knows.
Okay, anyway, thanks for your time. You got a last statement to
make? I'm leaving. I want to make my last point.
They are losing. I want to make my last point. They're trying to fight a losing battle. Okay.
No such thing as a losing battle, because the bad battle stands.
You've already lost the battle.
The battle stands upon the point. The battle stands upon the point whether the British provided freedom. The doors of Islam
are open to you.
Yes, the doors of Ahmadiyya, the true Islam, is open to you, bro.
We would never believe in such a guy.
We will never believe. We will never believe in teachings which goes against the Quran.
We would never believe in a
We will never believe in Imma Islam or Imma Sayyid. We never believe in either Islam or
all right, guys. This is
who was an instrument of an oppressing, racist, genocidal.
Okay, you got 30 seconds to make your last point. Go ahead.
Yeah, my last point is this: that we've come to every stream of yours, whether it's you've done 8 or 9 streams, right? We've been inviting you to come to our streams, and you guys have been running away. So please, for God's sake,
we're not running away.
Show yourself
You're
up.
Here.
Find that mirror. Where's that mirror? Where's that mirror?
No.
Where's that mirror, bro?
The mirror is there. I'm going to show it to you right now. You want
Why,
me to show you?
why doesn't it give you courage? Why doesn't it give you courage when you to come?
Molvi Saab, please invite me to show up. Molvi Saab, invite me, bro.
Bro, you're not capable, bro.
All right.
So we don't invite you.
Here's the mirror.
Tell that mirror to give you courage next time. True Islam stream.
Give me
next week.
All right, your time is up. 30 seconds.
Next week.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. He's a good guy, but it's just, you know, this is a training, unfortunately. That's
absolutely. No,
certain
like,
questions.
I like.
You know, I wouldn't say all questions are yes and no, but I think certain are pretty. If somebody asks you if the British regime, the British Raj in India was racist, I don't think anyone in the right mind who knows even surface level information about the British Raj would hesitate to say yes.
Yeah,
just simple things like this, you know. Not everything is a trick question for you guys, man.
Look,
and then they say we are running away.
The game they play is
if we were running away, we wouldn't be having this every Saturday.
The game they play is that Mirza was not in favor of all these things, which he never said. Mirza never said that the British are oppressing this and this and that, this community, that community. British did this, British did. He was always praising the British colonial establishment. He was always in favor of this colonial establishment. He made it a point of religion to follow them and obey them. Okay, he never, in fact, he is praising his father for providing military support to an oppressive occupying power that is in foreign land, foreign territory, and killing the natives, killing them like they did in Australia. The colonial British colonial establishment did this. The same thing in Australia. They did the same thing in other territories. Everywhere they went, they simply committed genocides against the natives. Okay, in India they couldn't be successful because the population was so high. They tried. 100 million people is not a small number. They tried. Okay, so to be part of such an establishment is like trying to claim that Musa alayhi salam was an instrument for Pharaoh. Okay, was praising Pharaoh. Or imagine if Musa alayhi salam started saying Pharaoh, you know what? He's a good person for certain characteristics he has. So therefore, we will praise him for that. But other things we will not even talk about. We won't talk about his oppression. We won't talk about his shirk and all that.
So, Brother Bashir wants to come up. I'll make a quick comment there. So, 100 million. I mean, again, 100 million is an estimate by the historiographers.
Yeah.
Just to put it into context, you know, the population of the United Kingdom today is around 65 million. And a few years ago, it was around 50 million, which meant they killed twice the population of the United Kingdom in 40 years. Can you just imagine the bloodbath that this is? I mean, subhanAllah, is unbelievable. You can sit there and try to defend somebody who supported that regime.
Yeah, they didn't just go up, go to them and blow. They didn't blow them up. They didn't shoot them with bullets and didn't stab them with swords.
Although they did do that. They did do that.
They also did that. Of course, they
also did that. Exactly.
And don't forget that was just India. Don't forget Africa. Don't forget the other places.
Let me finish the point. Yeah, finish the brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Hashim is absolutely right. I mean, if we just talk about India, okay, that alone gives you goosebumps. Okay, so here in this case, 100 million people were killed by deliberate policies, deliberately placed policies that were designed to kill. You see, killing with gun, killing with sword is one thing that appears to be a bit more vicious. But when you kill silently, okay, through famines, through starvation, through taxation, imposing oppressive taxes on the farmers, and then they have either they have to live by the food they get from the harvest, or they have to give it away in tax. Okay,
let's qualify that point. So let me qualify. So famine. Yeah. When we say famine, okay, let's qualify what this meant. In the situation in what they did was food that was destined for the population was redirected and sent to the army instead.
That was later. Brother Mohammad, that was later. That was during the Second World War. What you're talking about is Churchill. That's Churchill.
Yes.
What happened between 1880 and 1920 when Mirza himself was alive? Why do I make a big deal of that particular period? This is when Mirza is preaching. This is when he's the prophet, right? In 1891, he is the prophet to the Qadianis, and this is the time when this genocide throughout the Indian countryside is in full swing. And for some reason, Mirza is receiving revelations from Allah, who is completely ignoring all these people dying, hundreds of millions, and Allah is sending revelation to Mirza to be obedient to this government. Make sure you don't fight against them. Make sure you don't raise sword against them. Make sure you don't speak against them. Just be subservient, obedient followers. Okay, imagine Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doing that. I mean, this is a lie against Allah. This is against the honor of Allah. Allah is against zulm. The Prophet ﷺ said in an authentic hadith, unsur akhaka dhaliman aw mazluman. Unsur akhaka dhaliman aw mazluman. Help your brother, whether he is the oppressed or the oppressor. And the Sahaba said, Ya Rasulullah, we understand that why we have to help the oppressed. But how do we help the oppressor? The Prophet said, by stopping him. You help your brother by stopping him, stopping his oppression. The Prophet ﷺ said, Man ra'a minkum munkaran falyughayyirhu biyadihi fa in lam yastati' fa bilisanihi fa in lam yastati' fa biqalbihi wa dhalika ad'aful imani. If you see a munkar, if you see an evil, okay, stop it with your hand. You have to stop it with your hand, okay? If you cannot do that, then speak against it. That's the least you can do. And if you cannot do that, then at least think in your heart that it is something evil. Mirza Sahib had none of this. To the contrary, Mirza Sahib was going all the way around to the other side of the fence and praising the establishment that's killing all these people. And later, I mean, look, the point is, this killing doesn't stop. From the day the British East India Company came to power till the day they left India in August 1947, the genocide continued. Even when they left in 1947, there was a genocide in the Punjab. Okay, a million people died due to riots directly caused by the policies of the colonial government. Lord Mountbatten, okay, came to speed the process, but in that speeding, a million people lost their lives in the Punjab region on both sides of the borders. Okay, this is you can't say, hold on a second, this was not their fault. Of course, it was their fault. They were the government. Okay, so look, any sincere Ahmadi listening to us out there today, okay, you just have to think about it. You have to just keep watching this exchange we had with Ahmad again and again and again, okay, and Allah will open your eyes. Allah will open your hearts, because this is not a game. This alone, indicts Mirza. This alone indicts Mirza as a liar, okay, as a collaborator, as a traitor, okay, as a propagandist for the colonial, oppressive, racist, genocidal rule. This alone indicts him. This alone gives us enough reasons to completely reject him as an evil man, let alone, a prophet of God. Come on. A prophet, Allah sending a prophet to work for one of the worst catastrophes in human history. Yes, Brother Muhammad.
Brother Bashir, you want to come in?
Yes. Yeah, please.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, so remember, while everyone else is dying, his family gets a pension. And he's living off this pension, which was a lot of money, and villages. And remember, the Sikhs allowed them to move back to Qadian and gave them villages. The Sikhs were about some type of socialism, and so the Sikhs allowed them back. Okay, then later on, what's even worse is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he endorsed the idea of prostitutes for British soldiers who were in India. It's the weirdest thing. We haven't got to that yet, but he basically endorsed European prostitutes for European soldiers who were in British India. It's the weirdest situation. And then astaghfirullah. And then in 1902, he called the Queen as the Khalifa of the Muslims, and they were calling the Queen and the King as the temporal Khalifa of Muslims. So and in 1947 they moved to Pakistan and they were forced to abandon Qadian, and there was like a grenade thrown in Qadian. Qadian was a terrible scene. So and as you guys noticed, Raheel didn't know about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's father, and most of these guys don't know the details of these beliefs. So let's see who's next, and I hope they'll learn today.
Absolutely. So, thank you so much for bringing this up, Brother Bashir. Absolutely, it's always a pleasure having you. Join our streams, because you come up with some of these very important points that we often miss in these streams. That people think that these points are not important, but they're very important. Okay, this is not a joke. This person was not only not saying that don't fight the British. This is not what he was doing. He was actually saying support the British, support them stay in power in India, support the oppression, in other words, because keeping them in India, keeping the British colonial rule in India meant more genocides, because genocides were not stopping. As I said, for 200 years, repeatedly, at every single opportunity, the colonial establishment committed genocides, every single opportunity. Okay, from 1757 to all the way to 1947, this continued. This did not stop. Okay, so keeping them any longer in India and praying for their well-being and providing them with military support, logistic support, spying networks, at the same time making it a point, a tenet, an important tenet of your religion to obey them. Okay, you are basically instruments against your brothers. You are recruiting traitors, in other words. You know what you're trying to do is you're trying to recruit people to work for an oppressive, racist, genocidal, maniac power. So this is very, very important, guys. I'm going to quickly pray. Please continue the stream.
Inshallah, yeah, we'll carry on the discussion.
Bring others on, and inshallah continue with the discussion. I'll join you very soon, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah, yeah. Bashir, you got some points to make while Adnan's away?
Well, I wanted to ask Brother Hashim one question. So, in your research, I mean, obviously you've done the biography and so on and so forth. I remember, not in your work, but somewhere I remember reading that the British, when this particular movement of Mirza Ghulam started up, they initially felt it was a threat, right? They thought there was something strange coming up here, but then they realized that they could actually use it to their advantage, and they could turn this person, because and remember, I think we keep forgetting, the entire colonial project started off as part of the Oriental project. So this was it was Orientalism writ large, and one of their goals, if not the main goal, was to actually subdue Islam, remove the strength of Islam away from Muslims, so they could be ruled by the Orientalist paradigm. Now, the question I have is at what point did the British realize that Mirza Ghulam could be something they could work with? What was going through in that history at that time?
Yeah, so he has a long history. I mean, he even worked in their courts in 1864. From 1864 to 1868, he lived in Sialkot, which was the home of the Christian missionary thrust in the Punjab, in like the north in North India. And he spoke with Reverend Butler and many Christian missionaries, apparently, and he had many discussions with them. Allegedly, is what they say. So he was being prepared, even back in the 1860s. He was being prepared to do this, because he was working for them in their courts. And it's unclear exactly what he was doing in the courts, but he lived there for 4 years. And remember, he lived there because he got kicked out of his house by his dad, because he stole the pension and went out and spent it. So that pension money, it's a funny story, brother. He goes to pick up the pension and then he doesn't come home. Now, I think you're desi like me. When your father kicks you out the house,
he went to the post. So basically, he went to the post office to pick up the check, as it were, and right, he never came back home.
And he never came back home. And he went with his cousin. So you always got to have a wingman, right? Right. So he picks up the 200 rupees and just didn't come home, and then sent a letter home. And his dad was like, "No, sir, you cannot come home." He didn't come home for Eid. Sialkot to Qadian is like a day's journey. You'd think he'd come home for break or Eid. He was not allowed. So he was even more crooked than his own father, it seems, right? So he was being prepared. And then once his father died in 1876, the pension ended. So the pension's over. So he says, well, I'll write a book showing how Islam is superior to every religion in the world. Well, in the book, he denies miracles. He posts his revelations or his ilham, and he gets takfired immediately by his own people, by the al-Hadith, but he was only defended by like one guy. So he was being prepared the whole way for this thrust, and then he made the thrust, and they supported him. Brother, he was never guilty in court, even though in some cases he's blatantly guilty. They'd say no, he gets a pass. So
how does that happen? Yeah,
how does that happen? He said he was. There's a famous post office case where he put a letter inside a letter, and that's a big crime apparently in British India in those days. And he goes to court. He admits to it, and they just let him off because of who his father was, and who his brothers. So remember, it wasn't just Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's father; it was his uncles who helped the British and his cousins. And in Desi culture, cousins are brothers. So this family is really connected. And look now, they're in the UK now under support, and later on they were able to get access to the British colonies. And the British wanted to use them in West Africa and East Africa to tell the people, don't rebel, learn some English, get a job, and support us. Give us your chocolate. In West Africa, there's a lot of chocolate, gold, and etc. So they've been prepared for this, brother, for their entire life, this whole Mirza family. So unfortunately, that's the situation we're in. Imagine being born in it, brother.
Yeah, so the point here, I think, is really down to the fact that to accept this as, again, we're talking about people's afterlives. At the end of the day, we're talking about akhirah, we're talking about this world, the other world, and really the only reason we're doing these programs is to say, look, if you truly believe that this individual is going to be guiding you to the to an afterlife that is as revealed in the Quran, then you're sadly mistaken. And all we're saying is, look, the truth is really simple. You don't need these contorted argumentation. You don't need this sort of narrative that goes on for a century now with so many holes in it. It's La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, the Quran and Sunnah, and that's it. And Brother Bashir, you explained. We only spoke last time once, but you said you came out of that, and you said you felt as if you were free for the first time in your life. That feeling of this huge weight off your shoulders, and all I say to our brothers and sisters who are still in this is that weight, that guilt that you feel, that sort of feeling of there's something wrong, but I don't know what it is. It's this. It's because it's a complete concocted narrative by the British government for a particular political aim, which has bypassed its time, and they're still utilizing it in order to keep you enslaved.
That is exactly the story, brother, and it was all about business. So this also flared up around Egypt, and there was a lot of people in Egypt who had similar views to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. And as we know, the Suez Canal, it's the biggest choke point of global business in the world. In fact, that's probably why the state of Israel was made, to help protect it, because if that gets shut down, then the world is shut down. So and there was a guy named Rashid Rida around the time of Mirza Ghulam. He also said that Jesus was dead. And Fander, one of his arguments was that per the Quran, Jesus is dead. So everything Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said was him agreeing with the Christian missionaries, essentially. So hence we are here today.
Okay. Working for the British as well.
Sorry, Hashim.
I was saying he's basically working for the British Raj.
Time. Well, exactly.
Yes, he has to adopt religious, because one of the main things in Christianity is the death and crucifixion of Jesus.
Yes.
And also, don't forget, somebody said Hazrat Krishna. So it's basically appealing to everyone, similar to what the Baha'i religion. So Baha'u'llah was contemporary to Mirza Ghulam as well. So he was maybe he got the idea from there, just appeal to everyone, be nice to everyone, be inclusive, and maybe that was
I think
the
we
reason.
need to do another stream on that. So I have another question. So some of the references I come across, like Tabligh Risalat and these other books, I can't find them anywhere, or if they are, they're usually sort of somehow seem to be updated. Is there some kind of sort of back projection going on here with some of these works? Because it clearly seems that information is missing or not available or easily to me. I go looking and I can't find stuff, even though they're referenced in older works. I can't find these anywhere in new. So is there something here?
So you mentioned the
Risalat, yeah.
That was changed into the Book of Announcements. It was changed into Majmua Ishtiharat, and they burned the original copy. It's gone.
Oh,
we'll never have the original Tablighi Risalat. You can see the references to it in Tazkira, I think, right? But you'll never.
And also the case in Pakistan, the court case, is actually referenced throughout the notes as well.
Yeah. So and they did that purposely. In fact, they burned all the old books from Mirza Ghulam, all the original books. You'll never find them, brother. I have a few on my blog that we've been able to find, but they burned them all. And in 1984, they invented Rahuni Hazain. It was like the second attempt at it, and they edited a lot. Like, in fact, they took out the footnotes of previous edits. For example, in the book Arba'in, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said that Anbiya had said, "Oh yeah, are you back, brother?"
It's okay. Carry on, Bashir.
Okay, so yeah, there's a book by MGA called Arba'in, and in the first edition, MGA wrote that Anbiya said that the Mahdi will come near the Punjab, and that's a total lie. So in the second edition, they put it in the footnote. No, it was a typo, the famous typo game. It wasn't Anbiya, it was Awliya. And well, that's not true either. So in the third edition, they removed they removed the footnote altogether. You would never know that this happened. So even Tazkira, every 20 years they come up with a new one, and there's edits in it and changes in it. So as you saw, Maulvi Rahil and Razi, they're sitting around all day. This is what they get paid to do, is to spin everything. So this is what we're up against. And at some point, the British government has to take responsibility for what they created and unleashed upon Muslims. I mean, we've been very cooperative, brother, over the years. So I hope they take responsibility.
So I mean, this is almost the same game the Christians play. Every time, I mean, Brother Hashim will tell you, there's like umpteen revisions, and each one, they decide which one they believe or they don't want to believe. Wa alaikum salam, Dr. Imran. So let's go on to another point. So Mirza, towards the end of this colonial regime, as the British were exiting, what role did Mirza Ghulam play in either standing by or supporting or helping? What happened? What really took place?
Yeah, so you're talking about 1947?
Yeah, exactly. The partition. Go ahead.
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was gone, right? He was already dead for like 4 years.
Yes.
But his son, the promised son, he had a guy named Zafrullah Khan, who was who was purposely put in. Brother, he went and lost Kashmir. Kashmir should have been part of Pakistan. 99% Muslim, right? The Ahmadis said that they were non-Muslim. Can you mute Brother Adnan? I think it's
I'm just doing it. Yeah. There we go. Go ahead.
Check this out, brother. In Kashmir, they pulled a switcherooski on us and took it from underneath us with the help of the Ahmadis. The Ahmadis sent in Zafrullah Khan as the lawyer, and he lost the case. Same thing in Palestine. This guy's the lawyer. Bro, if your lawyer is a crook and he's working against you, he's going to lose the case. So he lost all these cases. And in fact, in the Punjab, where 1 million people died, the district of Gurdaspur, which has Amritsar and Qadian, was supposed to go to Pakistan, right? It was like 50-50, but at the last minute, Ahmadi said that they were non-Muslim, and that swayed the percentage, and that's how it stayed in India. So, brother,
so they admitted to being non-Muslim to actually sway the vote,
to help the British, because remember, the British were creating buffer states.
Wow.
So they didn't want to give Gurdaspur, because if you gave Gurdaspur,
I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know that. Really.
Yep.
And yet now they have the audacity to come on here and claim to be Muslims.
Totally, and that's the whole issue. Is when we bring these references, you saw. I told Rahil about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's father. He didn't even know. These guys, they don't know these things. They know the script of what they're what they're told to say, how not to answer, debate tactics. They don't know. They haven't done the research, brother. So. So they've been working against Muslims for all these years in every single area, brother. You name it, they're against us. So,
Okay, so the topic isn't about jihad today, but this is another sort of discussion we can have. Brother Hashim, is there anybody we can bring on? Is there anybody out there that's talking that would like to come in? Okay, so while you let's have a look at some of the any interesting comments here.
I just posted the link in the back chat for anyone who wants to verify that they admitted to being non-Muslim in 1947. There it is.
Wow. Yeah. I'm just going to click on that. So have a quick look at it.
Yeah, feel free to pull it up. Let's see if they want to answer to this. You know, the British put this guy in charge specifically so he would not present a proper case. So, and then he got the promotion.
Let's actually go through this. By the way, this is interesting.
Yeah,
he wanted to be non-Muslim. Okay, so let's read this very carefully. Again, I mean, what this to me says, I mean, as I'm hearing you, is the level of deceptive sort of fervor they have to maintain this lie. Because at the end of the day, I mean, for me, I mean, I see, I mean, looking from the outside, I mean, I wasn't very educated on this until I started looking into it. But to me, it's no different to maintaining a Ponzi scheme. Right. I mean, I see it as pretty much as like a very, very glorified Ponzi scheme, which is the guys at the top eat really, really well because all the money is collected at the bottom and it just filters up to the top of the pyramid. Right. And it's just a massive Ponzi scheme. And your goal in life is to get into that Ponzi scheme, get up the ladder and start eating before anybody else. And I just see that as criminal. I mean, really, it is criminal. This is not faith. This is not Islam. This is not what, you know, listening to Quran and Sunnah and what the Anbiya came for, the prophets came for, what revelation is all about. I mean, this is 100% plain and simple capitalistic materialism. That's what it is.
Totally. And scroll down on that. Let's see the reference so all the Ahmadis can see. They know I've done this research work. And as you saw, Raheel said he wouldn't invite me to their screen. Yeah. So look, they're the references. See if you can enlarge on those.
Can you read that?
No, it's like really small. It's from the 1974. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, because this was brought up in the 1974 National Assembly where they were declared non-Muslim. They were asked about this in court. You know, like, hey, you guys are crying about being non-Muslim now, but you know, 35 years ago or like 37 years ago, you took that identity. So, you know, what's going on here?
Yeah. So I mean, we'll share the link later. You can have a look at it. But this is, I mean, clear example of really what I would call, I mean, active deception. And it's not so, you know, it's not accidental. This is clearly orchestrated. They know exactly what they're doing, and you know, really, I mean, you know, even if, I mean, look, for me as a normal Muslim, if something like this ever came up, I mean, with even any of our leaders, I would instantly sort of say, okay, there's something fishy going on here. You know, to not question this, to me, it sounds like almost like the sort of the utmost level of brainwashing, that you have all of this, and yet you can still sit there and say, no, you're wrong, you're lying, you're misrepresenting, or they find some way to justify it. I don't understand how they can do this.
Well, brother,
okay, so
they moved to Pakistan and they were rewarded and they were given Rabwa, a town, a state within a state.
Like the Vatican.
So, like the Vatican, brother, there's no other place in the Muslim world that's a state within a state. And you know, well, they changed it since then. Now, you know, the schools are not all government, but there's more government involvement. But for the first 30 years, they were able to sublease. Can you imagine? They put all this land in the name of the Khalifa, and he subleased it to Ahmadis and told them to move there, and he was able to create a headquarters. As you know, in business, the first thing you got to make is a headquarters. If you make a headquarters, now you can expand. So this is what they were given for their trouble. You see what I mean? And they were able to keep Qadian, which is a Sikh city at this point, a Sikh and Hindu city. But, you know, they don't really care because Rabwa worked, and now they're in the UK. So they were not on our side. And you look, here's the source, November 13th, 1946, where he told the government to consider Ahmadis like Parsis. And then consequently, look, Ahmadis were not counted as Muslim when they did the, you know, is this a majority Muslim district or not?
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Izhar, Dr. Izhar bhai. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Bashir is absolutely right. And could I just tell my Ahmadi brothers and sisters who may be watching this, Bashir is a man of great integrity when it comes to sourcing references, and he has been targeted relentlessly by Ahmadis. I can give you a brief, and you know, I'm not saying it just because he's there, because I really feel for him. Bashir's on his own in his family. He's a soldier in the name of Islam. And what Bashir has done is given us an immense resource. And I would recommend Ahmed, because Ahmadis, when I used to refer to any of, in discussions in my family, whenever I used to refer to sources from Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog, they say, oh, that's rubbish. It isn't. And I would explain it in these terms. I have myself told Bashir where he has sometimes made a factual error, he has gone back and edited it. So he's not, this is not propaganda, these are facts. Coming back to what was being discussed, it's fascinating. It is tragic, it is sad that Muslims were used in this manner. The Ahmadis, when they, Bashir is absolutely right, they, in the census, they wanted to be counted as separate from Hindus, Sikhs, and Muslims. And you're right, Bashir. I have seen those documents. I have seen those references. What is also not known by many Ahmadis is that when Mirza Bashiruddin finally decided to move to Rabwa, they had instructed the Ahmadis who owned property in Qadian not, remember when partition occurred, my own grandparents, when they moved to Pakistan, they got land in lieu of the land that they had lost. Mirza Bashiruddin told, and it is all written, it's all out there, them not to claim in lieu of their properties in Qadian, because he said, we will go back to Qadian. You know, this was supposed to be a temporary move. That is why the Bahishti Maqbara they created in Rabwa, my own grandfather is buried there. He's in a metal coffin because the idea was that when they go back to Qadian, the bodies will be exhumed and taken back. But the Mirza family, they are a very rich landlord family. I remember my father was a very good friend of a man called Mia Rafi Ahmad. You may have heard recently of the Green Ahmadis. Does anyone know Brother Hashim? Do you know Brother Mohammad?
Nope.
Right.
I'm not familiar with them. No.
If you give me a few minutes, could I explain that to you? Because
of course, yeah, please do, yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
So when the third Khalifa died, there was an election in Rabwa. I think it was 1981 or 82. And Mirza Tahir Ahmad was the man who was being in the front. He was the man who had been in line for the caliphate. But he had another brother. I think he was one of his stepbrothers, who actually was a great friend of my family, incidentally. My father, his name was Mirza Rafi Ahmad. Now, Mirza Rafi Ahmad had been blacklisted by the Ahmadis because he used to ask questions, and he was deemed as a threat to the caliphate. So in that election, what happened in the mosque, and I know eyewitnesses who have told me that story, Mirza Rafi Ahmad, after Mirza Tahir Ahmad's name was nominated, stood up to say something. In those days, family of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad were allowed to be part of the electoral college. So when he stood up, he was unceremoniously removed from there and was put in house arrest in Rabwa. No Ahmadi Murabbi can dispute that. Unfortunately, people like Razi and Ahmad, they weren't even born then. We're talking about 1982. Even Brother Bashir probably wasn't born then. So, and this is a fascinating part of history. Now, Mirza Rafi Ahmad, is deemed to be a mujaddid by those who are the green Ahmadis. You can Google it, and there's a chap who has a Twitter account. And so you see, there was this internecine fight.
I thought they were vegetarians or something. That's why I call green Ahmadis.
No, they call them
Mirza
Rafi Ahmad is called the Ayub. You know, Hazrat Ayub suffered a lot. He's called the Ayub-e Ahmadiyyat, the Ayub-e Ahmadiyyat. And he was also a son of Mirza Bashiruddin. Mirza Bashiruddin had many wives, and he had many children from various wives. And Mirza Rafi was one of them. So what I was telling you about the Qadian business, when they moved to Rabwa, the Ahmadi Mirza family claimed a huge amount of land. So they've got a lot of land in Sindh and in the Punjab. I don't know about Punjab, but in Sindh, there's a whole village called Nasirabad, I think was its name, after the third Khalifa. So these people are feudal landlords, and there were landlords in India. And coming back to the business about the British support behind Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's family, it wasn't just Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. There were many feudal landlords who used to, it was like vassalage. You know what vassalage is, like in the medieval kingdoms. You used to have a private army, and the landlord was allowed to do what they wanted. So Mirza Bashiruddin basically was the man in charge of Qadian. He ruled the roost there, as long as he didn't interfere with what the British were doing. So you just let us get on with our work, and we'll let you go on with your business in your fiefdom. And so the Fakhruddin Multani case, which I have mentioned in a previous one, again, Bashir has got a fantastic resource on that. He even has the court proceedings. He was a man who was murdered by an Ahmadi fanatic in broad daylight. After some very instigatory speeches and khutbahs by Mirza Bashiruddin, who was accused of sexually abusing a man called Bashir Misri, who under oath of the Quran has said that he was sexually assaulted by Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud. And Bashir, am I correct here? Yeah, and so there was this.
Bashir, you're muted.
So there was this big khutbahs that he gave, and then after one of these, between Asr and Maghrib, this man Fakhruddin Multani, who wanted an inquiry into this case, was murdered in broad daylight. He used to own a chemist shop, an apothecary. He was an apothecary. And after that, the British government took notice of the khutbahs of Mirza Bashiruddin and gave him a warning. So the next khutbah, if you look at the Khutbat-e-Mahmud, I think it was 1937, the khutbah of 6th of August is missing. All other khutbahs are there. And then the last khutbah after Fakhruddin Multani's death was a very sort of just the Arabic brief khutbah, and he actually says that the government doesn't even allow us to do a proper khutbah. In one of the khutbahs, he said, is there any Khalid bin Walid in my Jamaat who can stand up for me? Essentially inviting them to, violently deal with these people who had been boycotted. There is a khutbah in which he says that the Misris and the Fakhruddin Multanis, no one should sell them milk or meat or vegetables or groceries. No Muslim, no Ahmadi shopkeeper should sell. This is social boycott. And that if they want to buy, they can go to the shops of the Sikhs. So the relationship with British India of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's family and his subsequent children, whilst they were there before partition, was you guys do what you want to, a bit like other Nawabs and Jagirdars, we call them, who sold out their souls, the Shah Nawaz Bhuttos and all the rest of them and the Pir Pagaras. So what is very interesting is that in some elections, there was an election in 1936 when the British allowed local sort of governments, and Mirza Mahmud Bashiruddin in his khutbah instructed his followers to vote for a person who stood against the Muslim League. who was a Congressite. So, you know, they were not friends of the Muslim League, but they were opportunists. As soon as they realized that Pakistan will be formed, they said that, okay, well, we've got to pack up our stuff here in Qadian, and we moved to Rabwa. And Bashir is right. Rabwa is like a Vatican city. The authority of the Jamaat is very dominant there, and had been in the past when we used to go there. And then people should also look at the history of the 1974 Rabwa train station attack. I don't know, Hashim, do you know about that? That was the...
I heard about it, yeah.
Yeah, in 1974, a group of medical students from Nishta Medical College were traveling on what... I'm a medical student, I was a medical student later, but every medical school used to have a hygiene tour, a trip to the northern areas of Pakistan. So the train went from Multan and it stopped for a couple of minutes in Rabwa station. It was the Khyber Express. And what they did was they shouted some slogans against Ahmadis. They were, you know, Muslims who didn't like Ahmadis, and for whatever reason, they shouted. The Ahmadis knew that they were going to come back on the same train after a few days. And this is on record. There was a Samdani report that the government launched after the incident. When these chaps came back, the station master was an Ahmadi. The train was stopped for almost an hour. And the goons of the Khuddam, which are the Ahmadis, they went into each carriage, picked up these guys, and they beat the hell out of them. And then they went back. It was that which started the 1974 movement against Ahmadis. The day after that, 100 Ahmadi businesses were burnt. So this was retaliation. It was all violence is wrong. But Ahmadis have never launched an inquiry into why this was carried out. And I'm not 100% sure, but certainly Mirza Tahir Ahmad and Mirza Masroor Ahmad had a role in that, in organizing that. So, you know, the history of Ahmadis, their upper echelons, being involved with governments is not new. It started from the days of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad when, as I have said earlier, he offered to spy for the British. And the abrogation of jihad was not some sort of a messianic fulfillment of a prophecy of a hadith. That is a separate thing. This was to protect the British. And in Afghanistan, the two people who got martyred were not martyred because they were fervent Ahmadis. They were martyred, they were Ahmadis, probably they were, but Shahzada Abdul Latif, who went to Afghanistan, he was killed because he told the Amir of Afghanistan that, you should not do jihad against the British, because the great game was being played out. And again, going back to Adnan's earlier references, I would certainly recommend reading Anarchy and Inglorious Empire, because it tells any apologist of colonialism needs to reflect on themselves. And Ahmadi young people find themselves in a difficult rock and a soft place, because I know that young Ahmadis, decent educated Ahmadis, are against colonialism, as every sensible person should be in this world, in this day and age. But because of the history of Ahmadiyyah, they have this contradiction. They can't openly oppose colonialism. And they say, and this excuse that, they were allowing freedom of religion is all bunkum. I don't accept that. Freedom of religion was there before, after, and there will always be religious fanatics in every era. So the British did us no favors. I'm so sorry. And all these people who are apologists, I'm speaking English. If I was in North Africa, I'd be speaking French. I didn't have to do that. India had the highest GDP before the British started coming to India. The highest GDP in the whole world. And it shrank when the British left. India was one of the poorest GDPs. But I'll stop there. But the census bit is very interesting, because Mirza Bashiruddin asked the British to count Ahmadis not amongst Muslims. So they themselves have excluded themselves from Islam. So
welcome back, Brother Adnan. Inshallah, we're going to bring in the next. Sorry, Dr. Izhar. It's just that.
Look, Dr. Izhar's words are gold to me.
Yeah, amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you very much, and I'll take your leave. Thank you.
Yeah,
No, Alhamdulillah, that was wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Adnan.
It's quite insightful, Dr. Sam.
I will have to take your leave as well, guys. I'm going to leave you to it. I've started because I have a conference to attend, so I have to rush out. This was very difficult for me to do this stream, but Alhamdulillah, we've got it. You know, so you guys can continue, carry on. We
won't be carrying on for very long because I need to go as well. But
yeah, you're doing better than I could. But
your last words, Brother Adnan Rashid. Your last statements, then.
Yeah, before you leave.
Yeah. Before you leave. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So Jazakumullah khairan. One last point I wanted to quickly mention is that what happened to the cross, the breaking of the cross, right? The British colonial power was the greatest representative of the cross in the world in the 19th century, if not other periods. Okay, the greatest honor in the British Empire, what it was called when they wanted to honor a soldier or someone who performed well in their respective fields, the Victoria Cross.
Victoria Cross, yeah.
It was called the Victoria Cross. So Mirza was
and they're the George Cross before that. They're the George Cross before that, and the Victoria Cross up, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So Mirza was supposed to break it. He was the Messiah. Yeah. He came back to break the cross. How do you break the cross? By supporting the very establishment that is standing for the cross. By the way, Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, is pretty much Christian because of British colonialism. These people were not Christian before the British came there. They were following traditional religions and they were Muslims. Okay, it happened in the sub-Saharan African territory when the British came in. They took this territory and they made all these people Christian through colonialism, right? So what cross was broken by Mirza? If anything, he was cementing the cross. He was worshipping the cross. He was telling his Jamaat to basically support the cross, be obedient to the cross. And what was the cross? All of these British administrators, officials, and generals, and judges, basically the establishment ruling India, they were Christian missionaries, many of them, including William Muir. William Muir was a very famous Orientalist who had written books on Islam because he was a Christian missionary, right? A lot of so what cross was broken by Mirza? Come on, guys. So I'll leave you guys with this.
Adnan, but don't forget the monarch is always called the defender of the faith. So even Queen Victoria, her title was basically the great British Emperor,
she was the head of the
Empress of India,
the head of the defender of the church.
She was the head of the church, and Mirza is calling her a blessing of God. Mirza is also paying lavish.
Actually, this is the point I was going to make. This is the point I was. So when you pledge allegiance. When you pledge allegiance to the monarch, you also are pleading allegiance to the cross, by definition, because this is what
she's the head of the church. She's
this is the point Ahmad didn't allow me to make earlier. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And two last things for you, brother Adnan. So remember today there's more Christians in India than there are Ahmadis in the whole world. It's like 20 million Christians in India today, and they converted from not mostly from Islam, mostly from Hinduism, and etc. And then the Boer War. If you guys remember the Boer War, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was collecting money and sending it to these soldiers.
Wow, I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Boer War. Mirza was actually supporting the British, making duas for them, and these prayers were for military victory. These prayers were not for some sort of ethical victory over the Boers in South Africa. He was praying for the jihad of the British Empire against a people who were oppressed, who were being occupied by a colonial force. Okay, so guys, I'm going to have to leave you guys there. Please continue.
Right now. Thank you very much. Wa alaikum salam.
You can invite other Ahmadi friends in and talk to them, inshallah. You never know.
Inshallah, we will do.
Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Bashir. Thank you. Always love you, brother. Always appreciate you. Thank you, Mohammad. Hashim.
So this idea of allegiance, because the point I couldn't finish it, is when you pledge allegiance not to them, or not only to the monarch, but also to the cross, and therefore by definition, according to all ulama, if you pledge allegiance to the cross, you've just pledged allegiance away from Islam, right? And this is a major fitna. This is a major fitna, and I'm surprised that they celebrate this. They celebrate this as a point of victory or something great to talk about.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Brother Mohammad, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
You're doing good. So I just want to, before we start, ask you something. You say astaghfirullah and whatnot whenever you hear something. Do you ever do your own research on these things as well? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
So
yes.
can you make
Razi,
wait,
there's
Hashim,
no need for
one
this.
second, one second.
No,
Make
hold on.
an oath that everything said today was truth. Why dare you? Say wallahi on Allah's name that everything
There's
just
no need
said
for
right
this.
now.
We have to
You
get to
won't
the
do it
topic.
because you know they're lying and you
Show
just
some
enjoy
respect,
it.
Razi.
You just
Show some
enjoy it.
respect, bro.
Okay, number one. Number two.
Stop being condescending, bro.
Number two, if
Razi, be quiet. Be quiet. Calm down. This is my stream. This is our stream. You don't come on here and start shouting at me, okay? You're gonna. If you promise to calm down, I'll talk to you. Okay, good. You promise to calm, I'll talk to you.
okay, I wasn't trying to shout. Is this better, brother?
That is much better. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, brother, if you're going to invite such people who raise such allegations, and there's no point of us being here, you have to give us a chance to answer these points. Like you had Izhar come in and say like 10 different lies, right? And you're just saying astaghfirullah. That's really sad, brother. As an academic, I don't expect that from you, and you don't.
Well,
give
why
us,
not?
Let me finish.
He has the right to
Let me-
express his
Can I
opinion,
please?
Razi.
Okay.
That's
so,
fine, but can I
hold
just
on.
finish 30
Let's-
seconds, Brother Mohammed? Then I'll listen to everything you have to say. Just 30 seconds. I won't even take full 2 minutes, brother, if you allow.
Go ahead, yeah.
The question for today is, why did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad support the colonial regime?
Yeah. So
And
we'll all
we have
answer
spent-
that.
We have spent the program today trying to uncover why would anybody in their right mind support a regime like this?
Okay. So this is a beautiful question. So based on your statement, anyone who has praised them, then they're not in their right state of mind. And Adnan Rashid quoted Shah Ismail Delhi. Can you open his fatwa and share it on the screen, please? Brother Hashim, can you share that fatwa? Put it on the
Which
screen.
fatwa?
The
I
one
don't have any
Adnan.
references.
So you're not listening to Adnan Rashid?
No.
We were
When
listening,
you say
but this
to
was his
share
reference.
something on the screen, you're expecting us to have all the
Okay,
fatwas
so
that we can share. Come on.
Let me
Be reasonable,
okay,
Razi.
okay.
Be
Don't share
reasonable.
it. I'll explain. Okay.
But if you want to share something, you can share.
Okay, perfect. So there's many points raised. I just want to explain that. Look, Brother Mohammed, as an academic, right? You should look back on this stream, watch this stream.
I'm not, okay.
again.
Number one, I'm not an academic. Number two, I just read stuff.
Okay, so I request you.
I'm an academic, Razi.
I don't want to
Yeah.
talk to this man, to be honest
Why
with
not?
you. So if you can mute him, because I don't talk to such people who mock the dead mothers of Ahmadi Muslims and have no akhlaq and abuse Ahmadi mothers and sisters.
Stop it,
I don't
Razi,
talk to
stop.
such
But he
people.
hasn't. We wouldn't allow that on our platform.
Razi, I
But
got
when
love for you, bro. I
when
got
he
love for you.
leaves your platform, he does it on Twitter.
know,
So
people have all
that
sorts of
shows
backgrounds.
munafqat then. That's munafqat. That's
We
hypocrisy.
wouldn't allow it
there,
on our
Hashim.
platform. So you're free
It
to
doesn't
talk if you
matter.
want
You're
to.
promoting such individuals.
What about
who
Dr.
lie
Izhar?
and
Would you
look-
want to talk to
Okay,
Dr.
talk-
Izhar?
I'll address
excuse me,
Dr. Izhar, but mute the other guy.
Razi,
Let me
hey,
speak.
Razi, what about Dr. Izhar? Would you want to
Yeah.
talk to him?
Yeah,
Look,
Razi, you
give
tell
me
me
my
what
chance
lie
and
did
then-
I make? You
Okay,
said
perfect,
I had.
perfect.
Hang on, Razi. You
Razi,
said
you
I had
accused
10
Dr.
lies.
Sal, one minute, Dr. Sal, one second. So Razi, you accused this individual here, Dr. Khan, who was a guest of ours. You just accused him on a public platform in front of over 500 people of lying. Would you like to substantiate your claim, please?
Yes, I will right now. Okay.
900
So
Please go
Dr.
ahead.
Izhar, yes, Dr.
Sorry,
Izhar
900 people,
just
yes.
claimed, yes. So Dr. Izhar just claimed that Hazrat Muslim Maud radiallahu anhu was accused of something, and he also said that he got someone killed, and he also said that he, that day of the khutbah which was missing from the khutbat Mahmud, he said it was hidden. Can he make an oath right now on all three of these points in front of the 900 people that by Allah what he said is truthful?
Right.
Well,
Listen,
if you
Razi,
no
can
red
I answer?
herrings. Just
Can
make
I
the
answer?
oath.
Yeah,
no,
can I answer?
no, you
I
guys
just
don't
want
do
the
yes and
oath.
no, so
I
why should
want
we
the
expect
oath.
the
No,
same
I
from
want
I
us?
can
the oath.
answer that. It's not a
Okay,
big
make
deal.
the oath. Make
Hey,
the oath.
Yeah,
listen,
let him answer the way he wants.
Razi, listen to me. Listen, you're quite melodramatic. Let's not be melodramatic. Let's be calm and collected. There's no point in this kind of rhetoric. Make an oath, make this, astaghfirullah. This is history, mate. Listen, you go to the Khutbat-e-Mahmud and look at the August. I've got a photo of that. I can't share it with you. But that
He
week,
won't make the oath. This was
Let
my
him
point because
finish.
he was an
Razi, let him
agnostic
finish.
his whole life.
calm
He's a
down, man.
kadhab. He said the
Calm down. Don't interrupt me.
1974 train incident, we did condemn
Have
it.
some manners. Don't interrupt
It's
me,
okay.
please.
Go ahead, Izar,
Well,
Dr. Izar. We
the
can't hear
point
you,
is,
Razi.
the point is, he has this terrible habit that sadly I see amongst many Pakistanis. But please now don't accuse me of being racist towards Pakistani. I myself am, and I have learned over the years to be patient. I'm a doctor. I listen to patients. I don't interrupt them. Because when you listen to patients, you get the whole story. If you keep interrupting it, you'll never get a diagnosis. I can swear, if you want me to swear, that there is a particular khutbah missing in that. You can go and look up Al-Islam right now. I think Bashir, I don't have sharing ability, but I've got a photograph of it. I can send it to you. But there is one khutbah missing, after which there's a very short khutbah in which Mirza Bashiruddin sounds very disappointed that he's been told to tone down his khutbahs. And you can read it yourself. You know English, mashallah. Now, let me finish. We'll let you talk. Now, you said that he got someone killed. I never said that. I never said that. I actually said, if you rewind, that somebody killed him in broad daylight. I did, however, say that there were khutbahs which the British authorities, forget about me, told Mr. Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad that you need to tone down your khutbah, mate, because it's causing disturbance in Qadian. There's whole correspondence. And you don't want to talk to Bashir, that's your prerogative. But hey, Bashir has got all the resources. If you are an academic, as you claim to be, go and look at the resources. Don't look at the man himself. He may be a real baddie. I might be a baddie. But listen, what's written in books and what's recorded in history cannot be erased. So I know that you hold Muslim out in big. You know that he was also accused of raping a girl on top of a mosque's roof. You can talk after you talk. And there was a committee that he's gone. You know, this is the problem. Calm down. Let's have a debate. If I make a mistake, I'll apologize. I can swear now that that particular khutbah is missing. Go to
by the way, just to let everyone know, we did not remove him. He left on his own accord.
So this is just 1 second, doctor. So to me, this is emblematic of teenage tantrums. Okay,
it is.
If you're gonna come here and behave like a teenager, look, we don't need you here. If you want to come on here, behave like an adult, have a conversation. We're happy to speak to you. But if you're going to come on here and behave like a teenager, then grow up. Go away, please. Grow up, and then come back.
Dr. Izar, finish those 3 points.
Please, carry on, Doctor. Thank you.
So the point is that he accused me of lying. I never said that, Mirza. I did say that he encouraged a boycott of these people. Now, when you make speeches like boycott this guy, they are not. He even said that anyone who removes himself from Beth is still an Ahmadi. I've read all these things. I'm a great fan of reading Al-Islam. Please, I also would like to plead with the Ahmadis, don't remove any of the literature you have on Al-Islam, because it's a great resource. And inshallah, given the time, I'm a busy doctor at the moment, I do plan to write a book solely as a guide for Ahmadi Muslims who are young and who are passionate, like Razi. They cannot, you know what it's like? And it's after the watershed hours. You know, when you're growing up as a child and one day you suddenly realize how babies are actually born. And you suddenly say, oh no, my mom and dad would never do such a thing. And it happens to people, adolescents, as they're growing up. So I was also born as an Ahmadi. I used to revere these people. I used to call them Muslims. But when I realized the facts, suddenly I found out these guys were not who it is made out to be. And there is no shame, as I often quote the great Maynard Keynes, the great economist, when the facts change, I change my mind. There is no shame in that. So Allah has given me hidayat, but Allah has also given me this terrible thirst for knowledge and reading. In every room in my house, there are books. My wife is sometimes fed up of me, say, well, what are you going to do with all these books? I said, well, when I'm not here, please don't sell them. My grandchildren and my children will read them.
Alhamdulillah.
Guys, read knowledge. Allah Ta'ala says, the first thing is Iqra. Iqra bi ismi rabbika allazi khalaq. You know, read is the first commandment for us. And Azu said that seek knowledge even if you have to go to China. So it's a thirst for knowledge that made me come to the straight and narrow path of Islam. And there is no shame in that. There's absolutely no shame in. And Razi, I feel sorry for you because you left, because I can tell you that khutbah is missing. I can even swear on it, but I don't like swearing. It's not a done thing in a discussion.
No, mashallah, Dr. Saab, you have been extremely respectful. You did not disrespect Razi at all. You were giving your points very calmly. He's the one who actually had a bit of a tantrum. And
It's
Bashir,
okay,
mashallah,
it's
you know,
okay.
even
Inshallah,
after
Allah
what
will give
Razi
him
said,
hidayat.
he
I
remained
pray for
silent, he remained quiet, did not
I
show any
pray for
emotions,
him.
mashallah. You know, that shows how mature you guys are, you know. You don't, I mean, forget about the titles, whatever your profession is. An individual is known by the akhlaq, by the character. Okay, it doesn't matter even if you are, I don't know, cleaning the streets. Yeah, if your character is good, people will respect you regardless of what your status is in your community. And this is exactly what Islam teaches us, that Allah looks at your piety, not at the color of your skin or your status or how rich you are or whatever it is. Or, you know, this is clearly the akhlaq of a Muslim, to show the character to be the utmost in terms of showing the decorum, especially in a public place like this, you know, where nearly 1,000 people are watching you. It's not the way to behave and run away from an argument, because these brothers, wallahi, if they had said something disrespectful to our guests, even if they were non-Muslims, we wouldn't tolerate it. And we have done this in the past. We have told off Muslims, both the ones in the comments in the live chat and also the ones who come on our panel. So yeah, I mean, you know, the forum is here to have a discussion. Yes, we do discuss topics which can be hot to handle, but these controversial topics are the reasons we need a dialogue, we need a discussion. Otherwise, people just, you know, remain angry at each other for the rest of their lives and nothing gets resolved. So yeah, inshallah, mashallah, I mean, I'm really proud of you guys.
Dr. Khan, did you want to finish off that last statement that you were going to make?
No, I was just simply saying that, you know, my heart goes out to my Ahmadi brothers and sisters. You know, I've lived in this cult, and I have no shame in calling it a cult. And we can have a separate discussion, a separate live stream about why is it a cult. But I have always said, you know, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, and it swims like a duck, it is a duck. And we have lived through it. I know of people who have been told not to invite their brothers to weddings of their daughters because they have fallen foul of the Jamaat. I know of my own very close relative, when the Ahmadi Jamaat were invited to the wedding, as soon as the drums and the singing started, and it wasn't dancing, it wasn't anything fahish, they just left, and they upped sticks and left. It's these kind of emotional blackmails that, you know, that are exercised. And I know many Ahmadis who want to leave it, but they can't for a number of reasons. And
we
so
understand.
coming back to the topic, the topic is a very interesting topic. A whole thesis can be written about the British and the Jamaat of Ahmadiyya. And there is no, I'm not against anyone, but I'm not an apologist for colonialism. Colonialism took the life out of India, took the blood out of India. And we see the consequences of colonialism now in Africa, in South America, in Asia, in the subcontinent to this day. The First World War hasn't ended, guys. It just carried on. The Sykes-Picot Agreement was a colonial enterprise. The partition of the Punjab was a colonial enterprise. Read history, my dear brothers and sisters. It's all there in black and I'm not talking about theology. That's a different thing. And I've always said that the reasons I left the Jamaat are, number one, theological, Khatm Nabuwat, number one. Number two, the claim of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad which I thoroughly examined. I looked at the character of the man, his prophecies that failed, in particular the Muhammadi Begum prophecy, which he hailed as one of the three great prophecies with which to test him. And then the next bit was the subservience to the colonial project. And to be honest, after reading all that, after 58 years of being an Ahmadi, Alhamdulillah, Allah showed me the light and the guidance. And now my task is to advise my Ahmadi brothers and sisters, and even my Sunni brothers and sisters. And I'm very grateful to Dawa Wise, because this platform is not for Sunnis primarily as an audience. It is because of education, but for Ahmadis. And I do hope, you know what is absent from all this? Is Mirza Masroor Ahmad. Mirza Masroor Ahmad claims to be the caliph of all the Muslims of the world. Now, isn't it his duty to come and address and help these poor Murabbis who are basically on a hiding to nothing, and they are trying to defend the indefensible? Support for colonialism is indefensible, just as support for the slave trade was indefensible, just as rampant capitalism, which is destroying the poor and the working class, is indefensible. So there is no argument about it, and Ahmadis should accept that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was wrong in his praise and his servitude and his obsequence to the British Raj. You know, it's not rocket science, folk. Thank you very much. I have taken too much of your time.
No, it's fine. I think, yes, so I think there is a need for a few of the streams on a few of the topics, but Jazakallah khairan. Thank you very much for your input, Doctor. And
thank you.
Inshallah, I hope to meet you one day. I mean,
Inshallah.
we're in the UK, so maybe Allah will make it so. Okay, Jazakallah khairan.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Can you bring in the next Ahmadi? The thing is,
yeah. So I think those.
We'll have to keep it short because.
We'll keep it short because we're I need to close as well.
Another half an hour, inshallah, we'll close.
Yeah, well, so because half an hour, we're going to stick to this. So if you happen to hit the half an hour, we're going to cut you off. Okay, we're telling you now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa huda.
Jazakumullah, brother. The thing is that the topic of today, as an Ahmadi, we are totally against the colonialism. First of all, I just want to share my screen, brother, to show the one passage by the promised Messiah ﷺ's book.
You can read it, that's fine.
That's
just
good
give
for
us
audience.
Just give us the reference and read it. Give us the reference and read it.
That's the basic book, which was started by Brother Adnan, the Rohani Khazain, volume 13, page number 347.
Okay.
In that he mentions about the Sharait-e-Bat as well, from where Brother Izhar also started as well. He mentioned that कैसे अमन बख्श असूलों की इस जमात को तालीम दी जाती है और किस तरह इनको बार बार ताकीदें की गई हैं कि वो गवर्नमेंट बरतानिया के सच्चे खैर ख्वाह और मती रहें और एंड द नेक्स्ट थिंग विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट और तमाम बनीनों के साथ बिला इम्तियाज मजहब व मिल्लत के इंसाफ और रहम और हमदर्दी से पेश आवें. In that he clearly mentions not only with the British government, for everyone beside any kind of religion, beside any kind of gender, beside every person, you have to be righteous one, or you have to be humble, or you have to be helpful for those people. And in that there is a hashia, which is like the further explanation of that thing. He mentioned about the Sharait-e-Bat and the number 4, Sharait-e-Bat number 4. Ye ke aam, for every local, means aam means local. Khalqullah ko amuman, for every person normally, and Musalmanon ko khasusan, and for all the Muslims, especially Muslims, अपने नफसानी जोशों से किसी नो की नाजायज तकलीफ नहीं देगा. The person
Yeah, but
who
this is, sorry to interrupt, but this is not about colonialism. This is just the akhlaq of a Muslim, which everybody knows.
Brother, the first thing which I mentioned that about the government, he clearly mentioned and keep that with the government and the local public as well.
Okay, do you want to translate that bit specifically? Because I don't think I heard that bit.
The first
Translate
thing,
the one about the government.
Yeah. That said, Aman Baksh Asulon, the principles of peace for
Sorry,
this
principles
Jamaat.
of what?
Aman Baksh Asulon.
No. Where is the bit about your conduct with the government?
Yeah, that what I told you. The promised Messiah is advising his followers. You have to be polite or peaceful with the government and for all the other people as well.
So what if the government is oppressing you? What do you do then?
So that's what I told. And
No, as an Ahmadi, I'm asking you.
Yeah.
What would you do if your government was oppressing you or any of the Muslims?
So you should not be the part of that thing.
No, I'm not asking about me. I'm asking about you. How would you react? What would be your action as an Ahmadi?
He told us with this condition, the condition number 4, that every Ahmadi should not be the part of that thing. And that is also clearly mentioned in Malfuzat, volume 5.
What would you do, my friend? What would you do if some government is oppressing you? Like, for example, if you were there in the time of the British... Listen to the question. Wait a minute. Okay, listen to the question. If you were there in the time, say, in West Bengal or in Bengal at that time, where I think the greatest number of people died because of the famine. So these people, the Indians at that time, were literally starved to death, even though there was a lot of food available, which was all exported or shipped to Britain and other places. So this was grown in India, and then the local people who actually helped in harvesting these crops, after putting all the hard work, they were literally starved to death. What would you do in that case, my friend?
We should not be the part of that government.
So what would you do?
We should not be supporting in that case to the government. And that is also...
What would you do then? Would you retaliate against the government?
Do we have a government? Do you want to
I gave you a situation when you were in the during the British Raj in India, and your people were being starved to death. What would you do as an Ahmadi?
Do you want to preach peoples to rebel against the government?
Should the people never rebel? Even the British people, when they were actually going to war in Iraq, they actively, in front of my own eyes, they actually came out in like 1 million strong and opposed the war.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
don't teach us about going against or actively going against the oppressors.
We have to tell government, don't do that. Now
is that
that's
it?
Now that's the same thing is done by us. Now listen carefully.
Did you hear the hadith about the one that the Prophet ﷺ?
Yeah, I heard that.
That Adnan actually quoted.
I heard that.
So what is the first condition of that? What is the first rule within that? When you see an evil, what do?
If you are in government, if you have the power...
No. The Prophet ﷺ never said if you were in government.
No.
The hadith says if you see an evil, you stop it with your hand.
So if
you cannot do that, then you speak out against it. And if you cannot do that, the least of the iman is at least considered to be evil in your heart.
I understood.
So you went straight to number 2. Speak out against. You never mentioned the first. That means you don't follow the Quran and Sunnah. If you gave these 3 options, then you would pick the one which is the second all the time. Why?
Brother Hashim, let us teach. Do you believe?
Speak? I think I did.
Yeah. Do you believe that?
Teach. He said teach, not speak.
Teach means let us. You have to teach us about the Islam. We have to do. Okay. We have to spread the message of Islam. So we need to understand what Islam says. Do you believe that if a person, if let's suppose I'm doing anything wrong, and if you are watching in America, in Canada, Brother Bashir is in America, can he stop anyone with hand? If somebody is using drugs, if somebody is doing zina, if somebody is stealing, if somebody is doing that.
If you have the opportunity, then you can.
No, opportunity doesn't mean. Is Islam says, as for you, the Islam says he have to stop with hands.
Yeah, Islam gives you the permission to stop with your hands if you can. Obviously, you look at the situation. You don't just, for example, if you are powerless and you want to stop somebody, let's say an army or something, then it would be suicidal in that case. So that's the reason the Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam gave you three options. He didn't say apply only the first one all the time. You look at the situation, you assess it, and then you take the action. But what you said when I asked you, you went straight only to the second option, which is given in the hadith, to speak out against it.
Let's clear. The thing is that
as an Ahmadi, I'm asking if you had the ability, would you actually oppose like the other Muslims and the other non-Muslims in India during the revolution, during the resistance? They actually revolted with arms and also in peaceful way.
No,
the question I want to ask
opinions on that thing. There is no other
Fatih,
thing. Your scholars have two different themes on that, two different point of views on that. Some people say,
Fatih, we're going off topic here. I want to go back. Can I bring you back to the main topic, please? So the main topic for the day is. Let me bring you back to because you're going off topic now. I want to bring you back. So the main topic of the day is why did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, who was leading this movement, why did he support the colonial powers?
No,
and
he
your response.
The colonial powers. In that point, you are wrong, brother. In that point, you are wrong.
Let me follow the question then.
Nowhere on a single passage of Promised Messiah ﷺ's book, you will find that Promised Messiah ﷺ is in the favor of colonialization.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask the following question. Okay, I hear you. Let me ask the following question. The following question: do you have any evidence anywhere where he spoke out against the atrocities that were being afflicted onto the people?
Let me read the passage.
Did you hear my question? Did you hear my question?
Yeah, got it.
Okay, can you repeat it? What did I ask you?
Where he he talks about against the cruelty.
The cruelty, talks against it, calls out. Exactly.
In simple words, right?
No, not simple. I mean, there's hundreds of atrocities. 100 million people died.
Bashir, he made a claim that the Mirza did not have any such. There's no evidence from the Mirza about him supporting the colonialism.
About the Islam, have you heard of the Boer War? Have you heard of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad collecting money for the Boer War? Are you familiar with that story?
I'm really familiar with every story which you bring. I read
all
the books of Promised Messiah ﷺ and Brother Hashim know that. And Brother Hashim know that. I told him.
So what was the Boer War about? What was the Boer War about? Why did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad collect money?
I don't think he knows about it, so maybe it'll be good to refresh his memory.
Yeah.
Well, he says he knows about Islam. Do you know?
Yeah, he said he knows. He said he knows. So explain. What was it?
Let me explain the first topic, then we'll come on the other topic.
Okay. It's still the same topic.
It's the same topic. The same topic. No. So you said that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad never supported the British government. Bashir just said yes, he did.
No, brother, don't put your words in my mouth.
What did you say? What did you say?
I said Mirza Ghulam Ahmad ﷺ never supported colonialization and any cruelty in any form.
Okay, so what did I just say? What did I just say? The British government, British government, Queen Victoria, who was responsible for colonizing the Indian subcontinent, was supported by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Is that not the same question?
The British government and the Queen was not totally in the colonization.
Really?
What we
really?
What
the two,
let me finish, brother. At least let me finish. Let me finish.
You're denying a fact of history, brother. You're denying a fact of history.
I'm not
let you
denying
carry on
the
when you're
fact.
denying.
I never said. Just let me finish. At least let me finish my point. Then
Go
you
ahead.
can speak. Okay.
Go ahead.
What we told, the promised Messiah ﷺ only praised the British government and the Queen for the religious freedom which we can preach, which we can practice our religion. Only that part. He never praised that you are doing colonization and we are in favor of you. You are doing cruelty, we are in favor of you. The basic point you are missing, that's why I said, let me read his passage and you will understand very easily what we mean. That's our basic asul, that's a basic fundamental by everyone. You have to understand someone's statement with his own statements, his own writings. That's a basic fundamental of any religion. And Ahle Hadith, Ahle Sunnat, Deoband, and all other sects of Islam also believe that that's a right asul. Maulana Sanaullah Amritsari accepted that asul. Maulana Shafiuddin.
Okay, we're going off topic. Can you just explain? Okay, I don't need a usul discussion now. What I want to understand is, where did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad support the British government in what you say, which is only for religious freedom? Because we have evidence he supports for other reasons.
Let me give you the reference. I will give you the two references in that favor. Ruhani Khazain, volume 3, 347. In the Hashia, he mentioned, in शराइत में चंद शर्तों की यहाँ नकल की जाती है. शर्त नंबर 2 को like he presented the condition number 2. Over here he mentioned that every Ahmadi should be away from fisk wa fajur, like on all the bad things, all the fasadat, all the what we can say, fajur means, and we don't have to be a part of any kind of cruelty, any rebellion. And from the Urdu statement is ये कि झूठ और जना और बदनजरी और हर एक फसिक व फजूर और जुल्म और खयानत और फसाद और बगावत के तरीकों से बचता रहेगा और नफसानी जोशों के वक्त में उनका मगलूब नहीं होगा, अगरचा कैसा ही जज्बा पेश आवे. Brother Hashim, can you translate it for me? Oh, sorry.
I was actually, I lost a bit of connection, so I didn't hear in the middle.
Sorry. I can.
Yeah, if you can translate, that'll be good. But the thing is, have you heard of the Boer War, which Bashir mentioned earlier? Because I think you might need to listen to that.
Yeah, he totally avoided it.
Yeah.
No, brother. I'm not. I don't want to deviate the topic. That's the reason.
No, it's the same topic. It's the same topic. It's about.
Yes, you can. Dr. Imran, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead, Dr. Imran.
So, Brother Fateh Islam.
Yeah.
There's a few things, because this principle that you've raised is talking about fisk and fujur and rebellion, and it's talking about principles of conduct for the Ahmadi community. But this is not the discussion,
brother.
So the discussion, because brother Mohammed is absolutely right.
Every
brother Fateh Islam, one second.
You need to listen to Dr. Imran.
Brother Fateh Islam, 1 second, please. I really appreciate that. So the discussion is about the someone you claim who is a prophet of God and an oppressive regime. It's very fascinating for you to say that you don't think that the British were colonizers. I mean, I don't understand this. I will let the Ahmadi decide what this means. But it's different from an individual who is part of a community. So if I am in the community of somebody and I speak or do not speak, that's a different thing. But the prophet of God who comes amongst this society, one of the duties of them is to speak against the oppression that they see around them. So the Prophet, peace be upon him, said in this regard that talking about one of the types of jihad is the word of truth against the tyrant ruler. So what's being asked here of you is, because you're giving conditions where the Ahmadi generally are being asked to stay away from fisk, stay away from fujur, stay away from rebellion, do not become emotional. This is how you're translating this. This is what the translation roughly of what you are saying. And this is not a principle. This is a general principle for the people. And we would agree with this generally because it's about your akhlaq. It's not about if you're in an oppressive society, whether you speak against the ruler. Now, the prophet, you believe that Ghulam Ahmad was a prophet. So he has a duty to speak against, not, he didn't say in support, because we have many statements that Brother Bashir and Brother Adnan have given about the support, but he has a duty to speak against them, especially when they're doing the things that have been described to you already. What the question is, just to give you the question is, did Ghulam Mirza Ahmad speak against the British and what they were doing in India specifically during his time? Because that would be a response. And Brother Bashir's response about the Boer War is interesting. And that's something else you need to respond to, because he's asking you, supporting them militarily and financially in a war effort would be going against the idea of he wasn't supporting them, because this is direct financial and military support. So, brother, I know I spoke for a bit, but give us your thoughts.
Are you done, brother?
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
Sorry, just want to say assalamu alaikum to Ibn Hazm.
Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh.
Welcome, Shaykh.
Yeah, and very specifically, the Boer War was about gold and diamonds. So keep that in mind, brother, and go ahead.
Yeah. Brother, the thing is that I have clearly mentioned, first, we have to decide the asul of any community. What is the asul of a community?
Islam, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Because the question isn't about the asul of the society. It's not. The question is about
the asul of a community.
Sorry, brother, 1 second. The question is not about the community. We know that Ahmadiyya, the brothers and sisters are good people generally. We're not talking about the normal people, the community. We are talking about not even the rulers. We are not talking about the rule. We're talking about the prophet you believe in. So the question is not about anyone else. The prophet you believe in, who came in the time when the British were ruling and doing what they were doing in India, and they were supporting wars for financial gain, as Brother Bashir is mentioning. Where is the speaking against this specifically? This is the questions that you are being asked, brother. So please, if you can focus on that, we appreciate, inshallah.
Yeah. First of all, brother, we have to establish a asul, then we have to apply on peoples.
No, brother, the asul comes.
That's a basic fundamental of anything. That's a basic
brother
fundamental
Fatih Islam. Brother Fatih Islam. It's the wrong way around. You see, Islamically, the prophet brings the asul for the community. Okay, you don't establish the asul first and then go looking for a prophet. That's the wrong way around. It's like, I have a solution, let me go find a problem. No, the prophet comes, he teaches based on revelation, the teachings to the community, and this community then follows those teachings, and this develops the foundation, the usul for that community. So what we're asking for, so what we're asking you is the one who brought you the usul, the one who gave you the revelation, if he was a true messenger of Allah, he had a Islamic duty from Allah to speak against oppression, because every prophet in the history of Islam was given that task to speak against oppression and to bring people back to the path of light in Islam. So what we're asking you is, did your prophet ever carry out this sacred duty? And if he did, where is it? Where's the evidence?
That's what I told you. The thing is that once the promised Messiah والسلام, marked that in his conditions of bayah, that every Ahmadi and the promised Messiah والسلام, claims, I am the awwalul muslimin at that time. I am the first one who is following that. And what he said, every Ahmadi have to follow that. He will be good for all the peoples, not only just for the non-Muslims, especially for the Muslims, and also for the non-Muslims as well. And on the other side, what I said in the Malfuzat, volume 5, page 609, he mentioned that अपने नफसानी अगराज की वजह से किसी से बुग़्ज़ ना रखे, सख्ती और नरमी मुनासिब मौके और मुनासिब हाल से करे. And also we are totally against the colonialization, any kind
Okay,
of cruelty.
Brother,
let me finish my point. Brother, just give me a second.
Please finish your sentence here.
Yeah, let me finish my point at least. That what we believe, we are totally against any kind of colonialization that is done by non-Muslims, Hindus, Christians, Jewish, or by the Mahdi, which is assumed by the non-Mahdi that he will
Brother
come
Fatih, you're changing the topic.
every non-Muslim.
Brother Fatih, you're changing the topic.
And he will kill every non-Muslim.
Brother Fatih Islam, please. You gave two pieces of evidence from two principles that are given to your community by Ghulam Mirza Ahmad. The first one, you said the Ahmadis should follow in giving the bay'ah. They should follow, and you gave certain conditions for them to follow. And the Mulfuzat example, you gave example of not becoming emotional and being soft and being kind to the people around you. Now, these are general guidelines for the Ahmadiyya community for taking their oath of allegiance to Ghulam Mirza Ahmad. They are not related to speaking against the colonizers. The only thing you said about the colonizers was, we don't believe that colonization should happen. We agree with you, we don't believe it should happen. The question is, it happened in India in the time of Ghulam Mirza Ahmad. The person you said was a prophet. So the question is still the same for you, that where did Ghulam Mirza Ahmad actively speak out against the British colonial rules and the atrocities that they were carrying out? And Brother Bashir's specific question to you, beautiful question, is how do you explain Ghulam Mirza Ahmad's financial support and military support for the Boer Wars, where they were simply for gain, gold and diamonds? This is the definition of colonialization. Now, we understand the Ahmadiyya community are given guidelines to be good and kind and gentle, no problem. So this is no longer our discussion. The discussion now is about, where did the Prophet, you claim Ghulam Mirza Ahmad is a prophet, where did he speak against the oppressing British rule in India? And why was there being military support and both monetarily but with recruitment of people for the Boer Wars? How are you explaining this to us? Because as Muslims, we don't understand this. So please explain this specifically, please, brother. Ibn Hazm has his hand up. If you want to.
Please, go ahead.
Just to add this, please ask him this as well, yeah? Remember, they say that Mirza Ghulam did not come with any new tashri', no new rules, like Islamic rules. So he must be going under the rules of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, jihad, we have got three kinds. Well, I'll make it three, but it's multiple. Jihad al-dafa', jihad al-talab, and then there is jihad al-nafs, jihad al-mal. There is plenty, but this is the one in India, is jihad al-dafa', where it is absolutely obligatory on any able person. And the hadith in this bab are a lot. So if he's still following the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, should he have done what he has done? And just to make this quickly, notice what he has said, that Mirza Ghulam said, "Wa ana awwalul muslimin." That means we all kuffar. Remember this. He said, "Ana awwalul muslimin." Now it was well meant, and Ibrahim alayhi salam said it before that. So this is
every prophet say every prophet said that.
No. In Quran,
where is your evidence? Where is your evidence for that? You can't just make a statement like that. Where is your evidence for that?
Musa didn't say. Musa did
say Awwalul Mu'minin. Do you don't accept that the prophets are Awwalul Mu'minin of the time?
No, sorry, the question.
Do you don't accept that?
Talk to Brother Imran.
Brother. Yeah.
So brother Fatih Islam. So what we would like you to do. 1 second, please, brother. 1 second. Brother, 1 second. You can 1 second, because many people. Brother, 1 second, please. So I would like you to deal with specifically the points that were, because this is Brother Sheikh Ibn Hamdan was building on the idea that rather than speaking against the British, And he was, and Brother Bashir's point was that he supported the Boer War specifically with financially and also with recruitment. Sheikh Ibn Hazm's point is on the same point, that actually he also cancelling the types of jihad which should not be happening in the Sharia of the Prophet. Now, the question still comes, and still the same question with all of these things. Why do we not see Ghulam Mirza Ahmad, who is the prophet of the time you claim, speaking against the British rule in India and what they were doing? Please explain this.
Once the thing is that the Prophet Messiah والسلام, mentioned that the Ahmadi should not be the part of that thing, that's clear that we are against all these kind of activities. And
So
point number two, brother, let me finish at least. The point number two is, once the promised Messiah والسلام, claims that I am the Messiah and Mahdi, the first thing which he did, he said your missionaries are the Jals. Your God, whom you believe that he's a God, he's alive, he's in the heaven, he said your God is killed. Your God is no more alive. So it clears that we are totally against their faith. Now the point is that the promised Messiah والسلام, didn't came to conquer the world, to get the kingdom. It's same like in the Jewish community in the era of Isa والسلام, about 2200 years ago. He didn't came to conquer the world. The Jewish people also was waiting a Messiah who will conquer the world for them and bring them as a honor of earth.
Okay,
he
brother.
said, my kingdom is in the heaven.
I understand, because you're talking about Judaism now, and this is not the topic. So
the point.
I understand. We understand your point. Brother, we understand your point. 1 second, because we're trying to.
You actually answered nothing from the question Imran asked you.
Yeah. So what you said was that the Ghulam Mirza Ahmad has asked the Ahmadiyya community not to be part of any facade and fighting. Fine. And then you said that
maybe Dr. Imran, just ask him in Urdu. Maybe it's a language barrier. I don't know.
No, I think you understand what we're saying. Yeah. So the second point you raised, brother, you said that the Messiah and the Mahdi, when he came, you believe Ghulam Mirza Ahmad is this, was speaking against the missionaries, saying that your God was killed. Again, this is not speaking to the rulers, not speaking to the colonial authority. This is the problem, brother. We are not. It's okay. I think that we're not moving forward in this point. And really, brother, I think that I'd really love to see Brother Bashir give us some information about, and we can move forward, Brother Fatih, because I don't think it's moving. It's clear that there is no response to the question, why did Ghulam Mirza Ahmad not speak against the British rule in India? Because that's really the key here. He's the prophet of the time you claim.
No. Let me read the passage.
It is
one more thing, Brother Fatih Islam. Hold on one second.
You can understand after that.
Brother Fatih Islam. Here's a question that'll solve everything. In chapter 4, verse 59, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad quoted it, and he called the British government as Ulul al-Amr. Okay, well, what's your comment on this? Chapter 4, verse 59 in Zarurat al-Imam, online, page 76, 77, English edition. He called them Ulul al-Amr. So it doesn't matter what they're doing. He says, shut up and obey. Please comment on this.
Okay. So, Brother Bashir, I have a question for you.
No.
Will you?
No.
That will be the same question, and that will solve the problem. That will help us to understand and solve the problem. My question will help both of us.
Okay, before you go further, I want you to first acknowledge if Mirza Ghulam actually acknowledged the British Empire as Ulul Amr or not.
And I want to read the ayah, brother. 1 second, Brother Fatih, for the people. Brother Fatih Islam
doesn't mean to follow their religion.
Brother Fatih Islam.
Go ahead, Imran. Go ahead. He doesn't listen.
Just so that, because Brother Bashir made a phenomenal point here, and we need to underline this point. I'm going to read the ayah that Brother Bashir referred to, so that people can understand what is being said here. So this is a Surah 4, ayah number 59. O believers, obey Allah and obey the Messenger and those in authority among you. This is, and it continues. Should you disagree on anything, then refer to God and His Messenger. If you truly believe in God and the last day, this is the fairest resolution. Now, those in authority among you, this is how, and what Brother Bashir is saying is that Ghulam Mirza Ahmad said that the British are included in this message. So we are to obey Allah and His messengers, and those in authority among you. You can just replace that with the British colonizers of the time. Subhanallah, I really would love an explanation for this, because this is really telling. So Brother Bashir, Jazakallah khair for that phenomenal point, and we're still in the same place. We don't see any open condemnation for the British rule in India by the supposed prophet of the time. We don't see anything that from his writings that can be presented to us. What we get is general statements that we are against colonization, and then claims of making an answer, but talking about general people amongst the Ahmadiyya. We're talking specifically about Ghulam Mirza Ahmad. So please, brother, respond to these points that Brother Bashir is raising.
Okay. I'm just responding from the statement of Promised Messiah alayhi salatu wasalam. He mentioned that in Zaruratul Imam Ruhani Khazain, like volume 13, page 493. उलुल अमर से मुराद जिस्मानी तौर पर बादशाह और रूहानी तौर पर इमामुज़्ज़मा है, और जिस्मानी तौर पर जो शख्स, that's a very really important point, Brother Bashir and Brother Imran as well. जिस्मानी तौर पर जो शख्स हमारे मकासद का मुखालिफ ना हो और उससे मजहबी फायदा हमें हासिल हो सके, वो हम में से है. So the thing is that unless your government is not against your religion and he is giving you the freedom of religion, you should have to follow him. And if he is going against the religion, if he is going against the basic teachings of the religion, you don't need to follow that. And that's the basic principle is followed by.
Say the quote again. Say the quote again.
So, Zaruratul Imam, Ruhani Khazain, volume 13, page 493.
Read the quote, please, brother.
उलिल अमर से मुराद जिस्मानी तौर पर बादशाह और रूहानी तौर पर इमामुज़्ज़मा है, और जिस्मानी तौर पर जो शख्स हमारे
one second, brother, I want you to translate as you go so the people understand.
So the ulil amrs means physically all the kings or all the governments, and spiritually the leader of the spiritual leader of the time, and physically a person who is not against our values or our benefits, and from whom we can benefit it as in the form of religion. He is among us. The ulil amr's definition is very clear, very clear. The person who have authority, we have to follow him unless if he is not going against the teachings of Quran and Hadith.
Well, I really appreciate this. Now what we will do is I'd like Brother Sheikh Ibn Hazm and also Brother Bashir to respond to this specifically, the way that Ghulam Mirza Ahmad has translated or interpreted this meaning in this. So Brother Bashir or Sheikh, please, you can start with this.
Before they answer, Dr. Imran, do you just want to summarize what he translated that as?
So Fatih Hassan, please.
And one more point, one more statement, so you can summarize that in.
We can let's summarize this one.
Brother Imran, one more statement on the same topic. On the same topic, that is in Al-Hakam. Brother Bashir must know that Al-Hakam was the newspaper of the time of Promised Messiah. In 1901, that is mentioned, Agar Hakim Zalim ho, तो उसको बुरा ना कहते, फिर वो बल्कि अपनी हालत में इस्लाह करो, खुदा उसको बदल देगा और उसी को नेक कर देगा. जो तकलीफ आती है वो अपनी ही बदअमलियों के सबब आती है, वरना मोमिन के साथ खुदा का सितारा होता है. So what we believe, if a hakim, if a person who is in a position of as a government or any superior position, if he is cruel, you have to pray for him. Allah will help him to be a good person. So we are not a part of any correlity. We are not a part of any
we
colonialization.
appreciate this. We appreciate this. So the first part and the second part. So the first part, you've said that the way that Ghulam Mirza Ahmad has interpreted those in authority among you in this ayah, because it's obey Allah, obey the messenger and those in authority among you. You said that these are two types of people. One is the kings and the rulers. Okay, so they're people, and the second thing, you said spiritually, these are the religious leaders spiritually. So there are two groups of people you've made who you should be in this. You should be following the kings and the rulers. This is Queen Elizabeth, and whoever else is because she is the.
So even if it's Hitler and he lets you follow your religion, he's your ulul amr.
Absolutely, that's the one. And then you're
Based
saying
on
that
the logic.
We don't need to follow the Hitler. And we don't need
But if he, according to your logic, if he gives you religious freedom,
all the disbelievers,
then it fits your ulul amr definition, isn't it? This is your definition, not mine.
No. Do you don't agree? If the Ahle Hadith and non-Ahmadi Muslims believe as well, then what you gonna do?
Brother Islam.
What are you gonna do, brother?
Brother Fatah Islam. And this is
why you got triggered when I said Hitler. Just replace the British Raj with Hitler.
Let's give us a fatwa. If somebody believes that ulul amr means that everyone who is
brother, one second. So the second thing that you said was that that when you pray for the people who are in power, who are zalim, who are oppressors in the land, because what is happening to you is because of your own sins. This is the quote you gave from him. So I want the brothers to answer this. One second,
Quran.
Brother Fateh Islam. One second, Mother Fateh, calm down. Let's have a conversation, please. Yeah. So the first thing, I just want to make an observation, and then I'm going to pass on to Brother Bashir because I want him to clarify this, and Sheikh Ibn Hazm because he can clarify these verses for us from the Islamic perspective. Now, the first point here is that these ayahs are advice for the Muslims who are the generality about whoever's in authority over them. We can talk about the definition later. It still does not answer the question about what is the role and what should be coming from the prophet you claim is the prophet speaking against the oppression of the ruler. We still have not come to this question. You are still going about the community. The question is always and still is about the actual person who is ruling and the prophet you claim not speaking against them when they are doing terrible things. So if a prophet came theoretically in the time of Hitler, as Brother Hashim is saying, do you think that he would say, "Oh, don't worry, as long as they're not oppressing you for your religion, you carry on doing what"? No, his duty would be to speak against the rulers. It has to happen because this is a part of jihad where you speak the word of truth against the tyrant ruler. So you're still you're moving the question from Ghulam Mirza Ahmad to the community. So I'm going to pass on to Brother Bashir, and I'd love to hear from Sheikh Ibn Hazm about this, inshallah. So Brother, please, Brother Bashir.
Bashir, you can share your screen with any slides or anything if you want.
Actually, I don't have anything available, and I'll just take a minute and then pass it on to the Sheikh. I feel bad speaking in his presence.
No, please don't. No.
But yeah, so what? Yep, and there it is. So what happened here is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was making two Khalifas, and in 1902 he was calling the Queen or the King as the temporal Khalifa, and he was trying to call himself as the spiritual. So he was making this weird situation where he was making two Khalifas. So and he was telling Muslims to just shut up and just listen. There's no other Khalifa for the Muslims except the Queen or the King. And as you saw, the brother waffled. Obviously, he had never seen this quote. He had no idea what this was. This is his first time seeing it. And this is the quagmire you find yourself in, brother. And with that, Ya Sheikh, you have the floor.
Right. First of all, what we have to understand, India before was the land of Islam. Now, as per the jurisprudence, whatever is Islamic should always remain Islamic. And if we lose it, we have to fight to regain it. Now, nowadays, there are kind of all these treaties and that. But there is no such a thing in the land of Islam. If a foreign power comes and takes over, that you have just to sit down and let them do whatever. he should tell us. That's why I asked the question. If he says that he was a Delhi prophet, a shadow prophet, then he should be ruling by the rule of Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Now, if under the rule of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, as I said, there were two types of jihad: jihad al-talab wa jihad al-dafa'. Let's put jihad al-talab aside. In here, it is jihad al-dafa', because the enemy has come. It doesn't matter if the enemy allows you to pray or allows you to do this. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also said, "La wilayata li kafirin ala muslim." Now, this is how many? Can I ask, please? How many Muslims were at the time? I mean, look, it was from Bangladesh until what is we call today India. So there must be hundreds of millions of Muslims. And this is very important. Now, as to the verses, if you go to the exegesis, you will find that all the muhaddithin, they give different stories, different, but they are all the same. First of all, Imam Ahmad says that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has sent a small group, Sariyah, and they went and they were sitting, and their Amir told them to put up a fire. So they put up a fire. Then he asked them to jump in the fire. They were about to do. Then what happened? There was a young man with them. He said to them, "Look, we've run away from fire to the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and you want to jump in the fire. Let us go back to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and ask him." Because the one that was Amir, he said to them, "You have to obey me. I am your Emir." When they went to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told them, had you jumped in the fire, you would have remained in it until the day of judgment. Now, this hadith is in Musnad al-Imam Ahmad. Also, the other hadith regarding أطيعوا الله والرسول وأولي الأمر منكم, we obey Allah, His Messenger, and the rulers. But these rulers have got to have, they can't do kufr bawah, meaning a kufr which is, for example, stop making us eat something like a pig instead of that, or for example, allowing certain things that are believed to be kufr, clear, flawless kufr. Now there is no ta'a in there, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "La ta'ata li makhluqin fi ma'siyati al-khaliq." You can't obey any person to disobey Allah Jalla wa Ala. And this is also regarding parents. For example, your parents, we are ordered to be good to our parents, honor them, even if they were kuffar, فإن جاهداك على أن تشرك بما ليس لك به علم فلا تطعهما. Do not obey them. If they force you to associate partners with Allah, do not obey them. So there is no obedience in the disobedience of Allah Jalla wa Ala. We can't obey somebody to disobey Allah. Now, let's go back to the India, what it was. India was colonized. Now, these colonial powers, they were not serving the Muslims. The Muslims were persecuted like all the other ones. And in here, there was oppression. Now, our religion, the deen, say that we have to struggle, fight against oppression. And this will take us what we call al-jihad al-mustahab. This is just, if there is nothing, we call it jihad mustahab, which is jihad al-nafs, jihad al-shaytan, jihad al-bid'ah, and jihad al-munafiqeen. So they say jihad al-munafiqeen, you do it with your tongue. Jihad al-kuffar, it has got to be with weapons. Jihad al-nafs, your own soul or your own nafs, you do jihad, because the nafs ammaratun bisu'. It preaches evil to you, so it wants always the desires and that. So you have to struggle against them, and then you have the whims of shaitan. The shaitan comes and does the waswasa for you. So you have, that's also is jihad. Now jihad al-munkar, which is the evil, because Allah Jalla wa Ala. Pardon?
You are done, or I have to wait for your sermon?
Brother Fateh, this is actually very rude behavior.
No. The thing is that.
No, Brother Fateh, one second. Brother Fateh, 1 second. So we expect better behavior from Ahmadis when they come on in the stream.
If you feel
one second, brother, I'm talking to you, so please don't talk.
I can apologize if
brother,
you feel.
No, Brother Fateh, I don't want you to apologize if I feel. I want you to apologize if you feel that this was not an appropriate way to talk to somebody who probably is clearly your elder. Yeah. So I think that if this is the case that you're going to be, and we've asked you the question a number of times, then I respectfly say that because you're not able to give us any clear statement of Ghulam Mirza Ahmad speaking against British authority, and rather than dealing with the point, rather than dealing with the points, you're behaving in a rude way. You can say, brother, you're taking a long time. Please, can I answer? This is different. But when you start making these statements against somebody when they're speaking, it's not a nice way to behave. And we expect better. We expect better than this.
Okay, we will try.
Yeah?
We'll try.
So I'll let the brother finish what he was saying. We'll give him another a short moment, and then you can respond specifically to the question being asked. That Ghulam Mirza Ahmad has not spoken against the British rule, and in fact, he called the person that we should look up to in authority as Queen Victoria of the time. And this is the problem that we have, because we know they were being oppressive. Brother Bashir's point about the Boer War, physical support, military support, recruitment support, when they were after gold and diamonds, is still a valid point, and you have not answered anything against this. But Brother Sheikh Ibn Hazm, please, apologies, continue for a moment, and then we'll let the brother answer. Yeah.
You know, subhanallah, just to tell you, I wasn't talking about dunya or something. I was just saying قال الله قال الرسول, and to say in this way, it just shows you the kind of disrespect. However, what I'm saying is that the obedience should always be in the obedience of Allah Jalla wa Ala. And the colonial powers, they were not rulers that were kind of serving Islam in any way. They can't say that he is saying, but there are other people that were saying that they were persecuted, and these people are Muslims. Not only forget about the Muslims, we as Muslims, we are asked by Allah Jalla wa Ala to go and help the oppressed, any oppression, wherever it is, we should go and help them. Hence what we call jihad al-talab. It's to spread Islam and also to help those who are oppressed. Now, the question that he needs to answer is as follows. Mirza Ghulam keeps saying that he was a Dhilli prophet, a shadow prophet. Was he under his own Sharia, or was he under the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? If he was under the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they under their usul, they say that Quran is قطعي الثبوت والدلالة. قطعي الثبوت والدلالة. And Allah Jalla wa Ala says, قاتلوا الذين يقاتلونكم ولا تعتدوا. Fight those who fight you and do not transgress. Now, were the colonial power fighters, or were they peaceful people? وجزاكم الله خيرا.
Okay, so Brother Fateh, please give a response specifically to the questions that we were asking.
I'll quote the few non-Ahmadi scholars, not the.
No, brother, we're not interested in the non-Ahmadi scholars. What we're interested in is, what did Ghulam Mirza Ahmad, the person you said who was a prophet.
The thing is that, first of all, we need to understand. You said that if you believe that Ulil Amr is a government, you are going against the Quran. So
we never said this statement. We want you to answer the specific question.
So you accept that government is in ulil amr?
Brother, listen to me.
Do you accept then?
1 second. Brother, listen to me. Brother, listen to me. Brother, listen to me.
Yes, okay,
you're not listening. What you're doing is you're trying to make a point which you think is valid, but you're not answering the question. The question here is this: we are not talking about the people. We are not talking about the Ahmadi community in India at the time. Listen to me, brother.
Like Ibn Hazm.
Brother, Islam, brother, listen, please. We are asking you believe that there was a prophet who came to India in the late 1700s, 1800, whenever you say it was, the time of Queen Victoria. And what he came to was a time when there was a British colonial rule, which no doubt was oppressive. There is no doubt about this. Now, the question is, when this prophet is in that region, he should at least be speaking. He is a requirement, we will say, but let's make the question softer for you. He should at least be speaking against the oppressive colonial rule, at least himself. I'm not talking about the people of the community. What we're asking for you is, and this is probably the last time I think that the brothers agree, please respond and tell us where Ghulam Mirza Ahmad himself spoke against the British rule, so that we can then say, okay, that your point now that he wasn't supporting them has one point, because there are other points that Brother Bashir mentioned, specifically about supporting the Boer War recruitment with and also financially as well, and that was purely about obtaining gold and obtaining diamonds. Now, please respond to this. Don't divert to another topic, please.
Brother, that's your thinking. That's not ours. First of all, if you think, it's your choice. Whatever you want to assume, you can assume that. We are here to talk about the religion.
No, we are not, brother. Brother, 1 second. We're not. You're mistaking. This question is about the stream is about. Listen to me 1 second. Ghulam Mirza Ahmad and the British colonizers.
So
we need to know Ghulam Mirza Ahmad's position on the colonizers.
So I told you we are against any kind of cruelty. That's a simple statement. He said that.
Brother, 1 second.
We should not be the part of any cruelty.
1 second, because what you're saying is that the community should not be part of any plurality. We don't know what this means.
Can you bring a single incident?
Brother Fatih, listen.
Give me a second.
1 second. We want to know. I will say one sentence and then you can speak. Okay, no problem. Okay. Please tell us where Ghulam Mirza Ahmad spoke against the British rule in India. This is all we're asking you for. Please.
The thing is, we are not here to say anything against any government. We are here to say something which is done wrong by any government. So we believe if any government did anything wrong, we are against that. And on the other side, the promised Messiah ﷺ clearly advised every Ahmadi, and he believes, I'm the first one. I'm the first one. Awalul Muslimin, Awalul Mu'minin. He said that. And he is the first one who is following that teaching. We should not be the part of any cruelty, anything wrong. We should have to give a peace to the humanity. And the second thing, you said, we are a part. Just, I'm challenging all of you, bring a single incident where promised Messiah ﷺ was physically or anywhere as a Jamaat involved in any kind of colonialization.
Okay, we really appreciate your answer.
So,
because
one more thing.
Brother Fatima, 1 second, Brother Fatima, we appreciate your answer.
Let me finish my case. And the thing is that the Quran clearly mentions about the jihadud difa, that you have to fight against those who are fighting with you. And the government of that time, everybody know that the missionaries of the British government was against Islam. They were attacking Islam with the pen, not with the sword. Not with the sword. Nowhere any British government attacked someone by saying that you are Muslim, that's why we are attacking on you. Not on anywhere.
What happened in 1857? Have you forgotten?
In the 57, the war was not on the name of religion, brother. That's you guys
No,
are.
no, it's not. Hold on. You said the Muslims were never harmed by the British. That is basically what you're claiming.
No, the thing is that I'm saying that there were not a British army or the British government attacked on India on the name of religion.
You change your goalpost just now.
No,
okay, let me ask you this question.
I didn't change.
Wait. Let me ask you this question.
Don't put your words in my mouth.
Okay, that's the reason I'm asking you this question, to clarify without me putting words in your mouth. Okay, so let me ask you this: were any Muslims harmed by the British Raj at all?
If they are in a
no if were they harmed?
That should be
simple as that.
That should be Pakistan or any government is fighting against.
There was no Pakistan at that time.
Any terrorist, you should be clear. Your fatwa should be not.
Once again, did the British Raj harm any Muslims during his rule?
Islam is.
Answer the simple question. Did British Raj?
Brother Hashim, I think
and you.
Sorry, Brother Fatih,
one second. Is same.
Brother Fatih, 1 second.
The fatwa will be same, brother.
Brother Fatih, 1 second. I think that we had an answer in there. Because what he said was, if you're deemed a terrorist, this is what he said in his answer. If you're deemed a terrorist, this is legitimate to fight against you.
And your scholars accepted that.
Well, 1 second.
Your own scholar accepted.
Brother,
just listen to
these people who are fighting in a
Brother Fatih, listen, I'm just trying to understand you.
Yeah.
Because what you said was, quite specifically, that if you are fighting against terrorists, then this is fine. So what you're saying in this, that any people that were killed in India who were Muslims, they were de facto terrorists, because you're not speaking against what the British did in terms of killing of the Muslims in this time. So now we're still in the same position. And frankly, I'm shocked by this answer, to be honest with you, but we're still in the same position where you have not been able to give us a statement of Ghulam Mirza Ahmad, where he specifically speaks against the British rule. You haven't responded to Brother Bashir's point where he specifically asked about the support for the Boer Wars, which was really you can look for. You don't have to check our answers. You can look for yourself. And now what you've said is that the British people, the British forces that were there under the East India Army and that were killing Muslims, anyone that they fought them as the dead. They defined them as terrorists. Therefore, everything they did was justifiable. I don't know what to say from this, but we really appreciate. Now, what you've made one point about fighting. We don't even ask you about fighting against the colonial rulers. We talked about speaking against them, the least of the actions. Just where did he speak against them in his writings? Where did he write against them? And we're not seeing any of this, brother. So we really appreciate your time. And if any other brothers have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Brother.
Otherwise, I think maybe we should move forward.
I'm sharing a code. I
think Ibn Hazm wants to say something. Go ahead, Ibn Hazm.
After that, brother, the thing is that then it's gonna take so much, like round the table.
I'll give him 1 minute to say it. I think that's not so much. So go ahead, Ibn Hazm.
Okay. One thing. So, Brother Fatih, I watched the stream actually from Thursday as well, and one of the things I've noticed is that whenever one of our learned brothers wants to say anything, you denigrate him, you insult him, and you reduce him to some kind of
no, I'm not
bystander.
insulting, brother. You are
okay, Fatih, listen to me, please listen to me. We do not appreciate you denigrating our brothers on this panel in any way whatsoever. Okay? This is the lowest of disrespect. This is a learned brother. We respect him immensely for his knowledge, for his character,
brother,
and what is coming. And what you're doing. No. So when he speaks, you will be quiet because we allow him to speak.
Then once I'm speaking,
you will.
Brother, the rule must be
we have been on this call for over an hour with you, and you've given me the sum total of zero knowledge. That's what you've done.
Okay, you want to debate on
you have informed me of absolutely zero information.
Just keep a debate then.
Fatih,
brother,
look,
what we're trying to do here, brother Fatih, I don't want you to be relaxed, please.
I don't want to insult you. I don't want to insult you. Brother Hazm wants to come in. Look, Brother Hazm wants to come in. Please,
Fatih, thank you for your time. I think we are just wasting our time with you. Thanks a lot. There's no point. Every time we give them opportunities to speak, simple questions. We go in a roundabout.
Okay, we were supposed to close an hour. We were supposed to close half an hour ago. We didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
We stayed open.
And we still extended, because he was the last Qadiani
exactly
on the stream today.
Yeah.
So, Brother
Thanks a
Hashim,
lot.
please, Sheikh Hassan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was going to say, India was following the Ottoman Empire at the time. The Sultan, I think it was Abdul Hamid Thani, was in power at the time. When the British took, that's like, I'm talking about like more than 30 years when we studied these things. So I might be wrong, but I remember that Sultan Abdul Hamid was at the power because he was the last one before they kind of had him, they expelled him and he went to live in Greece. However, now the question that we should have asked him, because he said, if somebody comes to fight you in your religion, then you have to defend yourself. Okay, no problem. Now, if someone comes to his house to take over his house and he said to him, look, I'm going to take over your house, but you can pray, you can do everything, but I will take over your house. So your house is mine. You can't use the toilet unless you ask me. You can't go to sleep unless you ask me. You can't go out unless you ask me. You can't eat or breath or anything unless you ask me. Would he just let them? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah. I mean, this is what oppression is basically, isn't it? It's one of the things that every individual should recognize. You don't need to be a Muslim for this. No. There are lots of activists out there who support the cause of human rights.
Absolutely.
And they know when an oppression happens, you don't really need to even, like I said, be a Muslim in order to understand this. When we ask these Qadianis repeatedly about the oppression done by the British Raj, they always came back. Have you noticed? All of them, they came back to this, that they let us pray, they let us continue our religious duties, so on. But they completely ignore all the oppression in terms of confiscating their properties, not giving them the rights of inheritance, killing them, literally killing them, and killing them by the millions, starving them to death. If this is not oppression, I don't know what is. You need to be literally blind and deaf and dumb in order to ignore all of these oppressions which took place in India at that time. And at that time, India was like not just the current India, like Brother Mohammad said, is India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. It was a huge nation. And you're talking about more than like maybe, I don't know, today is 1 billion population. It's maybe less than that, but still that was a huge population.
I think it was around 900 million or altogether.
Nearly 1 billion then, everybody.
Almost 1 billion. So I want to share one thing again, just go back to earlier point. So this thing about pledging allegiance, I just want to drive this point home because I don't think they understand, really appreciate what it means when you pledge allegiance to a monarch. Where's it gone?
It's what we call in Islam al-wala wal-bara.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so if you can see my screen, can you see it?
Not yet. Yeah.
Was it there? I clicked it once, twice. This one. Okay, so this is actually an official response from the Ministry of Defense. Okay, this is not me making this stuff up. And it's a question, it's a general question that somebody asked that says, look, when somebody takes a pledge of allegiance, when they join, what do they actually do? What does it mean? And so what the government responded back with was 2 examples. They said, okay, here's 2 examples of what we ask our people to pledge allegiance to. And the first one is the Christian version. But what I want to draw, before I go to the oath itself, what I want to say is this last statement here. Can you read this? It says, in it, soldiers, and by definition, if you're a citizen of a country, you also technically agree to this as well, because that's what being a citizen of a country is. It says you agree to subordinate your own interests to those of the unit, army, and nation. What does that mean? It means anything you believe in, they can override. So, and it says in here very clearly that the Christian version, and there's a non-Christian version, I'll go to that, it says, I will be faithful to bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, and it's the King now, heirs, successors, and duty bound to faithfully do everything they tell me without question. That's essentially what it says. Right? Which means if they tell you to go attack another Muslim, they tell you to go commit atrocities, you cannot disagree with them. You have to follow it. And the non-Muslim version, or the non-Christian version, essentially just proves that I in the name of God. It just has the rest of the statement. So essentially, when you pledge allegiance to a monarch, this is what you're pledging to. You're saying their interests override my interests. What I believe in, what I don't believe in, my morals, my rights, my wrongs, all of these are overwritten. So when Mirza Ghulam Ahmad pledged allegiance to the colonial powers, this is what he was pledging his entire life away to. And you're saying he's not supporting the colonial interests? Well, it says, I am duty bound to faithfully defend and serve the heirs, the crown, the dignity against all enemies. Who decides all enemies? They do. Who decides what will be observed and what will be obeyed? They do. So they decide who the enemy is. They decide who to fight, and you have nothing but to agree with it. So by definition, you have, if this is the pledge you've agreed to, you have supported every action that colonial empire has undertaken by default. So I just wanted to sort of get that across and have it recorded actually as well.
Just to add on to that, let me just remove that. There's actually a hadith which we can actually use to support us against these Qadianis who are supporting the Raj. So this is a hadith in Tirmidhi, Sunan Tirmidhi 2190. It says, verily rulers will come after me, and whoever enters their audience, affirms their lies, and supports their oppression, they are not part of me, and I'm not part of them. They will have no presence at the fountain. This is a fountain in paradise. Whoever does not enter their audience, does not support their oppression, and does not affirm their lies, he is part of me, and I am part of him. He will be present at the fountain, and it's been graded as Sahih.
And this is regarding Muslim rulers, huh? It's not regarding non-Muslim rulers.
Yes. So I think most of the hadiths, even the Quran, the Ulil Amr, that's also regarding the Muslim rulers.
Yeah,
isn't it?
It's not regarding non-Muslim rulers. That's why I
So,
gave the hadith of
them making the queen or the king as Ulil Amr, it's completely, it's mind-boggling.
Look, even if a Muslim marries a people of the book, which we allow to marry, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's say a Muslim and a Christian. If for whatever reason the children should remain with the father, and hence Allah Jalla wa Ala does not allow the women to marry the Ahl al-Kitab, but a man can marry Ahl al-Kitab, it's because of the religion, because the children, they always follow the father. And this is hence the reason why. So, and the wife, it's the obedience to the husband and so on. But even in that, look, if it is in inheritance, also there is some talks about the hadith. But however, they say لا يرث المؤمن الكافر ولا الكافر المؤمن. So this is in inheritance. So what about things that have to do with your own? As we said, India was a land before then. There was under Muslim rules. Whatever happened then, there was still the Uthman Khilafah al-Uthmaniyya was still in there. So these people, look what England is, and they came and they occupied. So they are occupiers. It doesn't matter how nice they are occupiers. And for him to say that he actually used to write, yes, this is jihad also, but you are a prophet. You receive revelation from Yalash. Shouldn't you show us a prophet that look at Musa alayhi salam. Did he tell Banu Israel, oh, by the way, it's Fir'aun and I grew up in his palace, he's Wali al-Amr, obey.
Yeah, that's the thing, they don't realize that the Wali al-Amr, it's actually not with the non-Muslim authorities. I mean, it's so,
Yes,
I
this
don't
is
know.
the clarification that was really
honestly.
needed.
I heard that somebody used. I was just told. I was asked that somebody used the Najashi.
Yes,
as an example earlier. Yeah.
So
Remember,
that was
Najashi
Ahmed
Muslim.
actually. Ahmed Ali came with
Najashi
this.
was Muslim, and Najashi was Muslim, and the Prophet sallallahu
No,
alaihi
he not even that. So even if he was a non-Muslim, he's claiming that Najashi oppressed people. And when I asked him whom did he oppress, he didn't know. So
Yeah.
it's clearly is blatantly. I mean, they're just making things up.
Well, the analogy was the colonial power. His analogy was the colonial power is equivalent to the Najashi,
Yeah.
the Negus. And I was like, I mean, in which universe, alternate universe, is that parallel even sensible? I don't know. Okay, so we need to close, I think, now.
Yeah, so we got just one more brother, and I
is
think
it
he's
one
the
more
last,
brother? Okay,
guest,
this is the
and
last
he's a
brother
Muslim,
then,
so
and we close.
don't worry, he's a
Okay.
Muslim. Alhamdulillah, he
Assalamu
comes here
alaikum, Omar.
regularly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Akhi?
Alhamdulillah, all's good. It's just I'm a bit sad that Razi did not get enough time today. I would just want to know what's any new waffling tactics, but we missed that. But anyway,
No. You
I thought you became a fan of his or something.
You watched a perfect waffling technique. It was called running away.
Okay. I mean,
yeah.
Okay, maybe. But it's strange that he posts a lot of I would say filth on his Twitter, which is very, even though it's nicely worded or he chooses his words carefully, but in the end it's still filth that he posts against our sheikhs and against other Muslims. And when it comes here, just a few words, and he gets pissed off and throws a tantrum. I don't. That's just pure nifaq. And another thing is
say wallahi. I mean, that's like school, like school teenagers. Honestly,
You just have to go to a secondary school, and if you go
to tactics,
if you go to secondary school, you see the children, and you just hear this phrase, "Say wallahi, bruv."
Exactly. Yeah.
And you hear this phrase, and it's just, when I heard that, I was eating actually. I was childish, for my food. Subhanallah. I thought this is it's very sad to hear. Subhanallah.
Yeah. Another thing, Brother Bashir, they make a lot of personal attacks on you. No one is perfect, but mashallah, tabarakallah, your website is very useful. It has a lot of information. I'm sure it can be improved, but maybe you're not an IT person, so maybe, inshallah, you'll get somebody who can help you and make it look nice.
No, Akhi, look, it's a simple website. It works. Just leave it alone. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Exactly.
Okay. Don't change. The content is perfect. But, anyway, keep going, and may Allah strengthen your iman. And just ignore those personal attacks. No one is perfect. We all have mistakes, and not anybody who claims is perfect. May Allah guide him. And one more thing, Dr. Izhar, he came earlier. I don't know. I think I heard him say that there's a hadith saying seek knowledge, even though
we know. Yeah.
This is not actually a hadith. This is weak, either a very weak hadith or fabricated hadith. So we don't want them to clip him out and say, look at the Muslims, they use a very fabricated hadith, or they're experts at clipping the seconds and saying that this is how out of context, and say this is how this is our opinion, the Muslims. And I think that's it. May Allah bless you all. May Allah reward you for all your efforts. And keep doing what you're doing. And inshallah, all these Ahmadis will get guided to Islam.
Well, that's all we pray for. We make dua that Allah guides them to Islam. That's it. Sheikh, you were going to say something very quickly.
No, just regarding the hadith. If my memory serves me right, it's in about it's not just, it's quite a long hadith. There is but it's in a couple of hadith books, but the takhrij al hadith, it says da'if, so it's well documented that it's a very weak hadith, but it's a famous hadith. It's a famous hadith, so like people take it as if it is it's all right. Like when you keep on saying things, people take it as for face value, and that's it.
But I think, Sheikh, it's a proverb. It's an Arab proverb, and the message is good. Yeah, you have to seek knowledge. We have a hadith that says, I think,
طلب العلم فريضة على كل مسلم.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay,
this is also a good hadith that we can use. It sahih, and yeah, just as a good practice for we should try to use the sahih hadith, and so we don't get misquoted.
No, but just to correct you in one thing, you know, the ahadith sometimes also, if they are weak, but you find like different ahadith, we say يقوي بعضها بعضا. So
exactly.
that so what happens, and they say if it is in fada'il al-a'mal, in the good deeds, so you still, even if it's weak, you quote them, unless if it is like kind of fabricated, or that it's not. But they say fada'il al-a'mal, or sometimes you find one narration is weak and another narration is weak. There is like 8 to 10 narrations. So we say يقوي بعضها بعضا. So, but nothing in aqidah or anything which is kind of creed and that.
Exactly.
All right, thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm rushing because just we got
the last 2 or 3. Yeah. So who's it, brother Mohsin? I think.
Okay, guys, please keep it short. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry.
Mustafa.
And brother Ahmed, if I could at the end make a few points very at the end.
Yeah, sure.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I don't want to take much time. I know it's been quite a long stream, and jazakumullah khair for all this work that you are doing. It's tremendous, and I think it's enlightening everyone. I would like to extend my salam, especially to Brother Bashir. I have watched most of your streams, quite a long list of them, and I have followed you. And I think, brother, your T-shirt says it all. You're a champion, and alhamdulillah, no matter what you lost, you found Allah, and that's worth it. So. Alhamdulillah, and what the work that you are doing is tremendous and guiding people to it. I only want to add one small point before I leave, and this is, after 9/11, when people started reading Quran, they started learning about the Deen and then come to Islam. And same thing happened with Sayyidina Umar. When he heard the ayat of Surah Taha, he accepted the Deen. And this is exactly what you see when you read about Mirza. You run away from him. So I mean, the test of the truth is, when you read the ayat of Allah, it has a profound effect on the hearts. And especially people who have iman in them, when they hear these words that Mirza says, it repels them. And I think that's what's happening. They avoid deliberately the topic of Mirza being the subject and going to non-Ahmadi scholars, and this is how it is. Even if it's not the case, but even if we concede Prophet Isa is no longer there, Allah has chosen for him to die, it does not prove this individual is him. And they keep, and the waffling is just insane. I mean, I think Brother Yemeni's debate was amazing. I went through it a couple of times, and I think he lost the debate only on the subsonic voices and the running around. That if that was the criteria, then I think Razi won. But other than that, it was substantive, and he covered a lot of points in detail. And I think the Ahmadi people, they found so much already. They already know Allah. They know our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They only need to remove this contamination, and then they'll be good. And they would have achieved so much. And I think, inshallah, with dawah wise and all the efforts that you guys are doing, and I think inshallah they'll find it. And I have nothing else to say except that I pray that they embrace Islam, and I pray for your du'as as well. Thank you so much.
Ameen. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, Mohsin, you're next.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum salam.
I just want to address this point, which on the basis where they try to justify Mirza Ghulam's position he took against the colonists. They use Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's the fact that they were persecuted and then they had to fled to Ethiopia, Najashi's kingdom. So the question is what they were persecuted for. The thing is, in Islam, it's very clear that we, using the secular tools to understand Islam advises on 2 spheres of life. One is the individual and one is the collective. Individual is like the prayer, our rituals of, when someone is born or how to bury something. And then one, which is very important, is the socio-economic order. So Hazur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was preaching this whole organic whole all together. So what essentially was not this personal piety or how to pray the janazah or how to make hajj. It was also to bring justice, to rid of malpractices in economics, in politics, in each. That's the social order which he threatened. So, we have a very famous conversation of Abu Talib and the Quraysh of Makkah, where they were saying that we were ready to give Muhammad not one god, 10 gods, but he doesn't listen. But they were giving him status also, Hazrat Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. But basically they were giving the religious freedom according to the Ahmadis, they interpret. But that wasn't the issue. It was the socio-economic political system which Hazrat Sallallahu, he was going to uproot the status quo and establish the justice of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So how in that context they can justify that religious freedom? If once you get it, then all is good. Then you can practice. Then you're not allowed to rebel against unjust rulers.
Exactly. This was the question of the stream.
Yes.
This was the question of the stream.
This shows that they have a massive deficiency in understanding what Islam is in the first place.
Well, I mean, indoctrination basically.
Well, it's twofold. It's twofold. So to me, the first is you see, one can recognize a situation as being what it is, but the second thing is do you actually internalize and appreciate what it means? And I think that second part is what's not being actively encouraged, nor is it being taught. So I mean, I don't know what happens within the Ahmadi schooling system or the teaching system, but clearly what goes on is there is, from what I've heard, is a very sanitized, very surgical teaching is done on very specific points. And this is all they are taught, and this is all they're taught to believe in. And as Brother Bashir said earlier, there is actually an active project within that community to erase history, to erase
whitewashing
historical text. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and all of this is symptomatic of, as we say, it's a cultish behavior, but symptomatic of an institution that is so delicate, that is so worried about its foundations, that it dare not engage in any real discussion.
Yes.
And so I think, it's look, at the end of the day, it's a broken community, and we all, our dua at the end of the day is for those people who genuinely believe they're following Allah, is they find Allah, find His Rasul, and leave, as that last guest just said, just leave this contamination in the dustbin and come join the Ummah of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That's it. That's all we ask for you.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just take one minute, just one final minute, sure. Just two very short points. One is regarding the stream, and one is just to follow up on the point Brother Mohammad was making. Actually, now it's a conjecture, but the thing is, the secular powers at play, the secular liberal order, they are actually trying to push down such religions as these docile, inept, cuck religions like Ahmadiyya and Bahaism, because they come with this. Yeah, they come with these inclusivity that everyone is okay, and then and religion is relegated to the point where you have nothing to do with the political, socio-economic order. You just live your personal life, your individualistic life, and that's why they push these orders. That's why they're thriving. And the last point I want to say is that my blood boils when they disrespect our sheikh, and the thing is, last time this Razi and all that, because our sheikh, mashallah, he is so passionate, and then he is he represents us, and they get this knee-jerk reaction to attack him. It just shows a batil inside them. And Sheikh, please, thank you for your service.
May Allah reward you, Akhi. No, this is all part of the da'wah, So,
yes. Alhamdulillah.
May Allah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And by the way, it wasn't just a sheikh. The way he reacted to Bashir was like.
Yes, Brother Bashir, man, you're Iron Man, yeah. The way they attack you on Twitter, man, Allah give you so much reward, yeah. I wish I could come give you a hug.
You're like the garlic to the vampire.
Okay, so we don't believe in vampires, by the way. That's just a turn of phrase.
Metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically speaking, yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Garlic is good for your health. What's wrong with you?
One final point. Raheel clearly said that, Bashir, you're not our level. Like, we Muslims, we call in ex-Muslims all the time and come and debate with us. And they avoid the ex-Ahmadis like, the plague. They would never take Izhar and him because they know that they will attack at the very systems of what is presently Qadianiyat. And, they'll bring more doubt, apart from the theology.
And like Brother Mohammed said, is the teaching is quite narrow-minded in the way they do it. But I think there's worse than that is the control that they have on their people, on their cult. As you can see, only the missionaries are allowed to come here. No other Ahmadis are coming. It shows they don't have even the freedom of speech, let alone the freedom of religion. This is crazy. This is like proper cultish behavior. Like I said earlier, we had streams with the Hindus, and they come, whether lay people, whether they're educated, they all come. And we have seen the same with the Christians and the atheists and the Muslims as well. And I think even the people like the Quranis or whatever they call, the Hadith rejectors, even they come in all shapes and forms. But this is like, we have the 6 stream plus the other 3, so we had like 10 or 11 streams. In all of them, it's only the missionaries who came.
Like, they're absolutely they're oblivious about their history. Like, the points Bashir makes is so it's like such an incrimination, indicting that they're absolutely oblivious. Like the fact that he was fighting the Sikh army, his father, and all these things which led to the Khilafat. I mean, they're absolutely clueless about it.
And then they, even after giving all those references and evidences, they still say, "Oh, show me evidence where Mirza said anything like this." They were literally taking part in the in their armies, like the Sikh armies, gifting them horses and whatnot. If that is not in actually being an ally with the or in cahoots with the oppressors, I don't know what is.
So please,
I think we need to. Take care, bro. This will be here all night.
Regarding the fighting the oppressor. At the time of Jahiliyyah, I'll let the brother come and then, inshallah.
Hamza Chaudhry, Assalamu alaikum.
Hamza, you there? All right. While he's putting his microphone, Jabran, you're on. Oh,
he's here.
We can barely hear you, Hamza. Okay, Jabran, you can speak while he's. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead, Jabran.
Okay. So, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I really enjoy the streams. Imran, I think you have like such a beautiful way of talking to these people, because like when they always ask for that 2 minute, you go 2 minute, 2 minute. I feel like so much gets lost because they bring up so many things that, then in those 2 minutes, like as a Muslim, I have to respond to this, so I feel like that's not a good debate tactic for these people. I think it's better to like interject, like, every time they're like lying or like bending the truth. I think it's a good way to like interject and tell them, hey, like, that's not what we're asking for. What we are asking for is clear. Also, I do want to bring up one thing, and Brother Bashir, maybe you can talk on this a little bit more. I think for the past like maybe 2 or 3 streams, one thing I did notice is they have a big, like, I think in the stream that we did for like the ex-Qadianis, they teach a lot about like mistrusting the mullahs. I think we should possibly maybe have a stream about that, because I think Islam is probably the only religion we're actually told to like trust our sources, right? It's probably the only religion in the world that we are told, hey, like, if you don't know something, go back to your sources. So like maybe we could speak about that, like what they're taught about the mullahs, like, I'm pretty sure they're talking about like the mullahs in Pakistan, right? So like what they're taught, like what they think the mullahs like are telling them wrong, like how they're misguiding them and stuff like that. Maybe we could talk about that.
I mean, just on that point, brother. I mean, if you look at it, that the mullah word itself is a derogatory term.
Right.
And what they're doing is they're actually denigrating our scholars to essentially they're calling them donkeys. Astaghfirullah. I know that's essentially what they're doing, and this is their way to ensure that this sort of cult never actually goes to seek information anywhere.
Right.
It's a scare tactic, you know. So interestingly, the Nazis used a very similar tactic during Second World War, because they had they essentially had a propaganda machine, and they would only give people the information that the propaganda machine produced. And if you produced anything else, they would actually obliterate you. They would actually remove you. And this is well-known behavior amongst all cults. This is what they do. So I think, you know, what we say is we go to our scholars.
Dehumanizing people.
Dehumanize. Absolutely, that's the word. They dehumanize the scholars, and they say, okay, these people are not worth talking to. Which imagine you have a lifetime of this, and then you come across a real scholar who knows the knowledge, and you have that kind of a knee-jerk reaction. I mean, you know, I mean, what a shame, right? You know, you're in a position to be able to ask real questions to somebody who's learned, and your response is to dismiss them.
All right.
I mean,
or like you take like a little piecemeal argument, like, you know, like they take like somebody like Ibn Taymiyyah. I mean, Ibn Taymiyyah, like Adnan always says, he's an institution. He's not just a scholar, right? Like they'll take like one little like thing that Ibn Taymiyyah might have said, and they'll like, oh, that's his whole like crux, right? It's pretty,
you know, I mean, these scholars, I mean, our historical, I mean, listen, I mean, if you read their life stories, if you read the struggles they went through, I mean, you know, I mean, with Ibn Taymiyyah specifically, you know, by the age of 30, he was already a major scholar. Right. I mean, this guy was an absolute genius beyond genius. I mean, really.
They're all polymaths.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and polymaths. I mean, we were inundated with polymaths in our tradition. And you know, if you read, I mean, just imagine. I mean, he's here. I mean, this is the golden age of Islam, and in that community, he's the very best of the best.
Right.
You know, nobody. I mean, they have no idea what scholarship is. And this is, as they say, it's like, you know, you can't even compare. So. It troubles me, you know. I have the same reaction the Sheikh has, which is I feel deep inside, I feel an urge to really want to shut them up, because they don't even deserve to keep those names on their lips.
All right.
And really, it's I get quite emotional actually when I hear them speak with such disrespect.
Right.
It really makes me very emotional.
You know,
Brother Jabran,
just Brother Hashim, just a real quick second comment. Just about like Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like, I mean, you can, when you studied like the life of like a false like Dajjal, right? You can tell like how truthful the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was, right? Because, you know, like he preached for like,
I mean, it's obvious, isn't it?
years, and then
I mean, coal and diamond are both made of carbon, and you can tell the difference instantly,
right?
Which is of value and which is of less value.
Allah reward you, akhi. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. La ilaha illallah.
Yeah, like it's. I mean, I feel like it's not even like a comparison, because.
No, no. You see,
there's no contradictions in his religion, and then you guys are like coming later.
Yeah,
like,
you see. This is just one thing. This is to show you that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a Sadiq al-Amin. He told us about them. That just proves to you that he is the true prophet. He told us about them. So this Mirza should make you more proud of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Exactly.
To strengthen your iman more,
exactly.
You know, so it's not a point of that. But may Allah Jalla wa Ala grant you and us and all the believers, inshallah, to meet him and grab that cup from his blessed hands and have a drink quench ourselves, that we won't be thirsty ever again after that, inshallah.
Are you okay, brother Jabran?
Okay, alhamdulillah.
It's just the love.
Let's have some water, inshallah. Make dua for us.
I mean, when
make dua for this
taking away all
the
the
lay people among the
Qadianis
Qadianis
and everything like that, it's just
Yeah,
like
we understand,
pours our
brother.
blood,
Thank you.
right? Like, alhamdulillah.
All right, brother. You take care, inshallah.
Jazakallah khairan. Yeah. Look after yourself. Take care. Walaikum salam. Yeah. This is. Yeah. Go ahead, Sheikh, please.
What I was going to say, basically, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is very important. In Jahiliyyah, one of the top people of Jahiliyyah did a council, hilf. They called it hilf al-fudul. Now, this hilf al-fudul, they agreed amongst themselves, if there is anyone oppressed wherever he is, they will go and support him. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "لو دعيت إلى حلف الفضول لأجبت." If I was called to it, I would answer. Why? Even if they are kuffar. The reason why, because the noble deed that it is, you go in to help, to support someone who is oppressed. And this is it. And now, regardless, were the people oppressed or not? They were oppressed. So how come a prophet allow these people to be oppressed and say, "Oh no, but it's fine because we can pray and this." And this is, you can look for it. It's hilf al-fudul. It's called. So subhanallah.
Subhanallah. Right, we got our last guest today, Hamza. How is your audio now? Is it fixed?
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone.
Okay.
And I just wish that Brother Imtiaz and Adnan Bhai were here too, so I can thank them. Thank you to all of you guys for helping Islam in this way. And I just have a couple of points I just want to mention. One of them is Brother Hashim. I think you guys are doing a great job with this stream. I think we should do more streams, especially with like Nation of Islam and Baha'i religion as well, because most people, like at least in the subcontinent and stuff, they don't know about those cults, you can say, that they even exist. And they're both like Nation of Islam, like it says Islam in there, right? But they're non-Muslims for sure. So I think in future you guys should have more streams about them, so people in more Muslims can know about this as well. And one more point was, it honestly boggles my mind when I listen to Razi and Ahmad or even the Tamim. Like you can tell that these guys are sane people. They are smart. Like they are studying, like probably studying more stuff than a normal Muslim would. But then I don't understand, like, why can't they believe the truth? Like, it's in front of them. They are reading the books. They can see everything. They can see in their own books that what Mirza Ghulam is, and let alone Mirza Ghulam, even you can see their current Khalifa. Like, I don't want to make any personal attacks, but how can you even call that guy a Khalifa? Or it honestly just boggles my mind that how can these guys even believe in this kind of stuff when they know their own books and when they read their own books. Like, if anything, I would be assuming that once anyone reads Ahmadiyyah's own book, they'll probably come out right away. So honestly, I don't know what kind of motivation these guys have that they're still coming and let alone converting their religion, defending Ahmadiyya.
It's all about hidayah, brother. It's hidayah, guidance is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Can you imagine the people who used to live with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Some of them did not get hidayah, his own uncles, So, and this is, it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Certain people, they have maybe certain arrogance, certain other reasons for maybe out of ignorance or out of their allegiance to their leaders or something like that. There's so many factors, but like I said, hidayah is only from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Even the Prophet's best character couldn't motivate them to come and accept Islam. So we all should be showing gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and say Alhamdulillah, praise him and glorify him on a daily basis, because this is a ni'mah, this is a blessing which we don't even, we take it for granted. Many of us who are born Muslims, those people who become Muslim, you should ask them how they have actually left their families, left their habits, their comforts, all of that, and then established themselves firmly in the deen. So it's a huge step. It's not something that that people just do it like out of a habit, like you're changing your clothes or your fashion or something like that. It takes a lot of sacrifices as well. And yeah, I mean, if Allah gives them hidayah, then they can do it overnight. Okay, brother. So make dua for them. We can always make dua for them that Allah give hidayah and guide them to the right path, to Sirat al-Mustaqim, and us as well. Jazakallah khair, brother. Take care, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay,
right.
brother,
So that was all.
Brother Bashir has something to say.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to make some comments here at the end.
Actually, I want to make a comment about you.
Sure.
You barely speak during the stream, bro. We have been here like what, nearly 6 hours, and you spoke maybe a few sentences. Did your cat get your tongue?
No. You guys are in the zone, brother. How could I interrupt and stop?
Mashallah, look, from here, we don't have Imtiaz Bhai or Adnan Bhai. You're the most knowledgeable in terms of this topic. So, don't feel shy. I know you're humble. Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless you for that. But, this is a stream where everything counts. People watch this. So make your knowledge count, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Let the people benefit from that. By the way, concealing knowledge, not that I'm saying you are doing, that is also a sin. Isn't that right, Sheikh?
You're trying to guilt trip me into his talking.
Because I'm not telling him. Yeah. So, some people, because out of humility, out of being humble, they say, okay, you brothers are more senior than me. Okay, not in age, but in your, what do you say, experience and so. But he's more senior than all of us when it comes to experience in the Qadianis.
Yes.
So he should be talking more than all of us.
Okay,
anyway, that was my.
So what we do is we're gonna have to give Bashir some social media classes. So inshallah. No, I'm joking. Okay, so, Brother Bashir, you have something to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a few notes. So one thing. The British government did not allow women to get inheritance. Muslim women. These are our women that they stopped from getting inheritance, right? Because in the Hindu Anglo law, women didn't get any inheritance. Right. So they whacked that out, and Mirza Ghulam Ahmad never said anything. In fact, the whole Muhammadi Begum saga was over the same situation where one of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's cousins had some land and some property that was going to revert back because his nearest, there was like a woman involved and etc. So that was an interesting point. And then the Boer War, they were using scorched earth tactics in South Africa. That means they were burning trees, killing children. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad never said anything. And as you know, in Islam, you can't even cut a tree, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yes.
So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad never said anything. Okay, then so and the last thing, so I actually am an academic. I'm an accounting professor. I used to teach aeronautical engineering before that. So I was just trying to explain to Razi and Raheel, if they invite me to their programs, I'm a nice guy. As you guys see, I stay quiet. I don't interrupt. Invite me to your streams, guys, and maybe we'll
they're triggered by you. So
yeah,
and that's gonna happen.
Yeah, and look,
they don't speak to you over here. They won't be inviting you to their panel.
They won't, and it's strange. I mean, even though I'm wearing a blue shirt, when Razi sees me, he sees red. So I don't know.
That's funny.
I think they're afraid of Professor Bashir.
It sure seems like it. So and
a blog of yours that has got them riled up.
Yeah, and they can talk bad about me as much as they want. I used to be in the U.S. Air Force, and they've even tried to bring that up and slander me in any way. And I try to tell them, before Islam, all of our sins are forgiven. That's the beauty of Islam. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad said he had 300 arguments. This should have been an argument, but it wasn't. So
الإسلام يجب ما قبله والتوبة تجب ما قبلها والهجرة كذلك. That's Amr ibn al-As, when he went to embrace Islam, he asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I will embrace Islam if all my past sins will be. And then the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam told him this. So they Tawbah nullify all the sins that are before and Islam, and also they say when you make hijrah.
That's true. Okay, is that it, Bashir? You got something else to
Dr.
say?
Imran, do you have anything else to add?
Just if we're closing, just wanted to say, actually, I was going to repeat what Brother Hashim was saying, that, mashallah, Brother Ahmed, as Brother Bashir, sorry, is a phenomenal resource. But I don't want to say this to your face because I know that, we shouldn't encourage, but just for the people to understand that it's very important that we use this resource that Brother has set up in terms of his website, Ahmadiyya Fact Check blog. Please go and review this, use the information there. One of the reasons that the Ahmadis that came on reacted so badly to Brother Bashir is because of the information and the detail that he has garnered over the years that he's doing this. May Allah reward him. I was going to say that if there's anything that you need in terms of support, brother, from any of us, as Brother Mohammed was mentioning, even social media advice and things, not that I am an expert in this, but we can always find people to help you to increase your footprint and increase impact, because the ultimate thing is we need to help, because the journey, and the brothers have described the journey of coming out of Ahmadiyya. It's not easy. There's a lot of control. Lots of people feel that if they did try to do this, that their lives would be devastated. So one thing that we need to do as Muslims is, everyone watching, we should be praying for our Ahmadiyya brothers and sisters, the awam, the people amongst them who are in the community, because they either don't know any of this information because they've been raised without hearing any of these subjections, or they're afraid if they have come across this. So there is some real life experience of persecution of their members of their families in places like Pakistan, etc., because of the nature of those countries, in the sense that anyone can use their might to oppress sort of people that are weaker. This is not to do with the laws, because the laws don't allow this sort of persecution, but because of this experience, they're scared away from approaching Muslim learning centers like masajid, and by using these derogatory terms as these mullahs are violent and angry. So we have to understand that we should all be making dua for them to be guided. May Allah guide them and bring them closer to the truth, inshallah. And if anyone here who's been watching, listening, feels they need any support, any help, even if they want to have one-to-one conversation about their journey, please contact brothers at Dawahwise. We're more than happy to help support you through any journey. And if you have any difficulties, we will try and facilitate those for you, inshallah. Finally, the only thing that I would say is that anything good is from Allah, and any mistakes and errors are from ourselves. May Allah forgive our shortcomings. And jazakallah to all the brothers. I always learn a lot, mashallah, when I'm here. May Allah increase you all, inshallah. Jazakallah. Assalamu
alaikum. Don't forget to subscribe to Dr. Imran's team channel, which is the EF Dawa. MashaAllah, they've got a lot of resources there as well, a lot of good content. Alhamdulillah, we have benefited from it, and inshallah, I'm sure you guys will as well. Dr. Imran's got a website as well, isn't it? I keep forgetting what it is.
Foundational Thoughts.
Oh, is that the one? Okay.
Underutilized. I need to utilize more, but yes, alhamdulillah.
Have you been posting there, or is it dead?
I make the intention, and then life comes in, and then I do a lot of other stuff. So may Allah make it easy, inshallah. I will try and do more, inshallah.
Inshallah. Yes. Ibn Hazm, Sheikh, how are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, barakallahu feekum.
Yeah. I know it wasn't much challenging for you today. Razi wasn't here.
No. I to be honest with you, I'm gonna say it. We say لا ذنب بعد الكفر. There is no sin once you are a kafir. Wallahi, this is, I'll say it as it is.
It's very true.
Right.
Very true.
Is there anything else you want to share with us?
Well, I say to you the other day that I'm in touch with a doctor in Egypt. I'm just kind of trying to. He's an ex-Ahmadi, and his name is. I don't want to say his name now until I have spoken properly with him and that. But inshallah, he will be a great help, being an ex-Ahmadi and being an Arab too, because they have got their station in here, which is broadcasting for about, I think, 17 languages or something like that, and one of them is Arabic. And they have got in the occupied Palestine in a place called a town called Al-Kababir. It's famous, Al-Kababir. Brother Bashir is laughing. So this Al-Kababir, it's all the propaganda, Arabic propaganda is going from there. And And also, when they ask us about like, give us the evidence, and we give them the evidence. And I was wondering, I give this evidence, and now look, when we're talking about, my books are behind me, but when I want to give an evidence, like from a proper Islamic book, I will always give the tab'a, the edition. Where is it? Like Beirut or here. And I give them, because each printing place, they have got different volumes, different kind. So that's what we do. That's how we do it. But then I have noticed that I look for something, and then when I go onto the library, I'm trying to get any document, I never get it in its place. And if you go on, they have got a thing in there. I think I sent it to you, Brother Hashim. It's like on the website, where it says that basically their kind of books are always being reviewed. Read it.
Yes, that's right.
And use the electronic one. But once you go to the electronic one and you get anything, and you compare it to some of the old books, it's never the same.
Yeah. Well, if they got the Quran that they read, they've got the verse numbers as +1. So if, for example, you say 4157, chapter 4, verse 157, there will be 158.
Yeah.
So if they can do that different for the Quran and not standard for what we use, then they can do it for the books,
The other day is something just went when he said no. It's when he was talking, when Brother Mansour got him regarding the وَمَا رَمَيْتَ إِذْ رَمَيْتَ, the verse in Surah Al-Anfal. Yeah. And he was waffling about this, and because this is lesser, but that he forgot one very important verse. لا تبديل لكلمات الله. Once the word of Allah should be always the word of Allah. You can't kind of say, well, no, in here is this and in here. So subhanallah. Did you, brother, see did you see Surah Al-Buruj, the new Surah Al-Buruj?
No.
Nothing will surprise me from these guys.
Can you share, Hashim, share with Brother Mohammad and Brother Imran and Brother Bashir, please.
Inshallah,
Inshallah, inshallah.
The new Surah
Al-Buruj. I would want, Sheikh, I want you to make dua for our brothers and sisters in Palestine, because
they are in our prayers. Wallahi, it's subhanallah.
We need to make dua for them. It's we can't imagine, because we are not in their shoes. So it's something. May Allah protect them. May Allah keep them safe.
Ameen.
And inshallah, we can try our best to help them.
Before, subhanallah, Brother Hashim, we used to do qunut, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when something used to kind of disturb him a lot, like when 70 of the huffaz, they got killed. Somebody, they were going to help these people, and they betrayed them and they killed them. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam spent 1 month doing qunut. And qunut, subhanallah, is, you don't have to be in congregation, but you can do it in Salat al-Isha, in Fajr. The Malikis and Shafi'is, they do it in Fajr anyway. But do it, or even in witr, when you pray witr, the last rak'ah, just do it, inshallah. It's very kind of very, very, it's a good weapon, subhanallah. And remember, dua. Allah Jalla wa Ala says, وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. And in Surah Al-Baqarah, subhanallah, if you look, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْمَحِيضِ قُلْ يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْيَتَامَى قُلْ يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ قُلْ يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ قُلْ. So every time they ask, men says, oh Muhammad, tell them, oh Muhammad, tell them, oh Muhammad, tell them. But when it came to the dua, there is no intermediary between you and Allah Jalla wa Ala. Just turn to him with sincerity, with humbleness, and choose the time. And there is no better time than in between the adhanain. When you hear the adhan, and you have from the adhan to the iqamah, that's one of the best time of dua. Okay? And then also, the last, when you're sitting in the last tahiyyah, You can do the dua also in there. The last rak'ah.
Also in the sujood, right?
The last sitting before taslim.
Before taslim.
In the sujood itself. Yeah.
And before taslim, as I was saying, the last rak'ah before taslim.
That's right.
And in the last third of the night, thuluth al-akhir min al-layl. And also, subhanallah, on the way to masjid, when you go into the masjid and so subhanallah, these are all good times of dua, inshallah. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep us on the right path. You know, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was the Prophet of Allah Jalla wa ala, the one whose sins were forgiven, you know. And he used to say, Ya muqallib al-qulub, thabbit qalbi ala dinik. Oh Allah, the turner of hearts, make my heart steadfast on your deen. And he used to say that the qulub bayna usbu'ayni min asabi' ar-Rahman, yuqallibuha kayfa yasha, that he turned it over as he wishes, so as he wills. So we have to always make this dua. Some people, they follow themselves, the arrogance takes over, and they think they have attained, that's it is. You know, we're not free of shaitan. Even on our deathbed, we are not free of shaitan. We're only free of shaitan when the soul leaves the body. Then we are free of shaitan. But as long as the soul is in us, you are not free. So some people, they think, well, I've made it. None of us has made it.
True, yeah. May Allah keep us firm on the deen and make the kalima our last words. May Allah bless us.
But can I tell you this? All of you are on the straight path. Wallahi, you're the envy of a lot of people.
May Allah keep us firm on that. May Allah accept from us all.
I mean, because this is what I was saying before. This is jihad, but this is jihad bil kalima. This is, you see, before,
the words,
before it was jihad al talab, when people used to go and spread the word of Allah, But now, because of the world treaties and that, we use the tongue instead of going. So this is also, we are in a struggle, inshallah. May Allah Jalla wa ala guide all of us, protect all of us, and make us steadfast on his religion, inshallah.
Amen. Yeah, Brother Mohammed, you got anything to say before we close?
Yeah, so the question of today's stream was, what was the involvement of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad with the colonial powers? And what we found of this 5.5 hours more was no answer. And so the Ahmadis, the learned Ahmadis, the ones that came with the learned ones, the ones who actually know their knowledge, they clearly have no response. This is the kryptonite to them. This is the one kryptonite that they have no answers to. And what we saw was them flailing around like a fish out of water, unable to breathe, unable to talk, spending hours and hours going round and round in circles. And the answer is really simple. This individual supported a colonial power that was, as Brother Adnan defined, that was evil, that was xenophobic, and that committed atrocities beyond belief, and a traitor and supporter of that entire movement by his own admission in his own writings and by his familial connections, because it was something that was built into almost his DNA, was admitted. And what the elders are doing now is they're desperately trying to cover up this story. They're desperately trying to cover up what was essentially treachery. And the parallel that I bring is remember there's another discussion that one of our brothers, a couple of our brothers had recently, and the law of apostasy is always touted as punishable by death, right? Yeah. Well, apostasy is equivalent to treachery. So when you are a traitor, that is equivalent to apostasy within that framework. So if anybody deserves that kind of punishment, it should be this individual, because he was actually a traitor to the entire Muslim Ummah. This is what he did. He betrayed all of us to the colonial powers. And there is nothing more sinful than that action, in my opinion, for what he did. No, I mean, nothing can be more sinful than that. So, I'm not passing a judgment here. I'm just saying my opinion is this action is deserved of a punishment, not reward. And for you covering this up, you are you're also in alliance with it. Exactly, you're part of it. So and be prepared for whatever Allah has in store for you.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Mohammed. Alhamdulillah, good stream today. As usual, they waffled, tantrums, and then they ran. So I think we have done the best we can. We invited them and we allowed them to speak. I think Razi was waiting for like 3 hours before he threw a tantrum and he ran. Okay, anyway, I mean, inshallah, so until the next stream, Jazakallah khair, keep us in your du'as and keep your brothers and sisters in Palestine in your du'as as well. May Allah accept from us these, whatever little we can do, for the sake of Allah. And Jazakallah khair for your support, because you guys have been tremendous in terms of giving us your support for especially the moderators and obviously the brothers and sisters who participate in the streams. It helps the algorithm when you participate, and we really appreciate that because all of this will be something that you will see as hasanat in the Yawm al-Akhirah, which will be in the Akhirah, which will be the main currency there, your hasanat. Yes, so try to accumulate as much as you can before you breathe your last. With that, I think I'll just end with the dua. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika, wa nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu